This is Audible.
The Ninth Nightmare by Graham Masterton. Read by Jeff Harding. Chapter 1. Room 717. "You will die if you stay here, my lovely," whispered a harsh voice very close to Katie's ear. Katie opened her eyes, unsure if she'd been dreaming or if the voice had been real. Her hotel room was completely dark, except for a thin bar of light underneath the door. She lay in the middle of her queen-sized bed with a frown on her face, listening and listening, but all she could hear was the muffled laughter of other guests returning to their rooms, and the distant thunder of an airplane landing 13 miles to the southwest at Hopkins International Airport. She sat up. The red figures on the digital clock beside her bed were distorted by the glass of water she had placed in front of it, but she could see that it was only 11:58 p.m. She had been exhausted when she arrived in Cleveland this evening, and after picking the bacon and turkey slices out of a club sandwich from room service and a long hot shower, she had gone straight to bed and switched off the lights. She laid her head back on the pillow and closed her eyes, but she found it almost impossible to go back to sleep. She kept visualizing the faces of all those elderly people she had met this morning, smiling at her hopefully, in case they knew who she was, but couldn't quite place her. Alzheimer's sufferers, every one of them lost to this world forever, their memories swirling away from them like flotsam on an ebbing tide. "You should leave before it's too late," the whispered voice told her. This time it was so close that she was sure she could feel somebody's breath against her ear. She twisted around, her heart thumping, but there was nobody next to her. Nobody that she could see, anyhow. She reached across and switched on her bedside lamp, spilling her glass of water onto the carpet. The room was empty. Only the couch and the armchair, and the coffee table with the remains of her club sandwich still on it. Only the desk, with her laptop and her red alligator pocketbook. Only the heavy red brocade drapes, which stirred slightly in the draft from the air conditioning, like huge lungs breathing. She waited and waited for nearly a minute. "Who's there?" she demanded, although she had a catch in her throat, and her voice was much more shrill than she had meant it to be. "Is there anybody there?" No answer, just the drapes, slowly breathing. She swung her legs out of bed and stood up. "I'm warning you," she snapped. "If you don't come out and show yourself, I'm going to call security." She crouched down to look under the bed, but there was less than an inch of space between the carpet and the bedstead, and only somebody who was two-dimensional could have hidden under there. All the same, the idea of a two-dimensional man concealing himself under her bed was quite scary. She went across to the window and pulled the drapes apart. There was nobody in the window bay, and nobody standing on the small balcony outside. She could see the lights of University Circle sparkling behind the trees, and further to the lights of downtown Cleveland, with the Key Tower and the Terminal Tower and the BP building dominating the skyline, and the blackness of Lake Erie beyond them. She left the drapes open while she went across to the closet. She took hold of both handles, hesitated for a moment, and then flung the doors open wide. Her coat and her skirt and her orange silk blouse were hanging inside, along with her neatly folded gray sweater. No man, two-dimensional or otherwise. "Shit," she said. She was almost certain that she had still been awake, but she must have dropped off to sleep again without realizing it. She went into the bathroom and switched on the light. In the mirror, in her pale green man's shirt, she looked pale and puffy-eyed, her short-cropped brunette hair sticking up like a storm-ruffled blackbird. She leaned over the basin and examined herself more closely. She was only 33, but she thought she was beginning to look old. Maybe it was meeting so many seniors every day that did it. Maybe their pallor was absorbing her color and her youthfulness, like kitchen paper soaking up cranberry juice. She had always wanted to be taller than 5'4", but her height hadn't mattered so much when she still had that urchin-like prettiness. Now she thought she was starting to look like a bossy little old lady. She had put on at least 6 pounds since she had started her charity work, all those fundraising barbecues and fried chicken dinners, and most of it seemed to have gone to her breasts and her hips. She hated to think that she bustled when she walked. She ran the cold faucet for a few seconds and filled up another glass of water. She swallowed 2 mouthfuls and then she switched off the bathroom light. As she turned to go back into the bedroom, however, she realized that the reflection in the mirror seemed to have changed. Instead of being tiled from floor to ceiling with white ceramic tiles, the walls appeared to have cream-painted wooden paneling that went halfway up, while the upper part was damp-looking plaster. Not only that, both the walls and the ceiling were decorated with splatters and exclamation marks and figure-of-8 loops, as if a willful child had been flicking a paintbrush loaded with dark brown varnish all around the room. Katie looked down at the floor. She wasn't standing on a thick maroon bath mat anymore, but on streaky green linoleum that stuck to the soles of her feet. She switched on the light again. The bathroom was exactly as it had been before, with shiny white tiles and a shiny white bathtub. She stared at herself in the mirror. She couldn't understand what had just happened. But then her reflection couldn't understand it either, and looked as bewildered as she did. She took hold of the light pole, but she hesitated for a moment before she tugged it. Supposing the same thing happened again? Supposing she switched off the light and found herself back in that filthy wooden-paneled room, with all those sinister-looking squiggles all over the walls? She couldn't work out if it had been some kind of hallucination, or if she were asleep, and still in bed, and this was a nightmare. But this time she was absolutely sure she wasn't asleep. She was holding a cold glass of water in her hand, and she could feel it, the same as she could feel the shaggy bath mat in between her bare toes.
"This is not logical,"
she told herself out loud.
"I am Katie Kercheval, and I am standing in the bathroom of room 717 at the Griffin House Hotel on University Circle, Cleveland, Ohio. I am not standing any place else."
She switched off the light. It took a split second for her eyes to become accustomed to the gloom, but as soon as they did, she saw that she was back in the wood-paneled room. It wasn't a bathroom. It looked more like a laundry room. In the opposite corner stood a large old-fashioned kitchen sink, its sides streaked with dribbles of gray grime. The sink had a single faucet, which was wrapped around with a sodden cloth to prevent it from dripping, although the cloth still dripped. Above the sink was a small high window, with glass so dirty and so green with lichen that it was impossible to see through it. All the same, Katie could tell that it was daylight outside, although it was daylight on a gray, rainy day. She could hear the raindrops pattering against the window panes. She switched the light back on. The laundry room instantly vanished, and she was back in her shiny white bathroom.
"This is insane,"
she said. She smacked her forehead with the heel of her hand.
"This is totally insane."
She switched the light off. She was back in the laundry room. The faucet was still dripping and the rain was still pattering against the window. She breathed in and she could smell something, too. Something bleachy and faintly fishy. She breathed in again, and this time the smell was even stronger, so that she could almost taste it. American Value bleach and rancid tuna. She switched the light back on, and this time she left it on. Maybe she was suffering from exhaustion or jet lag. After all, she had visited 7 cities in as many days, from Atlanta to Houston and then to Albuquerque and Phoenix and Los Angeles and Sacramento. Maybe she'd picked up a flu virus, or maybe she was experiencing some kind of weird reaction to her new birth control pill. But whatever was causing the laundry room to appear when she switched off the light, she didn't want to see it again. She closed the bathroom door behind her and climbed back into bed, dragging the covers up to her chin. She looked across at the bathroom. but the door remained shut. She was tempted to go back and try turning the light off one more time to see if the laundry room reappeared, but she decided against it. If she was hallucinating or pining for some sickness, she was better off staying in bed and getting some sleep. She reached across and switched off the bedside lamp. The digital clock read 12:09. The room was not as dark as it had been before, because light was shining from both the bathroom and the corridor outside. She turned over, with her back to the bathroom, and closed her eyes. 10 minutes passed. A woman came along the corridor singing "I Will Always Love You." A man said, "Shut the fuck up, Lena, will you? For Christ's sakes, you're drunk." Another 10 minutes passed. Katie sat up in bed again. Maybe she should check the bathroom just once more. Then, if it turned into the laundry room, maybe she should call David and tell him what was happening. After all, David was a qualified shrink. If anybody knew what had led her to believe that her hotel bathroom had turned into another room altogether, it was him. She stared at the bathroom door. Maybe she should call the management. Maybe there was some kind of noxious gas coming out of the bathroom drains that made you see things that weren't really there. She switched on her bedside lamp. Instantly, the whole bedroom was different. It was no longer a comfortable 4-star hotel room. It wasn't even on the 7th floor anymore. It was down at ground level. The walls were blotchy and discolored, and the plaster looked diseased with damp. All the way around the room there was the same wooden paneling as the laundry room, with chipped cream paint. The floorboards were bare, except for a frayed, rucked-up rug, and it looked as if the floor hadn't been swept in years. At the single window hung a shredded net curtain, gray with dirt. Through the grimy window panes, Katie could make out the back of a row of houses, with roofs that were shining wet in the rain, and fire escapes and sodden washing hanging hopelessly from one balcony to another. She looked down at the bed cover she was holding in her hand. It was olive green, thin and greasy, and it was covered in brownish stains. Her pillows were stained, too, and deeply indented, as if the same person had been sleeping on them every night and never changed them, or even turned them over. The bed stank, too, of dried sweat and dirty hair and other people's sex. Katie switched off the lamp. Her hotel bedroom returned. Room 717, comfortable and warm and quiet now, and smelling of nothing but her own Chanel Premier perfume and freshly laundered sheets. In spite of that, she was shaking with fear and disgust, and she felt as if the floor were tilting underneath her like an ocean liner in a swell. She tried to stand up, but she lost her balance and had to sit back down on the bed again. She stayed there for a moment, breathing deeply, trying to steady herself, and then she picked up her cell phone and called David's number. It rang and rang, but he didn't pick up. Eventually, she was put through to his message service.
"David, darling, it's me. Can you call me back as soon as you get this? It's really hard to explain, but there's something wrong."
Her voice started to waver, so she took a deep breath. Then she said,
"It's probably just me being hysterical, but I'm so frightened. I daren't switch off the light because when I switch off the light, everything's different and horrible. Please, please call me."
She sat and waited about a minute longer. Then she thought,
"This is ridiculous. I know I'm not going crazy, so there must be something wrong with the room."
She picked up the house phone and pressed 0 for reception. She didn't care if it was almost 12:30 in the morning. She just wanted to change rooms. Again, the phone rang and rang, but nobody picked up. She hung up and tried again, but still nobody answered. She tried room service and then housekeeping. No reply from either of them. There had to be somebody on duty, a night porter or a security guard. She put down the phone, went over to her suitcase, and took out a mustard-colored roll-neck sweater and a pair of jeans. She dressed herself quickly and tugged a brush through her hair. She stared at herself in the mirror on the back of the closet door and tried to look determined.
I want another room, and I want it now, and I don't have to tell you why.
Katie opened the door and stepped outside. The door closed itself behind her with a soft, complicated click. The corridor was in darkness. Maybe the lights were on a time switch, or maybe a breaker had tripped. She put her right hand out to feel the wall beside her, but instead of the silky fabric which she had expected, she felt scabby paint and rough, damp plaster.
Oh, God,
she said.
Not out here, too.
She began to see shapes in the gloom, and she realized that she wasn't standing in a hotel corridor at all, but in the hallway of somebody's house, with coats and hats hanging on pegs like a row of witches hanging from a gallows. She could dimly see a hall stand, with umbrellas and walking sticks in it, and the stained glass panels in a front door, in amber and sickly yellow. She could see that it was daylight outside, and she could hear that it was raining. There was a smell, too. Not bleach and fish like the laundry room, but dust and dry rot and stale flower water. It felt to Katie as if the occupants had left the house in the expectation that they would soon be returning, but never had. She closed her eyes for a few seconds. When she opened them again, she was still standing in the hallway. She listened, and she was sure that she could faintly hear a radio playing and the laughter of a studio audience.
Hello?
She called out. She took 3 steps along the hallway until she was standing next to the witch coats.
Hello?
She repeated, louder this time. She took another 2 steps forward, and now she could see that the living room door was ajar, and she could hear the radio much more distinctly. A woman's voice was saying,
It's my birthday tomorrow, George, and I'm expecting you to buy me a present.
So, replied a man's voice. He sounded like an African-American. You finally hit the roaring 40s.
I'll have you know that I didn't see the light of day until 1913, the woman retorted.
Holy mackerel, said the man. You must have been walking around for the first 10 years of your life with your eyes closed. There was a surge of laughter from the audience. Katie took a step backward, and then another. She had never heard the show before, but she knew where the catchphrase holy mackerel came from. Kingfish, one of the characters from Amos and Andy, which hadn't been aired on the radio since the mid-1950s. There was more laughter, louder and longer, and Katie began to panic, as if the studio audience were laughing at her. She hurried back down the hallway and fumbled in her back jeans pocket for her room key. When she reached out for the door handle, however, she found that she didn't need it. The door was an ordinary 6-paneled house door, and the handle was a simple plastic knob. She pushed the door open and stepped back into her bedroom, gasping with fright. For a split second, the bedroom was just as it had been before, room 717 at the Griffin House Hotel. But then, with a sharp pop, the bulb in the bedside lamp went off, and the room was drowned in darkness again. Katie stayed where she was, still panting, with her back against the door. She could see the gray light that strained in through the window, and hear the rain pattering. She could smell that bleachy, fishy smell, too, and that greasy odor from the bed linen. Except that there were some fresh smells that were even stronger than both of them. A metallic smell, like blood, and another appalling smell that made Katie's gorge rise. She could still faintly hear the Amos and Andy show behind the door. But then a voice much nearer, a woman's voice, said,
Help me.
Katie pressed her hand over her nose and her mouth. She stepped toward the bed, and as she came closer, she could see that there was a red-haired woman lying in it. A red-haired woman with a very white face, almost as if she had made herself up to look like a Venetian carnival mask.
Help me,
she repeated, and held out one hand. Katie came around the end of the bed and stood beside her, but not too close. The woman looked about 27 or 28, although her white pancake makeup was cracked and fissured, and her eyes were smudged black with mascara, so it was difficult to tell for sure.
"Who are you?"
Katy asked her.
"What is this place? Where are we?" "Please,"
the woman begged her, and suddenly a dark runnel of blood slid out of the side of her mouth and onto the pillow.
"What's wrong with you?"
asked Katy. She was afraid to approach any nearer in case the woman was suffering from some kind of infectious disease. The woman took hold of the corner of the quilt with one hand and tried to pull it off her, but she obviously didn't have the strength. Katy hesitated for a moment, and then she reached across and drew it back herself.
"Oh, God,"
she said.
"What happened to you?"
Beneath the quilt, the woman was covered with a sheet, but the sheet was sodden and shiny and dark. That was the metallic smell that had overwhelmed Katy when she first came back into the room. The smell of blood.
"I couldn't stop him,"
said the woman, so quietly now that Katy could hardly hear her.
"I tried, but he was much too strong for me."
She tried to raise her head from the pillow, but she couldn't. Katy said,
"Don't try to move. I'll call 911.
She looked around. There was no nightstand beside the bed, no lamp, and no phone. She dug in the front pocket of her jeans and took out her cell phone, but when she flipped it open, the screen was blank. Wherever this bedroom was, it was a dead area, out of range of any cell phone signals.
"Look,"
she said, trying to keep herself calm.
"I've had a little training in first aid. Let me try to stop the bleeding. Then I can go find somebody to help you." "It's no use,"
the woman told her. More blood welled out of the side of her mouth, and the stain on the pillow grew wider.
"I can try,"
Katy insisted.
"Look, I can tear up this other sheet and use it as a bandage." "It's no use,"
the woman repeated.
"Just let me take a look," said Katy. "I promise I'll try not to hurt you."
The woman shook her head, as if she couldn't understand what language she was speaking in. Katy pinched the blood-soaked sheet between finger and thumb and tugged at it. It felt cold and wet and sticky.
"No,"
the woman whispered.
"I'm so sorry, but I have to. If I can't stop the bleeding, you may not make it."
The woman didn't argue anymore. She just lay on the pillow, staring unblinkingly at Katy with her green, filmy eyes, like somebody who wants to remember a friend they're never likely to see again. Katy pulled the sheet right off her and folded it back. At first, she couldn't understand what she was looking at. But even when she realized what the red-haired woman's assailant had done to her, she could still barely believe it. And she stood by the side of the bed, utterly stunned, unable to think what she could possibly do next.
"I tried to stop him,"
the woman murmured. Her eyes closed, and for a moment Katy thought that she might have died. But when she leaned over her, she could see that she was still breathing, with a sticky catch in her throat. Katy couldn't imagine how she had survived at all, let alone managed to speak. She waited for almost 5 minutes, biting the joint of her left thumb as if to reassure herself that she was still real, and that she hadn't lost her mind, and occasionally letting out a breathy little like a sob. After a while, she couldn't hear the woman breathing any longer, but she couldn't summon up the nerve to feel her pulse to make sure that she was dead. She turned around and walked stiffly across to the laundry room door. The light was still shining inside it, and she prayed that it was still her hotel bathroom. She looked back at the woman lying on the bed. She didn't know who she was or what she had suffered, but she felt as if she had let her down, even though she had been powerless to save her. Her only consolation was that nobody could have saved her. She opened the door. Inside, the bathroom was so bright and shiny that she raised her hand to shield her eyes. She closed the door behind her and locked it. She washed her hands in the basin and rinsed the swirl of blood down the drain. She kept her eyes lowered so that she wouldn't have to look at her reflection in the mirror, in case her reflection was doing something else. Once she had dried her hands, she climbed into the empty bathtub and sat there, hugging her knees, her eyes tight shut, rocking backward and forward and waiting for morning. If it ever came. Chapter 2. Room 309. It was less than a half-mile to the Griffin House Hotel, but John and his passenger had now been sitting at the same intersection for nearly 10 minutes, next to a scabby plane tree on which somebody had thumbtacked a flyer for a missing black-and-white cat. "Maybe you want to walk," John suggested, looking at the woman in his rearview mirror. "I can bring your bags along as soon as this traffic gets moving."
"In these shoes?"
the woman retorted. John hadn't noticed the woman's shoes when he had picked her up at the airport, but judging by the rest of what she was wearing, he had a pretty good idea what they must be like. Although it was a gloomy October afternoon, with winter just around the corner, her eyes were hidden behind enormous beetle-like sunglasses with sparkly diamante frames. She wore a short leopard print jacket with a high furry collar, on top of a tight purple satin dress with a cleavage that probably would have sent back multiple echoes if you'd shouted down it. She smelled very strongly of Boss Intense. Since he had started driving taxis, John had become something of a connoisseur of women's perfumes, especially industrial-strength women's perfumes like this one. "Okay, it was only a thought," John told her. He looked up at his rearview mirror again. "First time in Cleveland?" he asked her.
"Oh, no way," she told him. "I was born and raised in Brunswick, a fully fledged graduate of Bewick High. My sister still lives in Shaker Heights."
"Hey, that's a nice district, Shaker Heights."
"I guess, if you like boredom and trees. Personally, I hate being bored, and who needs friggin' trees?"
John raised his eyebrows and thought, who needs friggin' trees? That's classy. Not the usual caliber of guest he would have expected to take to the Griffin House Hotel. He adjusted his seatbelt around his belly. It was way past 2:30, and he still hadn't had lunch yet. He'd been planning to go to Quiznos on Euclid Avenue when he dropped this fare off to pick up a bourbon grill steak sub. He could almost taste it now. Prime rib, mozzarella, cheddar, mushrooms, sauté onions, all covered with grill steak sauce and served up on rosemary parmesan bread. His mouth watered so much that he had to swallow. "Staying here long?" he asked in a quacky, saliva-filled voice.
"Not if I can help it. I'm only going to my grandma's funeral."
"Oh, I'm sorry. My condolences."
"Thanks, but I don't need condoling. I never liked her, and neither would you if you'd ever known her. What a witch. She had a face like somebody looking at themselves in the back of a spoon."
The traffic began to inch forward. The woman said,
"At last. Thank you, Lord Jesus."
As they neared the Griffin House Hotel, John could see 3 black and white police cars lined up outside, their lights flashing, and 2 uniformed officers directing the traffic. The hotel itself was an imposing brown brick building with Gothic windows and elaborate spires and a gray slate roof. It was surrounded by tall ivy-wrapped oaks, their leaves already turned rusty and yellow. A crowd of people were milling around the wide stone porch, police officers and TV cameramen and hotel staff, as well as rubbernecking bystanders. "Looks like we got ourselves a little excitement," said John. He signaled to turn into the curving driveway in front of the hotel, and a police officer flagged him down and made a winding gesture for him to lower his window. "Just dropping off a hotel guest, officer. What's all the flapdoodle for?" "Nothing serious, sir. If you want to pull over to the left side there." John parked his yellow Crown Victoria close to the left-hand verge and heaved himself out of the driver's seat. He opened the door for his passenger to step out, and this time he made a point of looking at her shoes. They were purple suede, the same color as her dress, with gold studs all around them and very high heels. Her dress was so short that he couldn't help noticing that she was wearing purple nylon panties, too. He gallantly turned his head away and looked up at the sky. It seemed as if all of the hotel's front-of-house staff were busy talking to the police, so John popped the taxicab's trunk and lifted out the woman's pigskin suitcase. It wasn't Louis Vuitton, but it wasn't cheap. She may have started life in Brunswick, or Brunstucky, as some disparaging Clevelanders called it, an elision of Brunswick and Kentucky. But she appeared to have money. Either made it or married it. For the first time, she took off her sunglasses, and she was unexpectedly pretty, even if she did have the slightly battered look of a woman who has struggled to make her way in life and had her fair share of fights. She had bright blonde hair, expensively cut in a feathery bell shape, wide-apart eyes and a short, straight nose, and lips that looked as if they were just about to pout. She had a faint scar on the left side of her chin, as if somebody had punched her a long time ago. Somebody wearing a signet ring. As John began to walk across the driveway, carrying the woman's case, a skinny young black bellhop in a green uniform came loping up to him. "It's okay, Junior," John told him. "I got it."
"Please, sir, let me help you,"
the bellhop begged him, trying to take hold of the handle. John yanked the case away from him.
"Oh, so that's your game. You're trying to stiff me out of my tip, is that it?"
"Of course not, sir. It's my job."
"I know, Junior, I know it's your job. But exactly what part of I got it do you find so incomprehensible?"
"Excuse me?"
"That's okay, Junior, you're excused."
John carried the suitcase into the reception area, changing hands every 3 or 4 steps because the goddamn thing was so heavy. How come women who wore practically nothing always had suitcases that weighed so much? He followed the woman up to the front desk and pinged the bell for her because there was nobody there.
"Pretty plushy joint on the whole," he said, looking around.
The reception area had high vaulted ceilings with decorative plasterwork, thick red floral-patterned carpeting, and leather wing chairs gathered around a crackling log fire. On the wall above the fireplace hung a large oil portrait of a severe-looking man in a formal black suit with black silk facings. His face was so pallid that it was almost white, and his eyes were as dead as stones. The only touches of color were his hair, which was gingery red, and the ring on his right hand, which had a dark red stone set in it. Close to this portrait hung another smaller portrait, in an oval frame, of a pretty young woman with wild blonde curls. She had her head tilted to one side, as if she were flirting with the artist who was painting her picture. John pinged the bell again, and this time a receptionist came in from the porch, where she'd been talking to a police officer.
"Sorry to have kept you waiting, sir. Are you checking in today?"
"Not me. Her," said
John, jerking his thumb toward the woman.
"Ms. Rhoda Jane Barry,"
said the woman, resting one elbow on the marble-top counter.
"I booked a queen-sized room for tonight and tomorrow night."
"Hey," John put in, "you're not related to that Halle Berry, are you, by any chance?"
The woman turned and stared at him.
"Do I look like I'm related to Halle Berry? I mean, I'm not being racist here."
"Well, you never can tell. It's a funny thing, genetics. And Halle Berry, she's from Cleveland, too. Did you know that?"
Rhoda Jane Barry was still filling in her name and address and credit card details when a bulky man in a flappy gray suit came puffing and panting into the reception area. He was just about the same height as John, about 5'8", and he probably weighed about the same, too, somewhere in excess of 300 pounds. He was purple-faced, with protuberant blue eyes and a small curved nose that looked as if it had been stuck on as an afterthought. His eyebrows seemed to be raised in permanent surprise, like 2 arched-up caterpillars. He was sporting a wide silk necktie with scarlet and yellow diagonal stripes, and his shirt must have been at least a 22-inch collar, but it still curled upward because it was too tight around his neck.
"Pardon me, people,"
he asked in a hoarse, strangulated voice.
"Did you talk to any of my officers yet?"
He reached into his pocket and tugged out a notebook, licking his thumb and turning over the pages.
What room are you in?
I'm not in any room, said John. I'm a cabbie, and this lady is my fare.
The detective peered at Rhoda Jane Berry with his pencil raised in his hand as if he half recognized her.
Okay. What cab company?
Alphabet Cabs. My vehicle's parked right outside. You can call 'em and check if you want to. You want their number? John Dauphin's the name. John Benjamin Franklin Dauphin, the third, from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Still trying to get back there one way or the other.
The detective gave a quick shake of his jowls to indicate that it wouldn't be necessary to check John's credentials. But then he turned to Rhoda Jane Berry and said,
How about you, ma'am? What room will you be staying in?
She's 309,
said the receptionist.
309. Okay.
He wrote down 309 and sniffed. Then he said,
Have a good stay, won't you? But if you do hear anything or see anything, here's my card. Give me a call any time.
Rhoda Jane Berry looked taken aback.
What do you mean, if I hear anything or see anything? What kind of things do you mean?
The detective hesitated.
You know, anything out of the ordinary.
Anything out of the ordinary, like what, for instance?
John had to give it to her. Rhoda Jane Berry had a voice like a braided wire whip. It could cut through anything. The detective shrugged.
Anything out of the ordinary, like the room maybe changing in appearance?
Excuse me? The room changing in appearance? I don't get it. How does a room change in appearance? You mean like I'm going to be lying in bed and somebody's going to come in and start to strip off the wallpaper?
Well, to be honest, ma'am, I don't know any more than you do. But if it does change in any way at all, call me, please. Likewise, if you hear shouting or crying, or if you find anybody in your room who isn't supposed to be there.
Rhoda Jane Berry said,
Wait up a second. I seriously do not like the sound of this. Shouting or crying? People in my room who aren't supposed to be there? I'm supposed to be staying here tonight. I'm paying $160 per night. What the hell kind of crap is this?
There's no need for that language, ma'am. I'm just asking you to be vigilant tonight, which isn't a whole lot to ask, is it?
What happened here? John demanded. What's this all about?
The detective said,
You don't have anything to worry about, sir. You won't be staying here. I suggest you get right back in your taxicab now and leave.
I won't be staying here, but this lady will, and right now she's still my fare, and that makes her my personal responsibility. So what went down here?
The detective took a deep breath. Then he said,
There's nothing for you to get yourself worried about. One of the guests suffered an episode, that's all.
An episode? An episode of what? Days of Our Lives?
No, sir. She had what you might call a hallucination. She thought her room had altered in some way, and she thought she saw a strange person in her bed. When the housekeeping staff found her, she was in a state of some distress, but there was nothing in her room to indicate that what she had experienced was real. All the same, we've been taking the precaution of asking all of the hotel's guests to call me personally at any time of the night if they think they see or hear anything unusual.
John dragged out his handkerchief and blew his nose.
Sounds to me like for no good reason at all, you're causing this good lady here a whole lot of unnecessary anxiety for nothing.
You're entitled to your opinion, Mr. Dolphin.
The detective snapped back at him.
I'm simply erring on the side of caution. Now, please, if you don't mind, I have to go talk to some sane people.
Hey, wait up. Some sane people? You trying to suggest that I'm some kind of nut job?
No, sir, not at all. I didn't say that.
Excuse me, you clearly said you have to go talk to some sane people, which would suggest to me that you think I'm not one of them. What's your name, detective?
The detective reached into his breast pocket and took out another card.
There. If you have any complaints to make, just contact the UCPD. Now I have to get on.
John held up the card and squinted at it. Detective Walter B. Wasaki, University Circle Police Department, 12100 Euclid Avenue, Cleveland Heights.
Okay, he said. Thanks. You can bet that I'll be calling your chief of detectives directly after lunch. Sane people indeed. The nerve.
Before he left, however, Detective Wasaki turned back and laid a firm hand on John's shoulder pad.
Don't think I'm trying to influence you or nothing.
He breathed very close to John's ear, and his breath smelled of scallions.
But before I leave here, I'll be sure to make a note of your medallion number. And believe me, if you make a complaint against me to the Chief of D's, you'd better drive your cab real meticulous in future. And I mean real meticulous. Everywhere and forever, amen.
John looked him in the eye, trying to be challenging, but all the same he was thinking about the number of times he'd driven to pick up a fare holding a cheesesteak in one hand and a can of Dr. Pepper in the other, steering with nothing but his fingertips and his right thigh. He thought of all the illegal U-turns which cut minutes off call-out times, and all of the convenient shortcuts which took him the wrong way down one-way streets. He thought of all the times he'd driven to the airport on I-71 at more than 85 miles an hour because he was running late for a pickup. He said nothing, but Detective Wasaki kept his hand pressed down on his shoulder pad and kept staring at him without blinking for a full 5 seconds to show that he meant business.
"Ma'am,"
said the receptionist,
"here's your key card. I'll have somebody bring your luggage up to your room."
Detective Wasaki turned and walked off. John watched him for a moment and then said,
"No, it's okay, ma'am. I'll carry your case up for you."
He followed Rhoda Jane Barry to the elevators, which had highly polished brass doors. He could see himself standing beside her in his crumpled linen suit, his belly bulging over the waistband. He always thought that he could have been handsome if he hadn't loved food so much. When he was a teenager, he had looked a lot like Tab Hunter. Well, more snub-nosed, like Tab Hunter pressing his face against a Burger King window. Now, he thought he looked like every fat guy who ever was. Fat. He wasn't sure why he felt so protective of Rhoda Jane Barry. She must be reasonably wealthy, but she was trashy, too, and he'd always been attracted to trashy women. His first serious girlfriend, Charlene, had been trashy, with the dirtiest laugh and the biggest breasts and the shortest conceivable skirts. But when he had returned from his stint in the army, she'd taken one look at him, and he had known before a word was spoken that their relationship was over. He might have been the only 3-time winner of the Fort Polk Prize for Culinary Excellence, but he had more than trebled in weight. After a long silence, Charlene had said,
"Jesus, it's the Pillsbury Doughboy."
"Meeting the rest of your family today?" he asked Rhoda Jane as they went up in the elevator.
"Not if I can help it."
"Oh, not too close, then."
"You could say that. They're a collection of mean-minded sons of bitches, all of them. I only came here to make sure I got what's coming to me in Grandma's will."
"Oh, so what are you gonna be doing tonight?"
"Not going out with you, if that's what this is leading up to."
"Hey, of course not," John protested. "I'm just making small talk, that's all. You know, like persiflage."
The elevator chimed and the doors slid open. Before she stepped out, Rhoda Jane prodded John with her long purple fingernail and said,
"If there's one thing I'm a real good judge of, Mr. John Dolphin, it's men. And I've been watching you watching me in your rearview mirror ever since we left the airport. And I saw you looking up my dress when I got out of your cab."
John said,
"All right. I think you're very attractive. Is that a crime? And besides, it's Dauphin, like the eldest son of the King of France, not Dolphin like in Flipper."
"Pity. Dolphin kinda suits you."
They reached room 309. John put down Rhoda Jane's suitcase and opened the door for her. Then he switched on the lights and hefted her suitcase onto the linen chest in the corner.
Nice room, he said, looking around. It was decorated in turquoise and gold with brocade drapes and a bedspread to match. He went to the window and peered out. You got a great view of the university, too.
Really?
Don't knock it. I hear they have a first-rate department of anthropology.
That's a relief. Switch on the TV for me, would you?
John switched on the television while Rhoda Jane sat on the bed and took off her shoes.
God, my feet. I mean, I really love these shoes, but...
John handed her the remote control. You'll have to work this out for yourself. I'm not too good when it comes to technology.
Rhoda Jane flapped one hand.
Anything'll do, so long as they're speaking English. I really have to go to the little girl's room.
When she stood up without her shoes on, she was at least 3 inches shorter than she'd been before. She padded off to the bathroom and closed the door while John flicked through the TV channels. As far as he could see, it was the usual daytime diet. As the World Turns and the Electric Company for Kids, followed by General Hospital, American Justice, and the Tyra Show. Tyra was talking to a plump young woman who wanted to swallow a tapeworm so that she could lose weight. John wondered if he ought to do the same, but apart from the very idea of it making his mouth feel all greasy and his throat close up, he doubted if any tapeworm could keep up with him. He could finish a whole muffaletta sandwich in less than a minute, complete with extra provolone.
Hey, you want to come see this? He called out.
An entrepreneur who sold tapeworms on the internet had joined Tyra and her guest and was lifting one of them out of a jar, all 4 feet of it, pale and slippery, with 4 suckers around its head. John turned around. Rhoda Jane was still in the bathroom with the door closed, but he could see himself in the mirror over the dressing table. He could see the reflection of the TV screen, too, but inexplicably the reflected TV screen wasn't showing Tyra Banks and her 2 guests. Instead, it was showing an indistinct image of a darkened room, as if it was being filmed by a closed-circuit camera. A woman in a stained white nightgown was lying on a bed, and a man was repeatedly walking backward and forward in front of the camera, although John couldn't see who he was because his head was cut off by the top of the screen. Baffled, John looked back at the real TV. The tapeworm entrepreneur was lowering the worm back into the jar, along with several other coiled-up companions, and Tyra was screaming and laughing in disgust. John looked back at the TV in the mirror. The man was bending over the woman on the bed, and although John couldn't hear what she was saying, it looked from the expression on her face as if she were crying and begging.
Ma'am?
John called out. He heard the toilet flush and the faucets in the bathroom basin splashing. The man who was bending over the woman on the bed moved slightly to his right so that he obscured the woman's face. He appeared to be jerking his left elbow backward and forward in a strange, repetitive way. John could only see the woman's bare legs, but they were covered in huge maroon bruises, and they were twitching and convulsing as the man continued to jerk his elbow.
Ma'am?
John repeated. He wanted Rhoda Jane to see this, partly because he couldn't believe what he was seeing with his own eyes, and partly because he was worried that this might be an example of what Detective Wasaki had called anything out of the ordinary.
Okay, keep your toupee on.
The bathroom door opened, and Rhoda Jane stepped out, still brushing her hair.
Sorry if I kept you waiting, but I was busting.
She walked across the room and opened her pocketbook.
How much do I owe you?
John said,
The TV, ma'am. Take a look at the TV.
Hold up. Let me get my glasses. I can't see a goddamn thing without my glasses.
As she was rummaging in her pocketbook for her purse and her spectacles, John saw a dark red stain spreading quickly across the sheet on which the woman was lying. The man stood up straight, and for a split second John could see the woman's face again. She seemed to be staring directly at him, her eyes bulging in pain, her mouth dragged downward in a silent howl. Then the TV screen flickered and jumped, and the image of the darkened room vanished, and was instantly replaced by a commercial for head-on headache cure, or Nodaeh, as it appeared in the mirror. Rhoda Jane came up behind him wearing her glasses and laid a surprisingly familiar hand on his shoulder.
So, what did you want me to see? Oh, not this goddamn head-on commercial. It must be the worst commercial ever. Head-on, apply directly to the forehead. Head-on, apply directly to the forehead. Jesus, I can hear it in my sleep.
No, not that, John told her. There was something on the Tyra show, that's all. It doesn't matter.
The Tyra show? That crap? You have very strange tastes, Mr. Eldest Son of the King of France. How much do I owe you?
$44, but let's call it 40. The traffic wasn't your fault.
Rhoda Jane gave him a $50 bill and said,
Keep the change, my good man, but don't spend it all on bacon fries.
John headed for the door and opened it. Before he left, though, he turned around and said,
Here, let me give you my cell phone number.
What for? I'm still not going out with you.
I know that. I'm not asking you to. But just in case.
Just in case of what, for instance?
Well, just in case something weird happens. Weird things do happen. I've had some pretty weird things happen to me in my time.
You and that detective, you're both as screwy as each other if you ask me. Tweedledee-dum and Tweedledee-dee.
John took a ketchup-spotted business card out of his breast pocket and offered it to her.
More'n likely, ma'am, everything's gonna be fine. But if you get spooked or anything and you feel too reticent to phone the cops, give me a call and I can be around here in 5 minutes flat. I only live in Glenville.
Rhoda Jane hesitated for a moment, but then she took his card and tucked it into her cleavage.
Okay, big boy, whatever you say. But I don't believe for one single second that my room is going to change into the Chamber of Horrors, or that I'm going to hear screaming in the middle of the night. And nobody else is getting in here once I've locked this door behind you, and you can be 111% sure of that.
Sure, said John. He could have tried to explain to her what he'd seen on the reflected TV screen, but she would probably think that he was deliberately trying to frighten her so that she would ask him to come around and protect her. Either that, or she would think that he was mentally challenged, or that he'd been smoking something more exotic than Marlboro Lights.
Goodbye, then, Mr. Dauphin, she told him. And thank you. You're a gentleman.
Well, I was the last time I looked. But don't forget, will you? Anything outre occurs, anything at all, anything eldritch, you pick up your phone and it'll be John Dauphin to the rescue. I mean that.
Rhoda Jane looked at him and gave him a very slight shake of her head.
Do you know something, Mr. Dauphin? Half the time I don't understand a word you're saying. But I like you. I really do-ski. I give you permission to have a dream about me tonight if you want to.
Well, I'd be careful about saying that if I were you, ma'am. Some dreams are good, but other dreams are not so good. And some dreams you can never really wake up from, even if you want to. Some dreams stay with you for the rest of your life, and you wish you'd never had 'em.
Rhoda Jane looked at him narrowly.
What are you? Some kind of dream expert?
Well, in a manner of speaking, yes, I guess you could say that I am.
They were both silent. It was only for 2 or 3 seconds, but in those 2 or 3 seconds something passed between them. One of those indefinable feelings that they were more than just cab driver and fare, more than just passing acquaintances who would never see each other again except by coincidence. Ostensibly, they had nothing at all in common. But John pointed at Rhoda Jane with a pistol-like gesture as if to say, "See you later, okay?" And Rhoda Jane closed her eyes, as if to acknowledge that he would. John turned and waddled off toward the elevators, and Rhoda Jane stood in the doorway of her hotel room watching him go. Behind her, Tyra was talking to a 22-year-old woman who wanted to auction her virginity on the internet.
The woman was saying, I always dreamed of having a lover, but somehow it never happened. Every man I ever met turned out to be a nightmare.
Chapter 3. Room 104. Lincoln was sitting alone in a corner booth of the Boa Vinda restaurant, wishing he hadn't ordered such a messy dish as calderada, when his cell phone played tracks of my tears. He shook open his white linen napkin and hastily started to wipe the thick tomato and saffron sauce from his fingers.
Lincoln?
Said a woman's voice, very small and far away.
Grace? He laughed. Wait up a second, honey. I'm in kind of a pickle here.
He put down his cell and finished wiping his hands and his mouth. Then he picked it up again and said,
Sorry, the waiter recommended this Portuguese fish stew, and it's absolutely outstanding, but you pretty much have to take a bath in it to eat it.
Lincoln?
The woman's voice repeated, as if she hadn't heard him.
Grace, you still there? You're very faint.
Lincoln?
Listen, honey, he said, why don't I call you back? I'm sitting in a hotel restaurant here. Maybe the signal's too weak.
Lincoln?
Hang up and I'll call you right back, okay?
He listened for a few seconds more, in case Grace answered him. But as he took his cell away from his ear, he heard a man say,
Lincoln?
Lincoln frowned and lifted up the cell again.
Hello? Hello? Who is this?
The man sounded hoarse, like a heavy smoker.
No need for you to know that, Lincoln.
What you mean, no need for me to know that? Who the hell is this?
You know what they say, Lincoln. Curiosity killed the cat.
I'm trying to get through to my wife here, so if you don't mind...
You need to listen to me, Lincoln. I'm your friend.
What friend?
A concerned friend. A very concerned friend. So long as you do what I tell you, that is.
Lincoln suddenly slapped the table.
Benny, is this you, man? Quit horsing around, okay? I'm trying to finish my goddamn dinner here.
Eat your goddamn dinner then, Lincoln. Enjoy it. But do not return to your room.
Is this your idea of a joke, man?
No joke, Lincoln. Do not return to your room. Not if you know what's good for you.
That's enough, Benny. It's been a long day, okay? I have 2 more meetings in the morning, and then I'll get back to you. It looks like we can get top billing for Millie D and maybe second spot for the jive machine.
You need to listen to me, Lincoln. You'll regret it if you don't. Tonight, I need my privacy. You got that? I don't want any witnesses. Not you, not anybody.
Lincoln took a deep breath and held it for a moment. Then he said,
If this is you, Benny, this isn't funny anymore. If this isn't Benny, then all I can say is go screw yourself.
There was a sudden blurt of white noise, and then a thick, persistent crackle. But that was all. Lincoln tried to see who had called him, but the only number that showed up was his own home number in Ann Arbor. He tried calling Grace again, but he couldn't get a ringtone. He edged his way out of the booth, stood up, and started to walk toward the restaurant door. One of the waiters intercepted him.
Sir? You finish up already, sir? The calderada? It was not to your like?
The calderada's terrific. I gotta make a phone call, that's all.
You don't go back to your room?
Excuse me?
I said, do you want me to keep it warm?
Lincoln stared at him. The waiter looked back at him, unblinking. Lincoln was sure that he'd said, you don't go back to your room. But maybe he genuinely misheard him. The restaurant was noisy, after all, with talking and laughter and clattering cutlery and pipe salsa music in the background.
No, you're okay,
he said slowly, and walked toward the restaurant entrance. The maitre d' was standing behind his lectern by the doorway, with polished black hair and a little black mustache and a maroon tuxedo. As Lincoln approached, he bowed his head and said,
Good evening, sir. I hope you enjoyed your meal.
I'm only stepping out to use my cell. I'm coming back in a minute.
You are not returning to your room?
Why? What's it to you?
Excuse me, sir. I don't follow you.
Why should you care whether I'm returning to my room or not?
I'm sorry, sir. I still don't understand.
The maitre d' looked totally baffled.
I made no mention of your room.
Lincoln opened his mouth. He was about to tell the maitre d' that he was either a deuce-hole or an idiot, but he decided that it was pointless. Instead, he gave him a dismissive flap of his hand and walked off. He was still unable to get a cell phone signal out in the hotel lobby, so he went outside and stood on the front steps of the hotel. A strong, gusty wind was blowing from the northwest off the lake, and dead leaves were skipping across the hotel driveway with a clatter like dancing skeletons. He tried calling Grace again, but all he could hear was the same thick crackling that he had heard before. Maybe his phone was on the fritz. The best thing he could do was to go back to his room and call her from there.
No joke, Lincoln. Do not return to your room. Not if you know what's good for you.
He went back into the hotel lobby and took a left at the reception desk. There was a gilt-framed mirror at the end of the corridor, and he could see himself walking toward it. A tall, lithe African-American in a black suit and a black silk shirt. His head was shaved, which emphasized the Nubian looks that he had inherited from his mother. A thin face with high cheekbones and a straight, narrow nose. In fact, his features were so sharp that his friends at school had nicknamed him Ice Pick. He reached room 104. As he took out his key card, a hotel chambermaid in a frilly white apron came out of room 106 next door with clean green towels over her arm. She stopped and stared at him as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing.
Good evening,
he said, giving her a smile.
Yes, sir,
she replied, still staring at him. She walked off, turning her head around twice as she made her way along the corridor, as if she were afraid that he was going to come after her. Lincoln watched her until she reached the lobby and disappeared out of sight. He thought, what the hell was that all about? But then he shrugged and inserted his key card into the lock. She could have mistaken him for somebody famous. Grace maintained that he bore a strong resemblance to the murdered rapper Tupac Shakur, so maybe it was no surprise that the housekeeper had looked at him with such anxiety. He guessed that he would be anxious, too, if he met a man who'd been shot dead in 1996. He entered his room and switched on the light. Everything appeared to be normal. The chambermaid had closed the drapes and switched on the bedside lamps, as well as turning down the bed and leaving 2 chocolate mints in the pillows. Lincoln went across to the desk, picked up the phone, and dialed 9 for an outside line. While he waited, he rotated his head to ease his neck muscles. It had been a long, punishing day, and he couldn't wait to finish his dinner, take a shower, and climb into bed. Instead of an outside line, however, he heard that sharp blurt of white noise again, followed by the soft crackling of static. Shit, he thought. Maybe there was something wrong with his home phone line. But he hadn't even dialed his number yet, so how could that be? And how come he couldn't get a line either on his cell phone or this regular landline? It didn't make any technical sense. He dialed 0 for the hotel operator. This time he got a response.
Operator, how can I help you?
I'm trying to get an outside line for room 104, but all I'm getting is this crackling sound.
Hold on, Mr. Walker, I'll see what I can do.
There was a moment's pause, and then he heard the crackling noise again. He dialed the operator again and said, I'm still getting it.
I'm sorry, sir, you're still getting what, exactly?
The crackling sound, just like before.
I'm sorry, sir, I don't hear it. All I can hear is a regular dialing tone.
There's no dialing tone, there's only this crackling sound. There was another pause, and then he heard the crackling again. He tried the operator's number again, and it rang, but this time nobody answered.
This is fucking unbelievable,
he said to his reflection in the mirror. He would have to go to the front desk and see if they could dial his home number for him. He was growing increasingly annoyed now.
His dinner was getting cold, he couldn't get through to Grace, and everybody in this five-star hotel was talking five-star bullshit. He was beginning to agree with his late look-alike Tupac, who had once said, "Reality is wrong, only dreams are for real." He thought it would be a good idea to take a leak before he went to reception, so he made his way around the bed and headed for the bathroom door. His hand was already on the doorknob when there was a thunderous crash from inside the bathroom and the whole door shook as if somebody had thrown themselves against it. He jumped back, startled, and he almost lost his balance and fell over backward onto the bed. There was another crash, and then another, and then a tumbling, squeaking noise like somebody falling into the bathtub. "Who's there?" he shouted. "What the hell are you doing?" He took hold of the doorknob again and twisted it, but the door was either locked or jammed. He heard more squeaking and more knocking, and then suddenly a woman moaning. Her moans started off quite shivery and low, as if she were calling out in dread, but then it grew increasingly shrill and panicky, and then she started screaming at the top of her voice and begging, "No, no, please don't do that. No, please don't do that." Lincoln rattled on the doorknob and beat on the door panel with his fist. "Who's in there? Open up! What the hell are you doing? If you don't open up, I'm going to call for security." The woman's screaming went on for 4 or 5 more seconds, accompanied by what sounded like bare heels drumming against an empty bathtub. Then, just as suddenly as the noise had begun, it stopped, and there was silence. Lincoln waited, his ear close to the door. He tried the doorknob again, and this time the door unlatched and opened. Inside the bathroom, it was completely dark. "Who's in there?" he repeated. There was no reply, so he pushed the door open a little further. He could make out the edge of the bathtub now, but it wasn't the shiny white-tiled bathtub that he had been expecting to see. It was an old-fashioned high-sided tub on 4 lion's claw feet, with 2 large old-fashioned faucets, both of them dripping. By the light that was shining into the bathroom from the bedroom, he saw that the tub was filthy. The sides were streaked with runnels of black and gray dirt, and the enamel inside was decorated with dark brown spatters and diagonal runs and dozens of handprints, as well as a thick, greasy tide mark. There was nobody lying in the tub, however. He must have imagined all that screaming and thumping. Nobody could have jumped out of the tub that quick. And where would they have hidden themselves even if they had? In the far corner of the bathroom, high up on the wall, there was a small grimy window. But even though the window was so dirty, Lincoln could see that it was daylight outside, even though it was almost 8:15 in the evening. He could hear a very faint pattering, too, which sounded like rain. He frowned. It had been very windy when he went outside to try and talk to Grace, but it had been totally dry. He pushed the door open all the way. It met with some resistance. There was a sodden, stained bath towel lying twisted on the floor, as if somebody had been unsuccessfully trying to clean the tiles with it. The tiles themselves were mottled green, with brown splashes across them, and a complicated pattern of bare footprints, pointing every which way, as if somebody had been dancing around the bathroom without their shoes on. They were small and narrow, like a woman's feet, or maybe a child's. Lincoln took a cautious step forward, and as he did so, he saw that there was a shower stall on the opposite side of the room. A shower stall whose glass door was so filthy and fogged up that it was impossible to tell if there was anybody in there. He strained his eyes in the gloom, however, and he thought he could make out a dark, hunched shape inside it, but he guessed it was probably nothing but a shadow. There was a toilet beside it, with its mahogany seat raised. The smell in the bathroom was sickening, like drains clogged up with slimy gray human hair and unflushed urine that had turned dark amber, and something else, too, a horrible thick sweetness that filled up his nose and his throat and made him feel like gagging. It reminded him of the bathroom in his boyhood home in the Brightmoor ghetto, the bathroom in which his older brother Nelson had died, on the toilet, of a heroin overdose. The question was, how had his pristine white-tiled hotel bathroom turned into this? There was only one door to the bathroom, so he couldn't have chosen the wrong door by mistake. And even if he had, he couldn't imagine the Griffin House Hotel leaving any bathroom in such a disgusting condition. He pulled the light switch cord. As he did so, and the fluorescent lights popped on, he saw that he must have been suffering from some kind of an optical illusion. The bathroom was pristine. The bathtub was shiny and white, with gold-plated faucets. The hand basin was sunk into black streaky marble, and next to it there was a guest amenity tray with complimentary bottles of shampoo and body lotion and aftershave. The shower stall was sparkling clean, with an engraving of seagulls on its frosted glass door. There were towels, but they were all fluffy and dark green and neatly arranged on a heated towel rail. Lincoln stared at himself in the mirror. He was surprised by his own lack of expression. He placed his left hand on the marble surround of the hand basin, and it was cool and polished and indisputably real. With his right hand he turned on one of the faucets, and that was real too. The filthy old-fashioned bathroom had completely disappeared, if it had ever existed at all. This bathroom even smelled good, like green tea bath oil. "You're losing it, Link," he told himself. He went over to the toilet, lifted the seat, and relieved himself. He kept on staring at himself as he washed his hands. "You're really losing it. You're working too hard, that's what's wrong with you. You're always living on the edge. You got to chill, bro." He left the bathroom and closed the door behind him, although he didn't turn the light off. He stood for a while at the end of his bed, his head bowed, trying to untangle his thoughts. Then he went over to the phone and pressed 9 again. It could be that when he had tried to get an outside line before, he'd been suffering from the same delusion that had made him believe that his bathroom was so slummy. This time he managed to get a dial tone. He punched out his home number and waited while it rang. It rang and it rang, and he had almost given up hope that Grace was going to answer when the phone was picked up. He said, "Grace, honey, it's me. Sorry I took so long to call you back." There was a long silence, and then he heard the same man's voice that he had heard before.
"What did I tell you, Lincoln? What did I specifically tell you? Were you not listening to me, or what?"
"Who the hell are you?" Lincoln demanded. "What the hell are you doing in my house? Where's my wife?"
"I'm not in your house, Lincoln. I'm much closer than that. But I specifically told you not to go back to your room, didn't I?"
"You listen to me. If you think you can bump my dome, you got yourself another thing coming. I'm gonna track you down, dog, and I'm gonna come looking for you. And believe me, you're gonna wish you never got onto my phone line ever."
There was another sharp hiss of white noise, and then the line returned to its monotonous crackling. Lincoln said, "Damn," and then, "Damn," and hung up. He thought maybe he should try his cell phone just once more. If he couldn't manage to talk to Grace, then at least he should be able to send her a text message. He looked around the room. Where the hell had he left his cell? Then he remembered. He had put it down beside the hand basin in the bathroom and forgotten to pick it up. He went back to the bathroom and opened the door. He had opened it only 2 or 3 inches, however, before he stopped himself. He had made a point of leaving the light on, but now the bathroom was dark again. Not only that, he could smell that appalling stench of blocked drains and aging urine and whatever that terrible sweetness was. He hesitated for a very long time. Then he reached his hand inside the door and groped around for the light cord. He found it and tugged it, but it didn't work. The fluorescent tube must have burned out.
"Come on, Link. Just go in and pick up your cell. You've seen for yourself that there's nobody in there."
He opened the door wider and stepped inside. But there was no cell phone lying beside the hand basin, because there was no hand basin. Only that old-fashioned bathtub with all of its splashes and drips and its dozens of handprints. He hunkered down to see if his cell might have dropped on the floor, but there was no sign of it.
It must be here in this bathroom in some reality, he thought. But it sure isn't here in this reality.
He stood up. He didn't have any choice now. He would have to go to the reception desk, not only to see if he could get through to Grace, but to ask them if he could change rooms. There was no way he was going to sleep next to this bathroom, not in a million years. It was not only filthy, it was scary, too. How could it be daylight in here when it was dark outside? How could it be raining when he knew for sure that it wasn't? He turned back toward his bedroom. But now this had changed, too. The bedside lamps had disappeared, and the room was lit only by a single bare bulb hanging by a frayed cord from the ceiling. The queen-sized bed with its green tapestry throw had been replaced by an iron-framed bed with only a soiled striped mattress on it. The thick green carpet had vanished, and now there was only dirty beige linoleum covering the floor. The walls no longer had pictures on them, and there were no drapes hanging at the window. There was a strong, musty smell of rat's urine. Outside the window he could see gleaming wet rooftops with gray clouds hurrying over them, and iron fire escapes. This was room 104, on the first floor, and yet it looked as if it were 3 stories up at the very least. It could even be higher. He could hear the soft patter of rain, and police sirens wailing in the distance. Lincoln thought,
"You got to get out of here now. You're going crazy."
He crossed over to the door and tried to open it, but it was locked. He jiggled the handle up and down and pulled at it, but still the door refused to open. He hammered on it with both fists and shouted out, "Help! Let me out of here! Help!" He paused and listened, and he was sure that he could hear telephones ringing and people laughing. He banged on the door even harder and screamed, "Help! I'm trapped in here!" until his throat felt raw. But still nobody came to let him out. He stepped away from the door, panting. He gave it a hard kick, and then another. He cracked one of the lower panels, but the door was much too solid for him to break down. He knew better than to take his shoulder to it. He had done that years ago after an argument with Grace, and he had dislocated his left arm. Agitated, breathing hard, he paced backward and forward up and down the room. He couldn't understand how or why it could have altered like this. It was not as if he recognized it. The apartment in Brightmoor in which he'd been brought up as a boy had been damp and scabby too, but nothing like as derelict as this. He had hung out with his friends in abandoned houses in Hamtramck and Highland Park, but he'd never seen a room that resembled this one in any way, so he doubted if he was reliving some kind of childhood trauma. He went to the window and looked out, his forehead pressed against the chilly glass. He didn't recognize the neighborhood at all, but wherever it was, it certainly wasn't University Circle, Cleveland, where the Griffin House Hotel was located. It didn't look like any part of Cleveland that he'd ever seen, nor any part of downtown Detroit either. He had lost his cell phone, and there was no phone beside the bed, so there was no way that he could call the reception desk for help. He thought of climbing out the window onto the fire escape, and then down to the ground. But what would happen if he did that? In reality, this room was on the first floor. If he accepted an alternative reality, maybe he would become trapped in that alternative reality forever, and never be able to come back. He was still staring out of the window when he heard a woman's voice calling out. It was so weak that it was barely audible, and it sounded bubbly, as if she had a mouthful of water.
Please, please don't leave me here. Please.
Lincoln felt a crawling sensation all the way down his back. He turned around and saw that a woman was lying diagonally on the bed, half covered by a stained pink satin quilt. She was dark-skinned, with a plump heart-shaped face and thick wavy black hair, Hispanic or mixed race. There were plum-colored circles under her eyes, or they could have been bruises. On her left cheek, she had a large black beauty spot, or maybe a mole. Her lips were scarlet and shiny, as if she had thickly applied too bright a shade of lipstick.
Please, don't leave me,
the woman whispered. She had a strong Spanish accent.
Okay, lady,
said Lincoln, trying to sound reassuring.
I'll try to get you some help.
No, yo estoy not,
the woman told him.
What happened? How'd you get in here?
He brought me here. El prestidigitador. He caught me, and he brought me here.
Who did?
I don't know his name. Don't leave me, please. I'm dying.
Are you sick? This guy beat up on you? What?
The woman closed her eyes and didn't answer him. Lincoln hesitated, not knowing if he should try to shake her awake. Probably best not to touch her, he thought. She might have a neck or a spinal injury, and shaking could prove fatal. He went back over to the door and gave it another kick.
Open this door,
he screamed.
Open this fucking door! There's a woman dying in here! Help me!
There was no response. Lincoln looked back at the bed, and the woman still had her eyes closed. What the hell was he going to do now? He could go on kicking at the door, but if nobody could hear him, what was the point? He could wait until morning for the hotel housekeepers to do their rounds, but quite apart from the fact that the woman on the bed was close to dying, it was already daylight outside, so when would it be morning? And how would the housekeepers get in here if this was a different reality? He was still standing by the door when his decision was made for him. He saw nobody and heard nothing, but suddenly he caught the strong, raw smell of gasoline, as if somebody had splashed it all around the room. He sniffed and sniffed again. The smell was so strong that it burned his throat and made his eyes water. Then, without any warning at all, the woman on the bed exploded into flames. A wave of heat seared Lincoln's face, and he stumbled backward, lifting up his hand to shield his eyes. Within seconds, the whole mattress was blazing like a bonfire. Lincoln tried to edge closer, but the heat was so intense that he couldn't get anywhere near enough to drag the woman off the bed. Lurid orange flames licked right up to the ceiling, and the bedroom rapidly began to fill up with whirling sparks and billowing brown smoke. Although she was burning from head to foot, the woman didn't move or cry out. So Lincoln guessed that she must have died a few minutes before when she had closed her eyes. But in any case, there was no time to think of trying to save her. The linoleum flooring was ablaze, spitting and shriveling as it burned, and he knew that he had to get out of the bedroom somehow or he was going to die too, and in only a few seconds. 15 years ago, his uncle and his aunt and his 4 cousins had all died in a house fire in Brightmoor. They had been overwhelmed by toxic smoke in less than 2 minutes, huddled together behind a front door that they hadn't had the strength to open. Lincoln pulled out his handkerchief, folded it into a pad, and pressed it against his nose and mouth. Then, keeping as low as he could, he crouched his way toward the bathroom. In spite of the fire, he was still reluctant to climb out of the window in case he could never climb back. He reasoned that he could break open the bathroom window if he needed ventilation, and there was plenty of water there, too. He pushed his way through the bathroom door and quickly slammed it shut behind him. Then he dragged a soggy towel across the floor and wedged it underneath the door to keep the smoke out. He stood for a while with both hands pressed against the wall, coughing and wheezing. He was still shocked and bewildered by the way in which the Hispanic-looking woman had appeared as if from nowhere, and the way in which she had abruptly caught fire. He had smelled gasoline in the seconds before the bed had exploded, for sure. But where had it come from? He turned around, with his back to the wall, trying to suppress his coughing. If smoke started to seep into the bathroom, he guessed that he could balance on the edge of the bath, break open the window, and squeeze his way out. The window frame was just about wide enough. But for all he knew, it was a sheer 3-story drop out there, and even if he managed to escape uninjured, would he ever be able to climb back in again?
Maybe this is nothing but a nightmare, he thought. Maybe I was overtired and I went to bed and I'm simply dreaming all this. It can't be happening. It's impossible.
He reached out cautiously and touched the brass door handle. It was already too hot for him to hold, and the door panels were growing warmer as well. He began to think that he had made the wrong decision shutting himself in the bathroom. At least there'd been a fire escape outside the bedroom window, no matter what reality it might have led him into. He was sweating now, and he wiped his forehead with his shirt sleeve. As he did so, he heard a shuffling noise inside the shower stall. He had seen a dark shape inside it before, but he had assumed that it was nothing but a combination of dirt and shadows. Now he could see that it was moving. Something inside the shower stall was alive.
"Who's that?"
he called out.
"Come out here where I can see you."
There was no answer, and he felt too foolish to call out a second time, in case it was nothing but an optical illusion, or maybe an animal that had gotten itself trapped, a dog or a cat or a raccoon. But then the shower stall door was pushed open with a reverberating shudder, and a man stepped out of it. Lincoln opened and closed his mouth and coughed, but he couldn't find the breath inside him to speak. The man was tall, at least as tall as Lincoln, and maybe an inch or two more. But he was also very thin, with arms and legs that were disproportionately long. He was wearing a black tuxedo with a black silk vest underneath it, and a black shirt with a black bow tie. His hair was white and ragged and almost shoulder-length. What alarmed Lincoln about him the most, however, was his face. It was very pale gray, like a face in a black-and-white photograph, and it was blurred, as if he had moved when he was having his photograph taken. Lincoln could make out the dark smudges of his eyes and the upward-sloping curve of his lips, but that was all. The rest of his features seemed to be permanently out of focus.
"I warned you not to come now, didn't I?"
the man told him hoarsely.
"You would not listen to me, though, would you? You out-and-out refused to listen."
"Who are you?" Lincoln demanded. "What the hell is going on here?"
"Things that are no concern of yours, Lincoln. Things that you would have been wiser to stay ignorant of. But of course it's much too late now, isn't it? You have come here, in spite of the fact that I specifically asked you not to, and you have witnessed what you have witnessed. And I cannot risk anybody interfering in what I am doing here. Not you. Nobody."
"But there's a woman dead out there," Lincoln protested. "There's a woman dead out there and the whole goddamn bedroom is on fire. It isn't even my bedroom, and it sure as hell isn't my bathroom either."
The gray-faced man tapped his forehead.
"It is the power of the mind, Lincoln. That is what it is. It is the power of the human imagination, unbridled by consciousness. The power of dreams."
"I don't understand one goddamn word of what you're talking about," Lincoln told him. "I don't want to know either. All I know is I want to be back in my real hotel room, back in my real reality."
The gray-faced man shook his head so that his ratty white hair swung from side to side.
"Not possible, Lincoln. You would speak to people, and those people would not necessarily understand what I am doing here. But they could well speak to other people who do understand. And then it would be mayhem."
He paused, and then he said,
"Mayhem, from the Anglo-Saxon word meaning to maim, or to seriously injure."
Behind Lincoln, the bathroom door cracked loudly as the heat from the bedroom split the wood. Without any further hesitation, the gray-faced man reached into the shower stall and took out a long cross-cut saw. He lifted it up in front of Lincoln's face and took hold of the end of the blade so that he could flex it one way and then the other.
"See this, Lincoln? The tool of my trade, fine Pennsylvania steel with champion-pattern teeth. cuts through anything, this beauty. Faster than any chainsaw.
Lincoln said nothing, but backed away as far as he could. The gray-faced man came after him, still flexing the saw blade so that it went whoop, whoop, whoop.
You cannot say that I did not give you fair warning, Lincoln,
said the gray-faced man. He was much closer now, and Lincoln found it even more disconcerting than ever that his features were so blurred. It was just as if his face were shaped out of nothing but fog.
You stay away from me, said Lincoln. If you even take one step closer. You will do what exactly? Scream like a girl like they all do? They all scream, you know. Every one of them. They howl like bitches, men and women both. I have never known a single one of them suffer in silence. It is against human nature.
He stopped flexing the saw, and then without any hesitation at all, he slashed it diagonally across Lincoln's right shoulder. It cut through Lincoln's shirt and into his deltoid muscle, almost a half-inch deep, and Lincoln could actually hear his flesh rip. Blood sprayed down his arm all the way to his elbow and spattered across his cuff. He crashed backward against the bathroom door and tried to grab the gray-faced man's wrist, but the gray-faced man yanked the saw vertically downward, and its irregular teeth tore into Lincoln's knuckles. Lincoln pushed him hard with both hands, and the gray-faced man staggered backward, but at the same time the edge of the saw almost took Lincoln's right thumb off. Suddenly there was blood flying everywhere like a scarlet blizzard. Neither of them spoke as the gray-faced man came for Lincoln again, swishing the saw blade from side to side as if it were a saber. Lincoln thought,
he's gonna kill me. He's gonna cut off my fingers and cut my face apart, and then he's gonna cut my fucking head off.
There was only one way to escape. As the gray-faced man came closer, he reached across and took hold of the bathroom door handle. The handle was so hot that it blistered his fingers instantly, and he shouted out, "Ah, shit!" The wet towel was tangled underneath it, but he pulled the door open as wide as he could, keeping himself shielded behind it as he did so. With a roar like a ravenous lion, a huge orange fireball rolled into the bathroom, hungry for all the oxygen that it could devour. The gray-faced man lost his balance and stumbled backward, colliding with the shower stall and cracking the glass. He didn't lose his grip on his saw, however, and the instant the fireball had dissipated, he came for Lincoln again, slashing the saw blade even more violently so that it whistled and sang as it cut its way through the air.
They all scream, Lincoln, he repeated in that thick, hoarse voice. They all scream, every one of them. They howl like bitches. And you, Lincoln, you will be no exception.
Lincoln wrenched the bathroom door even wider. The bedroom was filled with dense brown smoke now, and through the smoke he could see flames dancing like demons dancing in hell. The heat was overwhelming, but he knew that he had no choice. He took a deep breath and plunged right into the inferno, keeping his hands held high to protect his face.
"Fool!" screamed the gray-faced man. "You really think you can get away?"
The gray-faced man started to come after him, slashing at the smoke. But Lincoln had managed to find his way to the window. He twisted the catch, burning his fingers again, and heaved the window upward. Immediately, a huge rush of cold air blew into the bedroom, sprinkled with raindrops. With a deep whoomph, the flames jumped up like a fiery Mexican wave, and the gray-faced man temporarily disappeared behind them. Lincoln felt the heat on the side of his face, and he could smell his own hair burning. But he climbed out of the window onto the fire escape and dragged down the window behind him. As he did so, he could see the gray-faced man through the flames, with his cross-cut saw still lifted, as if to warn him that this wasn't over yet. Lincoln looked over the railing. 3 stories below him, a narrow alley ran between this building and a derelict warehouse next door, crowded with broken crates and empty window frames and overflowing trash cans. He grasped the wet handrail and started to make his way down. It was too late now to worry what reality this might be, and if he would ever be able to return. As far as he was concerned, he was lucky just to be alive. He had only just started going down the second story when one of the metal treads gave way beneath him. His left foot plunged through the gap, right up to the ankle, and the broken tread fell all the way down to the alley, bouncing and clanging when it reached the ground. He lurched forward, grabbing both handrails to stop himself from falling. But then the next tread gave way, and the next, and then the entire section of fire escape on which he was standing came tearing away from the wall. He didn't know why he continued to grip the handrails, because the whole structure was plummeting into the alley. But there was nothing else for him to hold on to. He wasn't aware of any sound, no banging or clattering, although the noise of the collapsing fire escape must have been a deafening cacophony of falling metal. All he heard was the rush of air in his ears as he dropped toward the alley below him, as if he were an angel dropping from a great height. He didn't even hear himself hitting the ground. Chapter 4. Rooms 237 and 239. Kieran was sitting up in bed watching Paranormal Activity and eating handfuls of chili peanuts when Kira came in through the connecting door in her bright pink knee-length pajamas. She climbed onto the bed next to him and said,
"What are you watching this crap for? You have enough trouble sleeping without watching scary movies."
Kieran clapped another handful of peanuts against his mouth.
"It's good. It's all about this girl who thinks she's being stalked by this demon and she can't get away from it."
"The same way that I am, you mean, by Mickey Voralnik?"
"Mickey Voralnik isn't a demon. He's just a crappy two-bit pain-in-the-ass promoter. You shouldn't pay him any mind."
"But he's always there, right in my face, isn't he? When has he ever missed one single concert, or one single promotion, or one single TV special? Don't tell me he won't be sitting in the front row tomorrow night. I'm sick of the sight of him grinning at me and giving me those winks and those little finger waves. And those endless text messages. 'Kira, I know you're a twin, but you're the true star. You could shine so much more brightly if you only dumped your brother and let me handle your meteoric rise to fame and fortune.'"
Kieran shrugged.
"Maybe you should go solo. You always sang 100 times better than me."
Kira scruffed up his thick blonde hair and gave his shoulder a shove.
"We're the Kaiser twins, stupid. And even if I did split up with you, I wouldn't let Mickey Voralnik handle me. I mean, like, yuck. That comb-over. And bad breath or what?"
Kieran continued to chew for a while. Then he said,
"What if I was to split up with you?"
"What do you mean? You don't seriously want to split up with me, do you?"
"I don't know. Yes.
No. I guess I'm just bushed, that's all. All this frickin' traveling. I don't even know which city we're supposed to be in. Cleveland, Ohio. Tomorrow we open at the State Theater at Playhouse Square for 3 alternate nights, and then we're off to not-so-sunny Cincinnati."
Cleveland? Jesus. To think we got famous to wind up in Cleveland, the mistake on the lake. If that's not a frickin' paradox, I don't know what is.
The twins sat on the bed in silence for a while. They were 17.5 years old, although Kira was actually older than Kieran by 31 minutes. They had blonde hair and faces that were almost ethereally good-looking, with wide green eyes and straight Grecian noses and sensual lips. Their manager Lois Schultz often said that they reminded her of the very young Elvis Presley and his twin Jessie.
Well, they would if Jessie had been a girl instead of a boy, and if he hadn't been stillborn.
Lois often came out with remarks like that. In actual fact, they looked like their mother, Jennifer Kaiser, who had died of an apparent stroke only 2 hours after giving birth to them. Their father, Jim, had raised them as if they were the most precious children on earth. And to him, of course, they had been. They were the living reminder of the woman he had loved so much and lost. Kieran and Kira had always sung songs together, ever since they were very small. They used to swing on their swing set at the end of their yard in Brentwood, harmonizing Puff the Magic Dragon. To them, singing together was as natural as talking. When they were 16, Lois had heard them singing in their high school musical Grease and had persuaded their father to let her take them on. Within 2 months, they had appeared on America's Got Talent and won rapturous applause from the audience, and the day after their 16th birthday, they had been signed by Sony. Their first album, Kaiser Twins, had reached number 9 on the Billboard Top 100.
I don't know why you think this movie is so scary, said Kira, frowning at the TV. Ghosts never hurt people, do they? Not real ghosts.
That old bum was scary, Kieran reminded her. That one we saw on Santa Monica Boulevard?
Well, kind of. But he didn't actually do anybody any real harm, did he? Just stepping right out in front of cars like that?
He could have caused a serious accident.
Only in somebody's pants.
Kieran gave his sister a wry smile and shook his head. What time do they want us for the run-through tomorrow?
Early. 7 at the latest. Lois wants us to make some changes. She wants us to finish up with Magic Mirror instead of I Love the World and the World Loves Me. She thinks it's much more upbeat and the audience always sing along, so we can make it into a really grand finale. She's even hired a 12-piece horn section.
Jesus, I don't know why she doesn't go the whole hog and bring in the Mormon Tabernacle Choir.
Oh, come on, Kieran, it's going to be amazing. There's going to be hundreds more mirrors, too, so the whole stage is going to be sparkling.
Kieran smacked the chili powder from his hands. You love all of this, don't you?
What, and you don't?
Sure I do. I just don't want to spend the rest of my life singing I Love the World and the World Loves Me over and over and over until I'm about 111 years old. At some time in my life I want to do something important, something that really makes a difference.
Our singing makes a difference. We make millions of people happy, don't we?
Yeah, pizza makes millions of people happy, but that doesn't mean it's important. If you woke up tomorrow and nobody had ever heard of pizza, what difference would it make? Same with us.
So what do you want to do? Run for the White House?
I don't know. I can't describe it exactly, but I feel like I have this destiny waiting for me.
Okay, said Kira, uncertainly. Maybe you'll go to med school after all, and be like some really famous surgeon. I know plenty of people who could do with a head transplant. Mickey Voralnik, for one.
You should forget about Mickey Voralnik. I keep telling you, he's not worth it.
And you should stop watching this stupid movie and get some sleep. It's 1:30 already.
She reached over to grab the remote, but Kieran snatched it away from her. Just because you're a half hour older than me, that doesn't mean you can tell me what to do. I want to watch the end of this, okay?
Have it your way. But if you have one of your nightmares again, and you feel like crap tomorrow morning, don't blame me.
Do I ever blame you for anything?
Yes, always.
Kieran flicked a peanut at her, and it bounced off her nose. In retaliation, Kira picked up one of the pillows and whacked him over the head, so that he spilled his peanuts all over the bed cover.
Shit,
said Kieran, and hit her with his own pillow. Kira hit him back, and then the two of them clambered to their feet and stood on the bed, bouncing up and down and bashing each other with their pillows. Eventually, panting and laughing, they both lost their balance and fell over sideways. They lay on the bed, breathless, looking into each other's green eyes. Even after all of these years of growing up together, they still found it a source of fascination that they should look so much alike and think so much alike. For each of them, it was like owning a mirror which could talk back. Kira reached out and stroked Kieran's hair.
You need a haircut. Your hair's almost as long as mine.
Kieran said, The last time I had a haircut, we saw that dead guy, remember?
Oh, so you're not going to get a haircut because you're scared you might see him again?
Kieran said nothing but shook his head. It had been over 2 months ago, but they could both visualize him as clearly as if he were sitting in the bedroom with them now. Kieran had been having his hair cut in the old-fashioned barber shop in the Handlery Hotel in San Francisco. It was a long, mirrored room with a dozen red leather chairs in a row, and a row of white basins. Kieran had been sitting 2 chairs away from a bulky, balding man who appeared to be asleep. Nobody was cutting his hair or shaving him, even though there were 2 barbers at the far end of the room talking to each other and laughing. Kira had come into the barber shop carrying a whole bunch of shopping bags and said,
"You should see the dress I've just bought. Prada, $1,700.
The barber who was cutting Kieran's hair had gone to fetch more towels. Kira had said to Kieran,
"What's the matter with that guy? He looks like he's asleep."
It was then that they had both noticed that the towel around the man's neck was stained bright red, and that the stain was rapidly spreading. Kira had gone over to him and said,
"Sir? Sir? Are you okay? You look like you're bleeding."
She had turned his chair around, and it was then that the man's head had suddenly dropped to one side, revealing that his neck had been cut open all the way back to his spine. Kira had looked at Kieran in horror, but they had both realized that what they were seeing was a memory of a dead man, an afterimage, like all the ghosts they saw. None of the barbers were cutting his hair or paying him any attention, because in reality, he simply wasn't there. Later, they had Googled the history of the Handlery Hotel and discovered that Tony Sciarro, a San Francisco gangster, had been murdered in the barber shop in September of 1937 by a man who was dressed as a barber. One diagonal cut with a straight razor had almost taken his head off. His murderer was never identified or caught. Kira climbed off the bed and rearranged the pillows.
"Seriously, Kieran, you need to get some sleep. I'll wake you up at 6.
Make that 6:59. It won't take me more than a minute to get dressed."
She came up to him and hugged him and gave him a kiss.
"Sweet dreams,"
she said.
"And I mean it. None of your nightmares."
A few minutes after 3 in the morning, Kira was woken by a soft sighing noise. At first she thought it was a woman crying, but it went on for over 5 minutes, low and persistent, and she realized then that it couldn't be a woman, because a woman would have had to pause for breath. She sat up in bed and listened. After a while, she heard a light pattering sound, too, and she thought,
"Rain."
That's what it sounded like. Rain. And the sighing was the wind, blowing underneath the connecting door to Kieran's bedroom. She could smell rain, too, and wet soil. And when she drew back the bed covers and put her feet on the carpet, she could feel the wind blowing cold against her legs. She switched on her bedside lamp. Then she crossed over to the door and pressed her ear against it. Before she opened the door, she wanted to make sure that she wasn't hearing things. Kieran would inevitably wake up if she entered his room, and he had always found it very difficult to get to sleep. When he was little, she had often woken up in the middle of the night to find him standing beside her bed, staring at her, like the girl in Paranormal Activity. Not only could she hear rain pattering against the other side of the door, however, and feel the wind blowing, she could hear thunder, or what sounded like thunder. A deep rumbling sound punctuated by an intermittent slap, slap, slap. She opened the door and was immediately met with a strong blustery wind and freezing cold rain. Kieran's bedroom was no longer a bedroom. It was a steeply sloping field, and it was no longer nighttime either, although the sky was dark. Low gray clouds hurtled above Kira's head like an endless pack of hungry wolves, and the long wet grass lashed at her ankles. On the horizon, she could see a stand of oak trees silhouetted against the sky, their branches thrashing and waving in the storm. Not far away, there was an assortment of geometric shapes, triangles and rhomboids and rectangles, that looked like tents. They could have been a military encampment or a traveling circus. The rumbling and the snapping was the sound of the wind blowing through their fly sheets. Kira stood in the doorway in disbelief. She turned around, and there behind her was her hotel bedroom, with the bedside lamp shining and the bed cover turned back. She could clearly see her pink robe hanging over the back of the chair. Yet here in front of her was a wild, blustery hillside, and it had to be just as real as her bedroom because she could feel the rain on her face and hear the wind whistling. Where was Kieran's bedroom? And more urgently, where was Kieran?
"Kieran,"
she shouted.
Kieran, where are you?
Reluctantly, she walked a few yards further into the field. The storm was roaring so loudly that she could hardly hear her own voice, and it began to rain even harder, so that her pajamas were soaked through and clung to her skin, and raindrops dripped from the end of her nose.
Kieran,
she screamed.
Kieran!
She looked back at her bedroom. She was frightened that the door might close, or disappear altogether, so that she would have to stay here, wherever this was. But so far her bedroom was still there, warm and tranquil, with the bedside lamp still shining. She smeared the rain from her face with the back of her hand. She was so cold now that she was shivering. She wondered if there was any point in continuing to look for Kieran. If this wasn't his hotel bedroom, then maybe he wasn't here at all. Maybe this was nothing but a nightmare and she was still in bed. But it felt far too real to be a nightmare. She was still trying to make up her mind what to do, when, all around the darkened tents, she saw strings of colored lights winking on. There were dozens of them, every one of them blood red. She could also see an illuminated wrought iron archway with illuminated letters on top of it, although from where she was standing she couldn't make out what the letters said. She could hear music, too, carried on the wind. Odd, discordant, and eerie, like a barrel organ that was badly out of key. She turned around and started to high-step her way back through the long wet grass to her bedroom. She had gone only a short distance, however, when she saw Kieran standing about 50 yards away off to her left. He was bare-chested, and his pajama pants were as wet as hers. He had his face lifted toward the wind and the rain, but his eyes were closed as if he were praying.
Kieran,
she called him and hurried over. He opened his eyes and stared at her. For a split second, he looked as if he didn't recognize her.
Kieran, it's me. Are you all right?
She took hold of both of his hands. He felt as cold as she did.
We have to go find her, he said. What do you mean? Who? She's up there. She's been up there all the time. I don't know what you're talking about. Who's been up there all the time?
Kieran pulled his hands away and started to walk uphill toward the trees and the tents. Kira ran after him and caught hold of his arm.
Kieran, where are you going? We don't even know where this place is. This is supposed to be your hotel room, not a field.
It's a dream, said Kieran.
How can it be a dream? I can feel it. Look at me. I'm soaked to the skin.
It's not my dream. It's not yours either. It's somebody else's. That's why it feels so real.
What do you mean? How can we both be in somebody else's dream?
I don't know, but we are. And I know that she's up there, and we have to go find her.
Who's up there?
Kieran lifted his hand and touched Kira's forehead with his fingertips.
Can't you feel her? I can feel her.
Kira looked at him in bewilderment. But she began to feel a rising sense of excitement, too. She thought she knew who he was talking about. It was impossible. But so was this sloping field, and so was this wind, and so was this rain.
You mean Mom?
She said. Kieran lowered his hand and nodded.
She's up there someplace. She's been there all the time, ever since the day that you and me were born. How can that be? She didn't go away or anything. She died, Kieran. How many times have you and I seen dead people? Dozens. Yes, but none of them was anybody we knew, were they? And we've never seen Mom.
Kieran took hold of Kira's hand.
Come on, he said. She's up there, and she needs us.
Kira looked up at the dark billowing tents and the strings of red lights that flickered in the wind like blood cells pouring through human arteries.
I don't know, she said. I don't like the look of those tents at all. And even if we do find Mom, what then? She's dead. She won't be able to come back with us. Let's just see if she's there first. I don't know, Kieran. It's really scary. Yes, but I'm sure Mom knows that we're here. What is she gonna think of us if we turn our backs on her and leave her, just because we're chicken shit?
Kira took a deep, shivery breath.
Okay, then. But if we can't find her, we go back through my bedroom door, and we close it and we keep it closed.
Still holding hands, they struggled up the hill. In some places the grass was waist-high, and Kira felt as if she were wading through a stormy sea. In other places the ground underfoot was rocky and loose, like shale, and they found it difficult to keep their footing. Several times Kira turned back to make sure that her bedroom doorway was still there. It was standing in the middle of the wildly waving grass, softly lit, an unearthly vision of the real world that they had left behind them. She felt like telling Kieran that they ought to go back. Their mother had been dead for 17.5 years, and even if they found her, what could they do to help her? But Kieran kept on pulling her up the hill, and his urgency seemed to increase with every step. At last, they reached the encampment. More than a dozen tents and small canvas pavilions were clustered around a huge black marquee, as well as 7 or 8 trailers and old-style horse-drawn caravans, all of them painted in shiny black varnish and beaded with raindrops. The blood-red lights were strung up everywhere, from one tent to the next, and all around the top of the marquee. The barrel organ music was still playing, but Kira found it difficult to tell where it was coming from because it faded and swelled in the wind. It was a discordant version of In the Good Old Summertime, which she and Kieran used to sing together when they were very little, and she couldn't help herself from silently singing the words in her head. In the good old summertime, in the good old summertime. Several of the tents or trailers were lit up inside, but all of the tent flaps were tightly secured and the trailers had black blinds drawn down at every window. It was raining even harder now, and the rumble's slap of wet canvas was almost deafening. Kieran and Kira made their way around to the front of the marquee. From this angle they could read the red illuminated letters on top of the archway, even though they were trembling in the wind. They said, Albrecht's Traveling Circus and Freak Show. Kira tugged anxiously at Kieran's hand.
Kieran, she can't be here. I think we're making a mistake. Let's go back.
Strolling through the shady lanes with your baby mine.
Kieran said, No, I'm sure she's here. It's almost like I can hear her calling to us. Come on, let's just take a quick scout around.
He went through the archway, but Kira stayed where she was. She had such a bad feeling about this.
Kieran, she said, please don't. I'm really frightened.
Kieran went up to the front of the marquee and took hold of the flap.
Come on, sis. It's only some old circus. Yes, but freak show? Who has freak shows these days? I don't know, but there's only one way to find out.
You hold her hand and she holds yours, and that's a very good sign. He drew back the flap and pushed his way inside. Kira hesitated for a moment, and then she followed him. The flap was heavy and wet and smelled of soil and diesel oil and something else, too. Something that brought back a strong childhood memory. Popcorn. Once through the flap, the twins found themselves in a small, stuffy vestibule, not much larger than the inside of a wardrobe. And when the flap fell back, it was totally dark inside. Kira nearly panicked because she hated confined spaces. But then Kieran pulled back the second flap, and they stepped into the main marquee. The marquee appeared much larger on the inside than it had from the outside, with at least a dozen gasoliers suspended from the roof and dark red drapes all around the walls arranged in swags. Tiers of wooden seats were arranged around a low boarded stage. It was more like an old-time vaudeville theater than a circus tent. The cheese your Tootsie Wootsie in the good old summertime. Kieran walked out onto the stage and circled around.
Anybody here?" he called out. "Hello there! Anybody here?"
Kira said, "For God's sake, Kieran, supposing there is somebody here. We're trespassing."
"I know, but they're not going to be mad at us, are they? Circus folk, they're always real friendly."
"Oh, yes? And how do you know? You've never been to a circus in your life."
"Well, I saw Toby Tyler."
"Oh, sure, and I saw Something Wicked This Way Comes."
Kieran called out again. "Hello! Anybody here?" But again there was no reply.
"Come on, let's go," Kira urged him. "This place really creeps me out. And don't forget that we have a rehearsal first thing tomorrow. We have to get at least a couple hours sleep." Okay. But I want to take a quick look around outside."
They were about to leave the marquee when they heard a sudden clattering of feet behind the tiers of seats. They turned around, just in time to see a diminutive figure in a yellow coat running across the other side of the marquee, a figure no taller than a 6-year-old boy. It disappeared almost immediately behind a fold in the canvas. Kieran seized Kira's hand and pulled her across the stage and up the aisle between the seats.
"No,"
Kira protested, but Kieran said,
"Think about it. He must know where Mom is." "Kieran, Mom's dead. This is crazy."
"Don't tell me that you don't feel her." They reached the far side of the marquee, and Kieran ran along the canvas wall, pulling it and thumping at it with the flat of his hand, trying to find the fold into which the figure in the yellow coat had disappeared. Kira stood watching him, exhausted and afraid, but she knew better than to try and persuade him to give it up and come back to her hotel room. Once Kieran had his mind set on doing something, he always pursued it to the bitter end. "Here," he called out, lifting up the canvas to reveal an opening.
"Kieran,
come on, hurry." He pushed his way into the opening, and Kira followed him. They had a brief moment of battling with the canvas, and then they were out in the open again, amongst the trailers and the caravans, with the wind and the rain in their faces.
"Can you see him?"
Kieran shouted.
"I can't see him anywhere."
They walked quickly between the lines of trailers, looking left and right, even ducking down now and again to see if the figure in the yellow coat was crouching underneath. They reached the last trailer, and they were about to turn back when a dazzling flash of lightning lit up the whole encampment, and in that bleached-out flash they saw the figure in the yellow coat running toward one of the caravans and scaling the ladder at the back of it. The figure knocked frantically at the stable door, and the lower half of the door was immediately opened up. Before the figure scuttled inside, however, it turned its head toward them for a split second so that Kieran and Kira caught a glimpse of it.
"Jesus,"
said Kieran, and Kira felt a terrible thrill of shock. Although he was dressed as a boy in his yellow tweed coat, the figure looked more like a giant rodent. His face was covered in brindled hair, even his cheeks and his forehead, and he had a long, pointed snout rather than a nose, and protruding brown teeth. His eyes glittered as black as buttons. He vanished into the stable door and slammed it shut behind him, and as he did so there was a shattering burst of thunder, as if the whole sky above their heads were collapsing.
"What the hell was that thing?"
asked Kieran.
"I guess he must be one of the freaks, Rat-Man or something like that. My God, we should really get out of here, Kieran, I mean it." "But Mom's here, Kira. I know she is. What if we go back to your bedroom and this place disappears and we can never find it again?" "You said it was somebody's dream." "I know, and I'm pretty sure that it is. But sooner or later they're going to wake up and it's all going to vanish. And what are the chances that they'll ever have the same dream again, like ever? What's going to happen to Mom then? How will we ever find her then?"
Kira squeezed her eyes tight shut and covered her face with her hands. This was all madness. How could the two of them be in somebody else's dream? How could their dead mother be in somebody else's dream? Kieran laid his hands on her shoulders and said,
"Let's give it one last try, okay? Let's go over to that caravan and knock on the door and ask them if they know where Mom is. If they don't know what the hell we're talking about, we'll go right back to your room and close the door and try to forget this ever happened. Is that a deal?"
Kira lowered her hands and opened her eyes.
Kieran looked so much like her that she almost felt as if she were appealing to herself.
"All right," she said, "but be really careful, won't you? That rat man might bite you." "Oh, come on. The way he skedaddled off like that, he's probably a whole lot scarier of us than we are of him."
They crossed over to the caravan into which the figure in the yellow coat had just disappeared. It reminded Kira of Professor Marvel's caravan in The Wizard of Oz, except that it was varnished black and it had a frieze of carved wooden faces all the way around the overhanging roof, some of them leering, some of them scowling, some of them screaming. The rain dripped from every face as if they were all weeping, either with rage or disappointment or fear. Kieran climbed the 3 steps up to the stable door. He glanced back at Kira, and then he knocked. He waited, but there was no answer, and so he knocked again, harder this time.
"Is there anybody in there? We only want to ask you something, that's all. We're not going to hurt you or nothing."
He waited again. He was just about to try knocking a 3rd time when the shuttered windows in the stable door were both opened up. A bald, white-faced man appeared, wearing tiny wire-rimmed spectacles with mirror lenses. He had a silver ring through his nose and silver hoop earrings in each ear. He was wearing what looked like a silver satin cloak.
"What do you want?"
he demanded in a tired, impatient tone. He had an accent that sounded Eastern European. Czech, maybe.
Kieran said, "We don't want to disturb you, sir, but we think our mom may be here someplace. In fact, we're sure that she is."
The bald man looked Kieran up and down, and then he looked at Kira. "What if she is?" he asked them.
"What do you think? We'd like to see her, of course."
"And you think that this would do either of you any good?"
"Well, sure. We thought that she died when we were born, but if she didn't, I mean, we have 17 years to catch up on."
"You thought that she died?"
"That's what we've always been told."
The bald man pursed his lips for a moment, as if he were sucking a very sour candy, or thinking. Then he said,
"I suppose it depends on your definition of dying."
"What do you mean? Either she's dead or she isn't."
"You think so? You don't know too much about dying, then."
Kira was shivering and wetter than ever.
"Is our mom here or not?"
she called out. The bald man nodded.
"Yes, she's here, okay. But I don't know if you'll be very glad to see her."
"Just tell us where she is," said Kieran. "We'll decide if we're glad to see her when we see her."
"Very well,"
the bald man agreed with a sigh. He turned back toward the interior of the caravan and said sharply,
"Stay here, will you? I'm taking these young people to see Demi."
Kira couldn't hear the reply clearly, but it sounded harsh and guttural. She looked at Kieran as he climbed down from the back of the caravan, but Kieran could only shrug and pull a face to show that he didn't understand what the rat man was saying either. The bald man closed the 2 windows in the stable door, but reappeared a few moments later wearing a black ankle-length raincoat and a wide-brimmed waterproof hat. He came down the steps and approached them. He wasn't tall, but there was a strong man's solidity about him which Kira found quite intimidating. She felt that you would need to hit him very hard, over and over again, with something like a ball-peen hammer, before he would even blink.
"You're certain you want to do this?"
he asked them. He pronounced it vaunt.
"Yes, we do vaunt,"
said Kieran, trying to sound challenging. Without another word, the bald man turned and started to walk away, beckoning them to follow him. He led them between the trailers and the caravans, past a fenced-off corral in which 20 or 30 miserable-looking horses were standing in the rain, their heads down and their manes dripping, and a line of massive black Diamond T trucks, pre-World War II vintage by the look of them. They came at last to a small black pavilion, with an awning in front of it which had filled up with so much rainwater that it was sagging between its poles. The bald man drew back the entrance flap, and Kieran and Kira could see that the interior was illuminated by an oil lamp with a dim green glass shade.
"Demi!" the bald man called out. "Demi! It's Zachary!"
Kira looked at Kieran and said under her breath,
Mom's name was Jennifer. Why is he calling her Demi?
Kieran shook his head.
Maybe it's like a stage name.
"Demi, you're not sleeping, are you? I brought two young people to see you. I think you might recognize them."
Kira heard a faint, sibilant voice saying,
What time is it?
"It's 10 minutes of 2. You weren't sleeping, were you?"
No. You know me. I haven't slept in days.
"You want to see these young people or not? It's up to you, my darling. You don't have to if you don't want to."
No. All right. I'll see them.
The bald man pulled back the flap and said to Kieran and Kira,
"Go on. You can go inside. But remember that she is very delicate. I don't want you to upset her, no matter what you think."
Kira ducked her head and went inside the pavilion, with Kieran right behind her. They found themselves in an airless living area lined with moth-eaten velvet drapes and faded maroon. On the right-hand side of the pavilion, there was a gilded couch with maroon velvet cushions to match the drapes, and a gilded table with a bowl of black grapes on it. A ghostly-looking gray cat was sleeping on the couch, but as they came into the pavilion, it opened its eyes and stared at them with suspicion. But it was the tall gilded chair on the left-hand side of the pavilion that riveted their attention. It was more like a royal throne than a chair, and the woman who was sitting in it was wearing a coronet of dried flowers. She was startlingly pale and very thin, and her hair was dead white instead of blonde. But there was no mistaking her resemblance to Kieran and Kira. She had the same sea-green eyes and the same straight nose and the same sensual curve to her lips. She was wearing a tight black velvet dress with a high collar and a row of small jet buttons all the way down the front. Her thin, bony hands were resting on the arms of the chair, with long black varnished fingernails and silver rings on every finger. The bald man joined them inside the pavilion and took off his hat, deliberately shaking the raindrops over the cat so that it flinched and hissed at him.
"Here is Demi," he announced. "Demi, here is your twins."
My twins?
Asked the woman. Her voice was weak, but it was very clear.
How could I have children?
Kira could hardly breathe. The interior of the pavilion was very stuffy, and here she was, face to face with the mother she had always believed to be dead.
Mom?
She said,
It's Kira. Kira and Kieran.
The woman frowned at her.
My twins?
She repeated.
That's right, Mom. You had twins. But they said you had a stroke and died. How could I have children? Because you had a husband who loved you, Mom. You had a husband who loved you, and he's been grieving for you all of this time. But, my dear,
The woman insisted.
I can't have children.
With that, she started to unbutton the front of her dress, from the hem upward. As she did so, Kira suddenly realized, with a deep, cold feeling of dread, that the woman had no legs. The lower half of her dress, which was hanging over the seat of the chair, was empty and flat. She stared at the woman in alarm and said,
What are you doing? Mom, what's happened to you? What are you doing?
Kieran said, Stop, Mom. Stop. We don't need to see. But the woman carried on unbuttoning her dress, higher and higher, one small button after another. Kira turned to the bald man and said,
"Stop her, please."
The bald man remained impassive.
She is a sideshow. She is doing what sideshows always do. They show you what you paid to see.
"But we didn't pay to see this, for Christ's sake. We're her children. Stop her."
I cannot. I would not. She is explaining what she is. She needs to. And you need to understand.
Now the woman had unfastened her dress all the way up to her breastbone. She was still staring at Kieran and Kira. Not defiantly, not truculently, but with a terrible look of pride in her eyes that almost made Kira faint with horror. She parted her dress with both hands to reveal a bony white midriff. And that was all. She had no pelvis, no hips, and no legs. Her abdomen ended as a lumpy bag, with the crisscross scars of sutures all the way around it.
"You see, my dears,"
she said,
"I could not possibly have children. I am Demi, the demi-goddess, the half-woman. I'm surprised that you have not heard of me before. I am famous from coast to coast. Isn't that true, Zachary?"
The bald man nodded.
Coast to coast, Demi, my darling. Coast to coast.
Kira turned around and collided with Kieran. He grabbed hold of her sleeve, but she twisted herself away from him and pushed her way out of the pavilion. Once she was outside, she began to run back between the trailers and the caravans, past the trucks, past the horses, in between the tents. She could hear herself panting and see the red lights jiggling in front of her eyes. She ran out of the carnival encampment and bounded down the sloping field toward the lighted doorway of her bedroom.
"Don't close," she gasped. "Please don't close."
She turned her head around only once to make sure that Kieran was following her, which she knew that he would, and of course he was. In fact, he was less than 20 yards behind her and gaining on her. Soon the two of them were running side by side, with the thunder rumbling all around them like heavy artillery and the long wet grass whipping at their ankles. They reached the bedroom doorway, and Kira ran straight into it without even breaking her stride. Kieran came hurtling after her and slammed the door behind him. Kira fell backward on the bed, whining for breath. Kieran stood beside her, bent forward, his hands on his knees. They stared at each other for a long time, not knowing what to say, not knowing what to think, hardly even daring to understand what they had just experienced.
"That wasn't a dream,"
said Kira at last.
"Even if it was somebody else's dream, that was a nightmare."
Kieran pulled up his pajama pants. "Whatever it was, it really happened. I'm totally soaked through. And look at you, you are too." Kira looked toward the bedroom door.
"Do you think it's gone?"
she asked Kieran. They both listened. The room was silent, except for the sound of somebody talking in the corridor outside. No rain pattering against the other side of the door, no wind blowing underneath it. Eventually, Kieran went across and turned the doorknob. He opened the door about a half-inch and peered through it. Then he opened it wide. The sloping field had disappeared. The rain and the thunder and the rumbling tents had all disappeared too. There was nothing but his hotel bedroom, with the bedside lamp tipped over onto the floor and all of his bed covers dragged off the end of the bed.
"That was Mom, wasn't it?"
said Kira. Kieran said,
"Yes, I could feel it." "So, what do you think happened to her? And how did she get into that freak show? And where is that freak show? Do you think it really exists?"
Kieran shook his head. "I don't know. But there's one thing I do know. I'm not going back into the frickin' bedroom tonight. You don't mind if I sleep with you, do you?" At about 4 a.m., Kieran was woken up by somebody singing, high and breathy. It was only when he had sat up in bed that he realized that it was Kira, and that she was singing in her sleep.
In the good old summertime. In the good old summertime.
Chapter 5. A Disturbing Visitor. David said, "You're bushed. You need to take it easy. Why don't you cancel this afternoon's visit?"
Because I promised, Katie told him. It's Mrs. Copeland's birthday, and it's only in Coral Gables. I'll be fine.
Seriously, Katie, I don't think you're fine at all. That hallucination you had in Cleveland? Sure, okay, maybe it was caused by nothing more than exhaustion, but I really wish you'd let Aaron run some tests on you. I just want to make absolutely sure that you don't have peduncular hallucinosis.
David, what happened in Cleveland was an aberration, a one-off. Next time I have to go away, I'll make sure that my schedule is much less punishing. You can count on it. And what the hell is peduncular hallucinosis when it's at home?
David pursed his lips to show her that he was far from happy, but he didn't try to dissuade her any further. She would go to the Coral Gables retirement home today, no matter what he said, and both of them knew it. He could hardly lock her in her room. Katie had never loved any man as much as she loved David, but he was controlling by nature, and she constantly had to make sure that she protected her own individuality. He was handsome and athletic, and he had a buoyant sense of humor, but his psychiatric training always led him to observe closely everybody's behavior, especially hers. Sometimes she caught him watching the way she performed the simplest of everyday tasks, like spreading jelly on her toast, and she had to challenge him and say,
What? What am I doing wrong now? I'm spreading it, like, compulsively?
He finished his coffee and stood up. He was 35, only 2 years older than she was, but his hair was already steel gray. He had a squarish face and dark blue eyes, which he had inherited from his Swedish mother. He wore rimless spectacles, which accentuated his very analytical manner. "I'll be home around 7, he told her, coming around the table and giving her a kiss on the top of her head. "Maybe we can go to Shula's tonight and treat ourselves to a steak."
I love you, she said, turning around in her chair. And I won't allow myself to get too tired today, I promise you.
"Okay," he said, kissing her again. "Just remember that you're the most precious person in the whole of my life. And, since you asked, peduncular hallucinosis is a condition when a patient experiences highly realistic hallucinations. The most common ones are scary or deformed faces, or strange landscapes, or people walking in a line, or people appearing to be unusually small. It's usually caused by a variety of serious problems in the midbrain, including tumors and subarachnoid hemorrhage. So please understand why I'm concerned for you."
You're concerned? If that's what I've got, I'm 10 times more concerned than you are.
David left, and she waved to him through the living room window as he backed out of the driveway in his ruby-red Audi convertible. She cleared up the breakfast plates and stacked them into the dishwasher. Then she went through to the bedroom to get dressed. It was a warm, sunny morning, as it almost always was in Nautilus, and the French windows in the bedroom were open. Outside, she could see their small red brick yard with its terracotta flower pots and its sundial. She had taken 2 sleeping pills last night, and this morning she felt much calmer and more rested. All the same, as she sat in front of her dressing table putting on her eye makeup, she couldn't help thinking about the woman she had seen in that bloodied bed in the Griffin House Hotel. The woman must have been a hallucination. There was no other rational explanation for it. But she had seemed utterly real. And Katie couldn't imagine why she should have hallucinated about anybody who had been so horribly mutilated. She took out her coral pink lipstick and was about to apply it when the door chimes rang. She frowned at herself in the mirror. She wasn't expecting any visitors, nor any special mail deliveries. She got up and went to the front door, peering through the peephole to see who was there. It was a young man in a light green linen coat with a white rose in his buttonhole.
Yes?
she called out.
What do you want?
Katie? Mrs. Kercheval? I need to talk to you. It's important. She peered through the peephole again. As far as she knew, she had never seen this young man before, ever, although he strongly reminded her of her music teacher from junior high school. He had short reddish hair and a few freckles across the bridge of his nose, and pale blue eyes. He looked respectable enough, but maybe he was a door-to-door Bible salesman or a Mormon or a Jehovah's Witness. But how did he know her name?
What's it about?
She asked him. Something's happened to you, Katie. Something bad. I really need to discuss it with you.
Who are you?
I'm somebody who knows what happened to you, and why.
All right, then. What happened to me exactly?
Katie, I can't discuss this on the doorstep. I need to talk to you face to face.
I'm sorry. I don't think it's a good idea for me to let you in, not without some kind of ID.
The young man turned away from the front door with his right hand cupped over his ear as if he were thinking or listening. Then he turned back and said, "Your grandmother used to sing you a song whenever you came to visit. Do you remember it?"
My grandmother? What the hell do you know about my grandmother?
But very softly, so softly that Katie could barely hear him, the young man sang, "Fly, little falcon, fly high in the sky. So sharp are your claws, so sharp are your eyes. No one can escape you because you will see wherever they run to, wherever they flee." Katie stood behind the door for almost half a minute. Despite herself, despite her strong sense of self-control, she had tears in her eyes. She hadn't heard that song for more than 25 years, when her grandmother had sung it to her in the living room of her house in Sarasota, overlooking the ocean. She could see her grandmother now, her white hair fraying in the warm Gulf wind, her blue eyes faded, her neck withered, but still beautiful. One hand resting on Katie's head, as if she were blessing her, a priestess passing on a benediction.
You will turn, yes, you'll spin, and you'll drop from on high. No one can escape you, however they try.
She drew back the security chain and opened the door. The young man in the light green linen coat was standing on the porch, both arms held out wide, as if he were trying to show her that he was neither armed nor dangerous. He was grinning at her like a long-lost friend who had found her address on Facebook and turned up without warning to surprise her.
Katie, he said.
I don't know you, said Katie. Should I know you? How do you know my grandma's birdsong?
The young man kept on grinning. Is it okay if I come in? Then I can tell you all about it. Katie looked left and right, up and down the street. Only 2 doors away, Mr. Tomlinson was outside in his front yard, trimming his hedges. So she guessed she could always call out for help if this young man gave her any trouble. Besides, he didn't give her the impression that he would. He was standing well back from her, giving her plenty of personal space, with his arms still spread wide.
All right, she agreed, but any funny business?
Katie, this is very far from being funny business. This is deadly, deadly serious. She stood back and allowed him to walk into the hallway. She noticed as he passed her that he was wearing a light but distinctive cologne, slightly lemony, with a hint of vetiver grass. He went through to the living room, crossed over to the white leather couch, and said, "May I?"
Sure, sit down. Do you want coffee? I think it's still hot.
No, thank you, said the young man, raising his hand. I never eat or drink during the hours of daylight.
Oh, really? You're not some kind of a vampire by any chance?
The young man smiled, but when he spoke, he sounded completely serious. There are no such beings as vampires, Katie. Vampires exist only in folk stories. And in nightmares.
Well, that's good to know.
Yes. But there are beings which are far more frightening than vampires, and they exist not only in nightmares, but in reality, too.
Oh, really?
Yes, really. We call them dreads, because we dread them. Katie looked at him narrowly.
Dreads? Is this a joke?
Do I look as if I'm joking?
So, what then? Are you trying to scare me?
Quite the opposite. In fact, I'm trying to reassure you. But after your experience at the Griffin House Hotel, I think you already know that nightmares can be much more than your sleeping imagination gone wild. Nightmares are another world. Of course, we can only visit them when we're unconscious. But then we can only visit the real world when we're awake.
You know about my nightmare? How?
The young man hesitated for a moment, as if he were trying to think how to phrase what he was going to say next. It's what I do, Katie. You could almost say that it's my job.
Are you a cop?
No.
A private detective, then? No? Not that either? You've been talking to the Cleveland police, though, haven't you? What did they tell you? That I was just some hysterical woman who must have eaten too much cheese before she went to bed?
The young man shook his head. I haven't talked to anybody. There wouldn't be any point. Besides, the police can't deal with this. Only you can. Well, you and several others like you.
You're talking in riddles. If you're not a cop or a private detective, then what's your interest in this?
I told you. I know what happened to you, and why. I also know who you are and what you can do about it. And, most importantly, how you can do it.
All right,
said Katie.
You tell me what happened to me, and then I might believe you.
The young man patted the couch. Sit down, why don't you? Take the weight off.
I'll stand, thanks, if it's all the same to you. Just tell me what you know.
You thought you had a nightmare. In fact, you did have a nightmare. You imagined that you were in some shabby apartment in Cleveland Flats, although you probably didn't know that it was Cleveland Flats. You found a woman lying in your bed. She was begging you for help. She told you that she tried to stop her killer, but he was too strong for her. She was seriously mutilated. In fact, she was sawn in half. And I'm sure that you were very frightened.
Frightened? Said Katie. I was absolutely terrified, if you want to know the truth. But if it was only a nightmare, how come it was also totally real? I saw it. I felt it. I talked to the woman on the bed. I could even smell it, for Christ's sake. How often can you smell something you're only dreaming about?
Not often, I'll admit, the young man told her. But it was closer to being a memory than a nightmare. Somebody else's memory. You happen to stay in room 717, and the very walls of that room are a witness to what happened, even though it didn't actually happen there.
You've completely lost me. I'm sorry.
It's not too difficult to understand. Sometime in the mid-1930s, a man called Gordon Veitch broke into this woman's apartment in Cleveland Flats. He raped her and butchered her, as you saw for yourself. Shortly afterward, he checked in at the Griffin House Hotel and dreamed about what he had done to her, in every little detail. His dream was absorbed by the walls of his hotel room, not unlike movie footage being developed onto celluloid. When the police eventually went to the woman's apartment to find out what had happened to her, they could find no sign of her, and no evidence at all of how she died. No body, no blood, no fingerprints, no hair, no fibers, no semen, nothing. Every trace of what he did there had been taken away in Gordon Veitch's dream. Or nightmare, if you prefer to call it that. As if it never happened. Besides, Cleveland Flats was a really run-down area, and the police were not going to devote hours of valuable time trying to find some drug-addicted whore. The whole investigation was filed away under missing persons, and Gordon Veitch went free. But his dream of what he did remains, right until today, imprinted on the walls of room 717.
I still don't get it, said Katie. How can you take physical evidence away from one place and move it someplace else? Just by dreaming about it?
She was still suspicious that this young man was playing an elaborate practical joke on her. But how did he know everything that she had seen in her nightmare? She hadn't even told Detective Wasaki what the woman had said to her, about her attacker being too strong. The young man said, "It's like a magician's trick in a way. You know how a magician can make you believe that somebody disappears from one cabinet and reappears in another cabinet on the other side of the stage? Some dreads can do that with dreams. This dread in particular."
But how come I had a nightmare about this woman? If she was murdered as long ago as 1930-something, surely everybody else who's ever slept in that room would have had the same experience. Or some of them, at least.
No, they wouldn't. They couldn't. Not like you. Maybe one or two of them might have heard whispers or seen shadowy outlines, or simply had the feeling that there was somebody else in the room with them when there patently wasn't. But you, Katie, you're uniquely sensitive, and that's why you saw it.
Go on,
said Katie, although she still felt highly suspicious.
You don't know how special you are,
the young man told her.
You're descended from a long line of people who have the ability to enter the dreams and nightmares of other people, and to use that ability for the greater good of all humanity.
What?
I know, Katie. I know it's very difficult for you to grasp, because I've never had to call on you before. Many people have a similar ability, but they live out their entire lives, and I never have to recruit them, ever, because their talents are simply not suitable. But I need you now, and that's why I came here today to talk to you.
Who are you? Katie asked him.
And what do you mean by recruit? You're nothing to do with the military, are you?
My name is Springer. I am the earthly representative of what you might loosely describe as the forces of good.
Terrific. I was right then. You're selling Bibles.
Katie raised both hands.
I don't know how you knew my grandma's birdsong or what I dreamed about in Cleveland. Excellent sales pitch, I grant you, but I don't need a Bible, thank you. I really don't, and I think it's time for you to leave.
Springer said in a flat, expressionless tone.
Remember all those nightmares your sister Daisy used to have? Those really scary nightmares about that circus?
Katie stared at him, breathless with surprise.
Daisy died when she was 9 years old, she said. How the hell do you know what nightmares she had?
I told you, Katie. I'm not selling Bibles. I'm the earthly representative of the forces of good.
Daisy never told a soul about those circus nightmares. She never told anybody, only me.
I realize that. But like I told you, knowing about nightmares, that's my job. And Daisy's nightmare about the circus is the reason why I'm here today. Your nightmare, the nightmare you had at the Griffin House Hotel, that was part of the same nightmare, believe it or not.
How could that be?
Because the circus doesn't vanish when you wake up. It exists in its own reality. It's going on right now, even during the day, when there's nobody asleep and dreaming about it. Do you understand that? The barrel organ music is still playing. The clowns are still tumbling. The circus has a terrible, unstoppable life of its own in the world of dreams.
You said that my nightmare was part of it too, said Katie.
She felt badly shaken, and she had to sit down on the opposite end of the couch. Springer nodded. That's because Daisy was the same as you, descended from the same line. If the meningitis hadn't taken her when she was so young, I would have been talking to her today, too, and asking her to help us.
What line? I don't understand any of this.
Springer said, I know you're not very religious, Katie, but the forces of good are embodied in a spirit which is known in the waking world by many different names, and in the dream world by the name of a Shapala. A Shapala is light. A Shapala is purity. A Shapala protects us from the forces of darkness and destruction, and everything which would jeopardize our civilization and our sanity. Over the millennia, a Shapala has constantly battled to defend our world from being torn apart at the seams.
But what does any of this have to do with my nightmare?
Everything. Because the woman you encountered in your nightmare had deliberately been mutilated so that she could be presented as an attraction at the circus. The self-same circus which your sister Daisy used to dream about.
Go on.
This circus has survived in the world of dreams for nearly 9 centuries, believe it or not. Circus and freak show, I should say, because it has always had giants and dwarves and monkey women and babies with 2 heads. Until 1936, it was in hibernation, its freaks and its clowns and its animals all deeply asleep, as if they were dead. In 1936, however, Gordon Veitch found out how to rouse it, although we don't know how, and more to the point, we don't really know why. He was stopped before he could revive it completely. But he woke it up, and now it seems as if either he or somebody else is trying to finish what he began. For the past 75 years, the circus has been making itself felt in the consciousness of thousands upon thousands of people in their dreams, maybe millions. So far, when we dream about it, the music is still very faint and far away. Thank a Shapala. But if this latest attempt to bring it back to life is successful, there is a very real risk that the entire world is going to be plunged into darkness and brutality and chaos like nothing that you could ever imagine. Katie said nothing, but waited for Springer to carry on. She felt a complete sense of unreality, as if she were dreaming this too. But however outlandish his story was, Springer had to be telling her the truth. Daisy had told her all about the freaks that had frightened her so much in her nightmares, especially the woman with one eye in the middle of her forehead, and a small creature that was half human and half rat, which used to gibber and curse in all kinds of different languages. The story goes that the circus was originally created in the middle of the 12th century by a Cistercian monk from the Maulbronn monastery in Germany. His name was Brother Albrecht, and he was supposed to have been so handsome that some of the villagers in the Salzbach Valley believed that he was a saint. Maybe he was a saint, but if he was a tainted saint, because he had a passionate affair with one of the prettiest girls in the village. Unfortunately for Brother Albrecht, she was already married, and her husband came home one day and found them in bed together. After he had beaten Brother Albrecht almost senseless, her husband tied him up and sawed off his arms at the elbows, so that he would never be able to touch another woman. Then he sawed off his legs at the knees, so that he would permanently have to be kneeling on the floor to pray for forgiveness. He daubed the stumps of Brother Albrecht's arms and legs with scalding pitch to prevent him from bleeding to death. I won't tell you what he forced his wife to do, as punishment for her infidelity.
That's a horrible story,
said Katie.
That's absolutely horrible.
Yes, it is. But I wish it were only a story. Chapter 6. Avenging Claw. Katie didn't know what to say. She felt as if she ought to tell Springer to get out of her house right now and never come back. But she also felt that he had arrived here this morning with the key to the rest of her life. She had to hear him out, no matter what he was going to say to her. If she didn't, she would never discover what she really was, or what Daisy could have been, and why she had dreamed or hallucinated about that mutilated woman in the Griffin House Hotel. For some reason that she couldn't understand, she also felt a sense of obligation, as if it was her duty to listen to him. Maybe recruitment was the right word. Springer said, "I know that none of this is easy, Katie. It's sickening, most of it, and very scary. But you and all of the others who are like you have no real choice. It is what you were born to do, if you were ever called."
Just tell me about the circus.
Springer stood up and walked across to the window. Outside, over the rooftops of the houses opposite, Katie could see a thick bank of orange cumulus clouds rising up, like the clouds of dust raised by a vast approaching army. Still many miles away, but approaching them relentlessly, There would be a thunderstorm by the middle of the afternoon.
The Cistercian monks came to the village and took Brother Albrecht back to the monastery. He spent months recovering from his mutilation. But according to monastery records, he never prayed again. Not for forgiveness, not for the glory of God, not for anything. In fact, he swore and blasphemed so much that after less than a year, the monks forced him to leave the monastery, and he had to survive by begging in the village square and showing himself off as a freak. He had his entire body tattooed with illustrations of demons having sex with women, and he advertised himself as der ursprüngliche Sohn des Teufels, the original son of the devil. He persuaded a local carpenter to construct him a small mechanical cart in which he could push himself around, using the stumps of his elbows to propel himself. There are woodcuts of him in several medieval books about German mythology. Springer turned away from the window. It wasn't long before he became well known throughout the southern part of Germany, and he was joined by other freaks who wanted to profit from his notoriety. By the spring of the year 1152, he had established a traveling sideshow with more than 25 VSPs. VSPs? Very special people. That's what we're supposed to call them these days. And it's right that we do. They are very special. As if it isn't hard enough surviving in this world without suffering from some hideous deformity. But of course Brother Albrecht wasn't born without arms and legs. He couldn't rail against his parents or against God. All he wanted was revenge for its own sake, especially against those who had once admired him so much for his angelic looks and now crowded around him to stare at him in horror. His avowed aim was to drag down the whole world to the level of a freak show. He wanted to turn it all into a circus, a world in which art and beauty were either derided or ignored, and the ugliest and the loudest and the most obscene were applauded by all. Katie said, "Seems like he's nearly succeeded, doesn't it? You only have to watch daytime TV." Springer looked at her steadily and said, "Yes, you're right. That's where it all comes from. The reality shows, the hideous art, the raucous music, the worship of trashy celebrities. It all comes from Brother Albrecht and his traveling freak show." But that was, what, 900 years ago? How could the circus have survived all of that time? That was the mistake of the Pope at the time, Eugene III. He was horrified by the way in which Brother Albrecht was glorifying Satan and mocking great art and music, which in the high Middle Ages was almost all religious. But Eugene III was also the first ever Cistercian pope, and he was gravely concerned that Brother Albrecht's circus was bringing the Cistercian order into serious disrepute. Eugene III heard that Brother Albrecht's circus was settled for the winter in a small town called Kempten im Allgäu, in Swabia, and he asked his friend the Duke of Swabia to kill Brother Albrecht and scatter the rest of his freaks and burn down all of their tents. When the Duke's soldiers arrived at the circus encampment, however, they found only 9 shivering freaks hiding in a nearby wood. The rest of the circus had vanished. There was no trace of it anywhere. No tents, no wagons, no horses, no caravans, no Brother Albrecht, and none of the other VSPs. Not only that, none of the townspeople had seen them leave, and there were no tracks in the snow. Only a few hoof prints and some scattered ashes. "So where had the circus gone?" asked Katie. The Duke's men tortured 3 of the VSPs they'd found in the wood, and eventually they told him what had happened. The circus had been taken away in the same way that the woman in your hallucination was taken away. Brother Albrecht had been tipped off that the Pope was out to destroy his circus, so he had taken a sleeping draught and dreamed about it. All of its tents and all of its trappings, all of its lions and its tigers and its dancing bears and its scores of assorted freaks, except those 9 VSPs who hadn't wanted to go with him. He had dreamed about it so that it disappeared from the real world. An entire circus? How was that possible?
Because of the strength of Brother Albrecht's hatred for what the real world had done to him. Because, Katie, the laws of nature are very different in the world of dreams. Springer paused, and then he said, there was nothing that Pope Eugene could do but place a holy sanction on the circus, so that Brother Albrecht would never be able to wake up and bring it back to the world of reality. A kind of exile, if you like. As of now, the circus still hasn't been restored to its full terrible ingloriousness. But somebody is trying to bring it back to life, so that very soon we will all be dreaming about it. Every one of us, every night. That hallucination you experienced at the Griffin House Hotel makes me sure of it.
But what can I do about it? Katie asked him. You said that you needed me, but how can I possibly help you?
Springer came across and sat down on the couch next to her. No man had ever looked at her like this before. He seemed to be trying to show her that he was proud of her, but at the same time his expression was one of sympathy, even of pity. Your grandmother, who used to sing you that bird song, was a night warrior.
A what?
A night warrior. She could rise out of her physical body when she was asleep and enter other people's dreams.
Oh, now I know you're pulling my chain. Come on, you've upset me. I think it's time you left.
But you, too, are a night warrior. You can enter other people's dreams.
Oh, yes? To do what, exactly?
To hunt down Brother Albrecht and his circus, and to destroy it forever. Also to hunt down whoever is aiding and abetting him. Why do you think you had that hallucination? Why do you think you went to the Griffin House Hotel at all? Katie frowned at him.
I went there because the Renaissance Hotel called me when I was still in Sacramento and told me they had accidentally overbooked. They said I could stay at the Griffin House for the same price. They even arranged for a limo to pick me up at the airport and take me there.
The Renaissance was overbooked? Asked Springer in mock surprise. The Renaissance has more than 440 rooms as well as 50 suites.
I don't understand.
Springer said, it was I who called you, Katie, and I who arranged for you to stay at the Griffin House Hotel. Me. Katie stared at him in disbelief.
You wanted me to have that nightmare? You actually fixed it so that I would stay in that room and see that poor woman?
I'm sorry. I admit it. But how else could I have convinced you that what happens in dreams is just as real as what happens when we're awake?
You frightened the living crap out of me. I have never been so scared in my entire life. And I called the police. You not only scared me half to death, you made me look like an idiot, too.
Springer raised his hand. Please, Katie. Just hear me out. Do you know why your grandmother used to sing you that bird song?
What do you mean?
Your grandmother sang you that bird song because her name as a night warrior was Grifferi, the avenging claw.
What?
As a night warrior, she could fly like a falcon, so that she could hunt down her enemies from hundreds of feet up, and swoop down on them from high in the air. Let me tell you this. It was your grandmother who found one of the most destructive dreads ever, the Black Shatterer, who could literally shatter everything that he touched. Doors, walls, chairs, animals, even living people. The Black Shatterer could even smash the very air in front of him, which threatened the lives of thousands of people. Grifferi found the Black Shatterer and caught him in her claws, and she lifted him up to such an altitude that he didn't dare to shatter her in case he fell. He begged for his life, and Grifferi said that she would consider sparing him if he shattered his evil companion, the Screwworm. He agreed, but it was then that Grifferi deliberately dropped him over 8,000 feet. He landed on a small rocky island on the west side of Sarasota Bay, and the impact caused him to smash into crystalline glass.
My God,
said Katy. She stared at Springer in astonishment.
Grandma actually took me out to see that island, in her little boat. Black Shatter Island, she called it, although she never told me why. We went out there 2 or 3 times, always very early in the morning, so that the rising sun used to catch it. It would glitter so bright that it would dazzle you, as if it were sprinkled all over with thousands and thousands of diamonds.
So, do you believe me now? Asked Springer. Katy was silent for a long time. Then she said,
I don't know. It all seems so totally far-fetched.
You are Griffereye's granddaughter. The Night Warrior genes tend to skip a generation, so your mother didn't have them. But you do. You are Anne Griffereye, which means the daughter of Griffereye's daughter.
And what does that mean? I can fly, I can catch evil villains and drop them into Sarasota Bay?
Yes, said Springer. You can.
By the way, why did she drop him? I thought he promised to shatter his evil companion for her. What was his name? The Screwworm?
Springer smiled. She dropped him because she was sure that he wouldn't really do it. And she dropped him because she knew that she would probably never get a chance like that again. Griffereye's motto was Greip het Augenblick, which means seize the moment. Katy said,
I want to believe you. I really do. But this is all so incredible. It's like finding out that your parents aren't your real parents. No, it isn't. It's much more disturbing even than that. It's like having your whole life turned upside down.
I can appreciate how you feel, Springer told her. Let me see if I can convince you. He held out his hand. Katy hesitated, and then she took it and stood up. Springer led her across to the large pine-framed mirror which hung on the wall beside the front door. He positioned her directly in front of it and stood close behind her like a fashion stylist. You're awake now, so I can only use my powers of suggestion to show you what Anne Griffereye looks like. But when you go to sleep and rise up out of your body, this is what you will become. For real. Katy stared at her reflection. At first she could see nothing unusual, only herself, still looking tired, with her hair sticking out. But then she became aware that a shadowy outline was forming around her, swimming in the air like ghostly blood clots. Springer closed his eyes, and gradually the outline became clearer and clearer. Soon she appeared to be wearing a helmet shaped like the head of a giant falcon, with amber lenses for eyes and a long curved beak. Her entire body was gradually covered in soft brown feathers, except for a blaze of white feathers on her breasts. Behind her, she could make out 2 huge wings, both of them spread wide, with a span of more than 20 feet. Springer opened his eyes. Lift up your hands, he told her. Slowly she raised her hands, and saw that attached to both of her forearms was an intricate arrangement of metal rods and pulleys, and that each of these mechanisms operated a huge metal claw. Try them, Springer urged her, and she found that when she squeezed her hands, the rods and the pulleys opened and closed the claws, and rotated them, and locked them. Every movement was accompanied by a complicated clicking sound. The power of each of Anne Griffereye's claws is over 75,000 pounds, which is more than the jaws of life the fire department uses for rescuing people from wrecked automobiles. Anne Griffereye can use her claws to cut through the roof of a car or cut off a man's head, even if he's wearing armor. At the same time, her claws are so finely controllable that she can pick a flower with them, or pluck out a single eyelash. Katy turned her head from side to side. The falcon helmet was handsome and streamlined and fierce, and it gave her an extraordinary feeling of strength and confidence.
This is me, she thought. It's unbelievable, but this is me. I am Anne Griffereye. I am a night warrior.
Well, said Springer, with that faint, beguiling smile.
I don't know what to say,
Katie told him.
I'm totally overwhelmed.
Springer laid one hand on her shoulder. Look out of the window, he said. No, don't turn around, because you'll lose the illusion that you're Anne Grifferi. Look out of the window that you can see reflected in the mirror. Through the window, Katie could see the red flowering bushes in her front yard and the tall yucca trees outside Mr. Tomlinson's house opposite. She could see Mr. Tomlinson in his baggy khaki shorts trimming the edges of his lawn. And in the distance, at the intersection of North Bay Road and West 45th, a woman in a short yellow dress pushing a baby stroller. Now focus on that woman, said Springer. Katie narrowed her eyes and peered at the woman intently. As she did so, the woman appeared to come nearer and nearer, as if Katie were looking at her through a zoom lens. Keep focusing, Springer coaxed her. Anne Grifferi can see for miles and miles, and in the sharpest detail. Katie kept her eyes fixed on the woman, and after only a few seconds she could clearly make out that she was young and Hispanic, with a plump oval face and heavy unplucked eyebrows, and that she was wearing a yellow headscarf to match her dress and a necklace of large orange and green beads. She could also see the baby in the stroller, a chubby little girl in a pink gingham romper suit, waving a pink plastic rattle and furiously kicking her legs. She could hear the rattle quite distinctly. She turned to Springer and said,
That's amazing. It's like she's standing right outside the window.
Anne Grifferi's eyes have an effective range of more than 10 miles, said Springer. She also has highly acute hearing. She is the eyes and ears of the night warriors, as well as a fearsome fighter in her own right. When the night warriors go looking for Brother Albrecht in his freak show, her natural abilities will be essential.
What do I have to do?
Katie asked him.
And when?
Tonight, said Springer. Before 1 a.m.
Tonight? But I have absolutely no idea what to do.
Springer handed her a slip of paper. Before you go to bed, read these words out loud. Once you've recited them, you won't have any trouble dropping off. Then, once you start sleeping, your dream self will rise out of your waking self. I will be waiting for you to guide you.
But these claws, I don't know how they work yet.
You will, when you become Anne Grifferi. You will have all of her knowledge and all of her skills. Katie kept on staring at their reflection in the mirror. She had never felt like this in her life. Excited, scared, so pumped up that she could hardly breathe.
Just tell me this,
she said.
Is it going to be really dangerous? I mean, what if something happens to me when I'm on Grifferi? What if I meet somebody like the Black Shatterer and he hurts me?
It depends on how badly, said Springer. I won't lie to you, Katie. Some night warriors do get seriously injured, and it can have an effect on their waking bodies. Some night warriors have been killed. Not many, but some.
What happens then?
Then their real-life bodies never wake up.
Ever?
Never. It's like they're in a coma for the rest of their life. They sat and talked together for another half hour, until it was time for Katie to go to the retirement home in Coral Gables. She had to make a progress report on several of the residents, especially Mrs. Gladys Sweetman, whose senile dementia had been worsening in the past 3 months, until she no longer recognized her own daughter. Springer said, whenever he wanted new attractions for his freak show, Brother Albrecht used to send out his agents into the towns and villages of Swabia, looking for people to deform, especially women. Deformed women were always very popular with the crowds who came to his circus, particularly if they performed degrading sexual acts. His agents would creep into people's houses at night and commit the most atrocious acts of mutilation. Those women who didn't die from shock or loss of blood would be carried away to join the freak show. There was no point in them trying to escape. Where else could a woman go if she had no arms and no legs, or if her face had been cut off and replaced with that of a dog, or if she and another woman had been inextricably sewn together?
My God, said Katy. How did Brother Albrecht get away with it?
Because this was the Middle Ages, and there was no law enforcement in the way we understand it now. Apart from that, Brother Albrecht's circus was hugely popular, even if the Pope wanted to close it down. Before the Duke of Swabia came to break it up, it had traveled all over Europe and as far as Russia, and it made Brother Albrecht a very wealthy man. Thousands of people flocked to see the centaur who had the upper body of a woman and the lower body of a horse. She would be covered by a stallion several times a day for the entertainment of the crowds. Then there was the human cockroach, a young boy with 6 arms instead of legs, who would publicly eat handfuls of excrement. And so many more, each one more disgusting than the last. When Brother Albrecht dreamed it away, the whole circus went into a kind of suspended animation. But I can only guess that his intention was to bring it all back to life one day, and sooner rather than later. I doubt if he realized that it wouldn't be revived for so many hundreds of years.
But if the circus was so disgusting, why would anyone want to revive it?
I don't know, to be frank. Why does anyone stub out cigarettes on children's arms or beat women within an inch of their life? Why does anyone commit rape, torture, or homicide? Why do people spray graffiti on beautiful buildings or throw acid at famous works of art? There's a very dark side to human nature, and whoever is trying to bring Brother Albrecht's circus back to life has darkness in spades.
How is he going to do it? Do you have any idea?
Not entirely, but we're pretty sure that the Griffin House Hotel has always been central to this revival. In 7 of its bedrooms, yours included, nightmares of mutilations and murders are imprinted in the walls. Between 1936 and 1938, Gordon Veitch stayed in each of those rooms. What we don't yet understand is what he was trying to do.
But Gordon Veitch isn't likely to be alive today, is he?
It's possible, if he's become a dread. A dread is a kind of a ghost which exists partly in dreams and partly in the waking world, as I do. On the other hand, it might be somebody else altogether, trying to carry on where Gordon Veitch left off. It will be up to the night warriors to find out and track him down and stop him. At 9:15, Springer said that it was time for him to go. Katy opened the front door for him. The cumulus clouds were closer now, and a warm, fretful wind was blowing. In the far distance, over the gulf, she could hear the rumbling of thunder. "I'm sorry," said Springer, taking hold of both of Katy's hands.
Sorry for what? If it's my destiny to be a night warrior, then it's my destiny.
You haven't yet entered anybody else's dreams. You may not feel quite so sanguine about it when you do.
Well, we'll see. I'm off to visit my dementia patients now. I think I prefer your kind of madness to theirs.
Springer said, "I do look like Mr. Flight, don't I?"
What?
Your music teacher from Nautilus Junior High? You liked him a whole lot, didn't you? Which is why I came here looking like this. He raised his hand in a little salute and walked away down the path. Katy was about to call him back and ask him how he had known about Mr. Flight, and more to the point, how he had managed to look almost exactly like him. But then she thought,
leave it. Maybe you don't really need to know.
Chapter 7. Locked Room Mystery. Detective Wazaki closed the file he was working on, tossed down his pen, and said, "That's it, Charlie. Time for nourishment. Rallies for a triple cheeseburger, and you're buying." Detective Hudson looked up from his desk and said, "Come on, Walter, I picked up the check for yesterday's lunch." "Sure you did, Charlie. But yesterday's lunch was chow fun noodles, right? And chow fun noodles is Chinese, right?
which is a totally different ethnic cuisine from cheeseburgers, which is domestic. The last time we ate cheeseburgers, I paid. And the next time we eat Chinese, I'll pay for that. But you can't go confusing your different ethnic cuisines on a financial basis. Otherwise, we won't know where the hell we are.
Well, to tell you the truth, I feel like Mongolian.
You goddamn look Mongolian, too. What does that have to do with lunch?
They had almost reached the door when the phone rang on Walter's desk.
You gonna answer that?
Asked Charlie.
What? No, absolutely not. It's trouble.
How do you know it's trouble?
It's trouble because it's going to postpone the moment when I can open my mouth and take my first bite of a Rally's triple cheeseburger.
Now, you should answer it, Walter. Really. I got a hunch, that's all.
You and your goddamn hunches. You got more hunches than Quasimodo.
Charlie raised one eyebrow, and when the phone went on ringing and ringing, Walter eventually went back to his desk and scooped it up.
Wazaki,
he snapped.
What? Officer John Skrolnick here, Detective. We got called out to a house on Corydon Road. Reports of a young woman screaming.
Screaming? What was she screaming about?
Nobody knows, because she disappeared.
What do you mean, disappeared?
She's not here. The owners of the property heard her screaming upstairs in her apartment, but when they went up to find out what was wrong, she wasn't there, even though they never saw her leave the house.
Who was she?
A student. Her name was, Maria Fortalis, just 20 years old. She was studying law at CRWU.
I thought all the crew students had to live on campus in a dormitory or a sorority house or something.
Only for the first 2 years.
Walter took a deep breath.
Maybe she went out for lunch. That's what I'm trying to do, believe it or not. Go out for lunch. Why don't you go out for lunch, too? What's the matter with you? You never hungry?
Her landlord said that she was screaming like somebody was killing her. He said he never heard nobody scream like that before, never.
But there's no sign of her?
None. That's why I called you. Don't you remember the last time we had a missing persons case? You said I could always call you?
Okay,
Walter admitted.
So I did. How sweet of me. Corydon Road, what number?
24800.
Roger that,
said Walter.
Give us 10 minutes.
He hung up the phone. Charlie was standing right next to him with an expectant look on his face.
You and your goddamn hunches,
said Walter.
What is it? What's happened?
Apparently some young girl was yelling her tits off like she was being murdered, and then she took a powder and nobody knows where she went. And for that I have to forego my lunch.
Yeah, I don't know, Walter, said Charlie. As soon as that phone rang, for some reason it gave me this incredibly strong feeling that something seriously bad is going to happen.
You bet your ass it is. My stomach's going to start rumbling, and you're going to have to listen to it.
They parked behind Officer Skrolnick's white squad car and climbed out. It was starting to rain, quite hard, and the rain came rustling down through the rusty-colored trees like an expectant audience waiting for the arrival of a great concert pianist.
Had a fucking rain, didn't it?
Walter complained, and by way of punctuation, there was a loud bang of thunder from the direction of Cleveland Heights. Corydon Road was a quiet suburban avenue less than a half-mile from the university campus, and many of its residents let out rooms to students during term time. Number 24800 was a small green-painted house with a gray-shingled roof and a veranda, with a sagging 1969 Buick Riviera parked in the driveway. Officer Skrolnick was waiting by the front door. Inside the hallway, his partner was talking to an elderly man with white hair and a baggy gray cardigan. Officer Skrolnick was very tall, with a prominent larynx that bobbed up and down like a Halloween apple whenever he spoke.
Thanks for coming so quick, detectives. The landlord and his wife are really spooked.
What's the landlord's name?
Asked Walter. Officer Skrolnick flipped open his notebook.
Richard Yarber. His wife's name is Maud. They said that Miss Fortalis came back very early this morning around 5:30 after spending the night with some of her college friends. Around 11:45 they heard her screaming, but the door to her room was locked and they couldn't get in to find out what was wrong. Mrs. Yarber went across the street and asked one of their neighbors to help him, Mr. Herman Eisner. He's a retired fire marshal. He managed to kick the door open, but the room was empty. No sign of Miss Fortalis or anybody else.
Walter sniffed.
Couldn't she have climbed out of the window?
Officer Skrolnick shook his head.
It used to be their grandson's room, and the windows all have child-proof bars, apart from which it's a sheer 20-foot drop down to the side of the house.
Well, Trey's mysterious. Let me talk to him.
He entered the hallway, and Charlie followed him. He showed Mr. Yarber his badge and said,
Detective Wazaki, sir, and this is Detective Hudson. Sounds like you've had kind of a weird experience this morning.
I'll say, said Mr. Yarber, with his false teeth clicking. Scared the living Jesus out of us.
You heard Miss Fortalis screaming?
Never in my life heard nothing so terrible. More like a pig being slaughtered than a human being. And something else, too. Both of us heard it. Like a saw, if you know what I mean. A rasping noise like a saw.
A rasping noise like a saw? But when your neighbor broke into Miss Fortalis's room, you didn't see a saw.
The young officer who'd been talking to Mr. Yarber had to cover his mouth with his hand to hide his grin.
Nope, said Mr. Yarber. No sign of a saw anywhere.
Okay, Walter told him, laying a reassuring hand on his steeply sloping shoulder.
Do you mind if my partner and me took a look at Miss Fortalis's room?
Sure, go ahead. Be my guest. It's upstairs, second on the left.
Walter and Charlie climbed the narrow beige-carpeted stairs. The staircase was wallpapered with faded brown roses, and 20 or 30 photographs of the Yarbers' sons and daughters and grandchildren were hung higgledy-piggledy on either side, not one of them straight. The house smelled sweetish and musty, as if the windows hadn't been opened in years, and there were dead blowflies lying on the windowsills. Walter carefully pushed open the door to Maria Fortalis's bedroom. The Yarbers' neighbor Herman Eisner had kicked the door so hard that he'd split the side of the frame, and the tarnished brass knob was hanging at an angle. Walter eased himself inside. On the left, against the wall, there was a single bed covered by a rumpled pink candlewick bedspread. It had 3 purple cushions on it and a small collection of soft toys. A floppy-eared rabbit, a bright green frog, and a pale green hand-knitted gnome. Under the window stood a pine desk with an Apple laptop on it, a half-empty coffee mug, and a thick red notebook bound with 5 or 6 elastic bands. A white home-knitted cardigan was drooping over the back of the chair. As Officer Skrolnick had told them, the windows were fitted with horizontal metal bars, so it would have been impossible for Maria Fortalis to have climbed out. On the right-hand side of the room there was a cheap plywood clothes closet painted cream. One side of the closet was plastered with dozens of cut-out pictures of circuses and clowns. Almost in the center was a large photograph of a gray-faced clown. He had wild, staring eyes and tangled gray shoulder-length hair and dark green lipstick which was curved upward into a maniacal grin, even though his real lips were curved downward.
Somebody sure likes the circus, said Charlie, crossing over to take a closer look. This fella here is Mago Verde, the Green Magician.
Walter sniffed again, took out a crumpled handkerchief, and loudly blew his nose.
How the hell do you know that?
I did a study of clowns at the police academy.
That couldn't have been too difficult. The whole place is run by clowns.
No, there's a distinctive deviant psychology based around clowns. A lot of killers and criminals are inspired to dress up as circus performers, like John Wayne Gacy, for instance.
Oh, you mean Pogo the Clown?
That's right. Gacy made himself up as a white-faced harlequin, didn't he? A family entertainer. But he ended up raping and murdering at least 33 young men and boys around the Cleveland area, and over half of their bodies were never found.
Walter came up behind him and peered at Mago Verde over his shoulder.
I never liked clowns when I was a kid. They always scared the crap out of me.
An irrational fear of clowns? That's called coulrophobia, said Charlie. But this particular clown you'd be well advised to be very afraid of. He's what the Venetians call a pagliaccio diabolico, an evil clown.
Oh, yeah? What's so evil about him, apart from the fact that he looks like Jack Nicholson in drag?
Mago Verde always plays cruel and sadistic tricks on his audience. For instance, he might produce a small guillotine and show a volunteer that when he sticks his finger in it and trips a switch, it looks like this really sharp blade is coming down, but he's completely unhurt. So the volunteer willingly copies him, and crunch, he gets his pinky chopped off.
Hilarious,
said Walter. You know what Lon Chaney Jr. once said about clowns? There is nothing funny about a clown in the moonlight.
There is nothing funny about clowns in any kind of light, period, and especially in the dark. But what I would dearly like to know is, why did this Maria Fortalis have a picture of this freak stuck up on her closet?
Charlie was scrutinizing the pictures even more intently. Mago Verde isn't the only freak here. Look, here's a picture of Prince Randy and the human caterpillar, and Johnny Eck the half-boy. They were both in that Todd Browning movie, Freaks.
Yeah, I saw it, said Walter. That guy didn't have no arms or legs, did he? But he still managed to roll a cigarette, put it into his mouth, and light it.
They both frowned at each other, baffled. Then Walter abruptly opened the closet doors, as if he were trying to surprise whoever was hiding inside it. All that it contained, however, was a row of wire hangers, with dresses and skirts and 2 short coats, one tartan and the other brown suede. Walter yanked out the 3 drawers underneath, but one of them was only a snake's nest of thongs and bras and pantyhose, while the other 2 were crammed with sweaters, purple and crimson and marigold yellow.
"Smell that?" he said, lifting up one of the sweaters. "She sure liked her vanilla musk."
Charlie bent over and lifted the side of the bedspread so that he could check under the bed. There was nothing there but a large gray suitcase and a grubby red backpack. He dragged out the suitcase and opened it up, but it was empty except for some travel brochures from Mexico and a sewing kit from the Hacienda San Miguel Hotel in Cozumel. Walter, meanwhile, went over to the desk. He opened the laptop and switched it on, and when the screensaver appeared, it was a picture of the same clown, Mago Verde, standing in a grassy field wearing an ankle-length green coat. In spite of his dark green painted-on smile, his expression was one of unmitigated rage, as if he were furious at having his photograph taken. The sky above him was gray and swollen with rain, and behind him there was a sinister collection of black circus tents and assorted marquees. Beside one of the tents, half hidden behind its entrance flap, stood a small boy with a washed-out face, almost as gray as Mago Verde in his makeup. He looked both frightened and sad. The rain sprinkled against the window. Walter picked up the notebook and rolled off the elastic bands. When he opened it, he saw that it was Maria Fortalis's diary. It was written in purple ink, in rounded handwriting, which was so diminutive that he could barely read it. Every page was full to the last line, and some extra sentences had even been written vertically up the margins. He turned to the last page, which Maria Fortalis had written yesterday. "What's that?" asked Charlie.
"Diary," said Walter. "Listen to this. Last night the show was all packed up and ready to leave for Waterloo, Idaho. It rained, and it never stopped, and all of the meadow was churned up into thick black mud. I was cold and shivering, and even the bears looked miserable. I went to BJ's caravan for warmth, even though BJ scares me so much. BJ never stopped ranting and raving, although I could hardly understand a word he was saying. Then Natasha came and found me and warned me that the GF was growing impatient and that I should be very careful and have eyes in the back of my head, especially where MV is concerned. I don't know what to do. I am so frightened, but I don't know how to escape."
Walter turned back a few pages.
Here we are again. Tonight, only 17 people turned up for the show, and MV said that the GF was very angry. He wants to move on, but 2 of the trucks are still out of commission, and we have to wait for them to be fixed before we can leave here."
He flipped back again and read some more, and then flipped back again.
"Jesus, she has dreams about this circus every single night. Every single goddamn night. No wonder she's obsessed."
Charlie said, "I guess MV is Mago Verde, but who's the GF, I wonder, and BJ?" Walter closed the book, snapped the elastic bands back around it, and handed it over.
"There, take it home and read it from page 1. Maybe you can work out who they are and why she's so scared of them. You're the clown expert."
Charlie took the diary and looked around the room again, as if he were half expecting to find her hiding under the candlewick bedspread or standing completely motionless in one corner so that he hadn't noticed her.
"Okay, but it still doesn't tell us what's happened to her, does it?"
"Well, take a laptop, too. Have Maury go through it in the lab. My guess is that she's simply gone wandering off someplace without telling her landlord about it."
Walter lifted the home neck cardigan off the back of the chair and rummaged in the pockets. The cardigan smelled of vanilla musk, too.
"Hey," he said, "look at this."
Out of the right-hand pocket, he produced a brown leather purse with Mayan decorations on it, a souvenir from Mexico. He opened it up, and there was Maria Inez Fortales, frowning at him from her driver's license. A pretty, round-faced girl with wavy black hair and pouting lips and a beauty spot on her left lip.
"Well, at least we know what she looks like."
He went through the rest of the contents. $27 in cash, a library card, a Visa card, and a business card from Alphabet Cabs. Also a student identification card from Case Western Reserve University, which carried another photograph of her, this time smiling and wearing a green silk headscarf.
"She wouldn't go out without her purse, would she?" said Charlie. "So where the hell is she?"
"She's not here for sure, but I don't see any evidence of abduction, can you? If she went without kicking over the furniture or pulling down the drapes."
"What about the screaming?"
"Who knows? Maybe she was screaming at her boyfriend or something on her cell."
"And the sawing noise?"
"Pshh," said Walter dismissively. "If you ask me, the old man's hearing aid is on the fritz. My mom's hearing aid used to make a noise like a flock of Canada geese."
"But the door was locked from the inside. The key's still in it."
There were ways of doing that."
"Like what?"
"I don't know. Don't make complications. Think Occam's razor. The simplest solution is always the most likely."
They looked around the room one last time.
"Maybe we should get a sniffer dog up here," said Charlie.
"Yeah, maybe you're right. But let's give it 24 hours before we start treating Miss Fortales as a missing person. Like I say, she probably went out without the Yarbers seeing her. The best place for us to go now is CWRU to see if she's there, or if any of her friends know where she is."
They went back downstairs. Mr. Yarber was still standing in the hallway, with Mrs. Yarber close behind him.
"Well," said Mr. Yarber, "she well and truly vanished into thin air, didn't she?"
Walter gave him what he hoped was a reassuring smile as he headed out the door for the car.
"Don't you fret, Mr. Yarber. She'll turn up. There was no foul play carried out in that room, I can assure you." "Now, are we going to rallies or not? My triple cheeseburger is getting cold."
Charlie didn't start up the engine.
"How did Maria Fortales get out of the room, Walter? Just explain that to me."
"It's obvious. She wasn't in a room in the first place."
"So how'd she lock the door from the inside? And how come her purse was still on her desk? She wouldn't have gone out without her purse, would she?"
Walter slumped his head forward in defeat so that his double chins bulged out.
"She evaporated, okay? That's how she did it. She just fucking evaporated."
"Did you ever see that happen before? Somebody just vanished like that?"
"No. But this business is all about the inexplicable, isn't it? We're not here to explain anything. We're here to find Maria Fortalis and/or anybody who did her any harm. That's all.
Chapter 8. Helpless. Lincoln became aware that somebody was saying his name over and over, not as if they were trying to wake him, but as if they enjoyed repeating it simply for the way it sounded. It was a young woman's voice, soft and modulated. At first he thought she sounded like Grace, his wife, but then he realized that she had a slight accent. She reminded him of a pretty Creole girl who used to work on the reception desk at KC Records in New Orleans. He opened his eyes. At first, everything was foggy. He was lying in an unfamiliar room, lit by bright fluorescent strip lights. Above him, there was a polystyrene-tiled ceiling, and when he lifted his head a little, he saw that 3 sides of his bed were surrounded by a pale yellow curtain with an interlocking pattern of seabirds on it.
Lincoln,
cooed the young woman's voice.
Lincoln, you're back with us. I'm so glad.
He tried to sit up, but for some reason he found that he couldn't. He felt no pain, but his muscles wouldn't work. He lifted his head a little more, and he could see his feet at the end of the bed in white surgical socks, but he couldn't waggle them. This was more than numbness. He felt as if he were completely absent from the chest down, leaving only his head and his arms. The girl stood up and leaned over him, and to his bewilderment, it was the Creole girl from KC Records. She was dusky-skinned, with high cheekbones and feline eyes, and her mass of black dreadlocks made her look like Medusa, who could turn men to solid stone. She was wearing a clinging dress and purple jersey with a large amethyst pendant dangling between her breasts, and at least a dozen silver bracelets on each wrist. Lincoln could smell her, and she smelled like jasmine flowers on a warm summer evening in some enclosed courtyard in the French Quarter.
Can't remember your name,
Lincoln whispered. He gave a dry, abrasive cough, and then he said,
What was it? I know. Always reminded me of ukulele.
Eulalie,
the girl smiled.
Eulalie Passbon.
That's it. Eulalie. What the hell are you doing here, Eulalie? And come to that, where the hell is here?
You're in the emergency room at the Case Medical Center in Cleveland.
What?
You've had a very serious accident, Lincoln.
Again, Lincoln tried to sit up. He could move his arms and press down against the mattress with his hands, but he could only raise his head a few inches.
Well, I can't move. What happened to me? I don't remember.
They found you lying on the patio outside your room at the Griffin House Hotel. You fell and broke your spine. You're paralyzed. Temporarily, at least.
Lincoln stared at her.
Paralyzed?
Eulalie took hold of his right hand and lifted it to her lips and kissed it.
I'm so sorry, Lincoln. This was the very last thing I wanted to happen.
Where's the doctor? I need to see a doctor. What are you doing here? Has anybody called my wife?
Shh,
said Eulalie.
I'll call for the doctor in just a minute, I promise you. The hospital staff have contacted Grace to tell her what happened to you. She's flying in from Detroit, and she should be here in less than an hour. But first of all, it's very important that you understand what's happened to you. You need to understand who you are.
Lincoln began to panic.
I don't know what in the hell you're talking about. I need to see a doctor.
Lincoln.
I'm paralyzed, for Christ's sake. I don't know how it happened, and I'm lying here in this goddamn hospital bed, and you're a goddamn receptionist for a record company in New Orleans. What's going on? Have I gone crazy or what?
Lincoln, listen to me. We don't have much time. Do you remember the man with the grave face and the green lipstick and the long gray hair?
Lincoln blinked at her.
What? I still don't know what you're talking about.
It was back at the Griffin House Hotel, room 104. A woman was lying on your bed. She was badly hurt, wasn't she? Then the bed caught fire and you tried to hide in the bathroom, but the man with the gray face and the green lipstick was there, hiding in the shower stall.
Lincoln said nothing but continued to stare at her wide-eyed. As he did so, a flickering image began to move inside his mind, as if he were remembering a grainy old movie that he'd seen a long time ago in some unfamiliar movie theater. The gray-faced man stepped out of the shower stall, all spindly and dressed in black, and his lips were painted with green makeup into a mad pointed grin, even though his real lips were tightly puckered with anger. His voice, when he spoke, sounded as if he had a mouthful of dry sand.
I warned you not to come, now didn't I? You would not listen to me, though, would you? You out and out refused to listen.
Eulalie said,
He came after you with his handsaw, didn't he? And the room was burning, and the door was locked, and there was only one way out.
The fire escape,
Lincoln whispered. Now he remembered.
That's right. And it collapsed, and you fell 3 stories to the ground. And that's how you broke your back.
Eulalie kissed his hand again, and then she said,
The hotel staff who found you on the patio, they did the right thing and didn't try to move you. So the chances of your recovering look pretty good.
That man who came after me, who was he?
We don't know for sure, but we think he could have been a murderer called Gordon Veitch.
Who?
Gordon Veitch. He raped and killed at least 12 women in the 1930s. Maybe it wasn't the real Gordon Veitch, because Gordon Veitch is probably dead by now, but the nightmare of Gordon Veitch.
A nightmare? That doesn't make any sense at all. You're trying to tell me that he was only a dream?
Maybe he was, maybe wasn't. Another possibility is that he was somebody who was made up to look like Gordon Veitch. A copycat.
Lincoln said,
What happened in that hotel room? Believe me, that felt real. I don't know how it could have been, but I'm lying here right now with my back broke, and nothing comes much realer than that, does it?
Whoever that man was, Lincoln, whether he was real or not, we need your help to track him down and put a stop to what he's doing.
You're kidding me, right? Look at me. I can't even get out of bed.
Eulalie leaned forward so that her face was very close to his, almost as if she were going to kiss him on the lips. He could even see his own face reflected in her eyes.
I'm not Eulalie, Lincoln, even though I look like her. The reason I took on Eulalie's appearance was because you know her and like her, and I needed to gain your trust as quickly as possible.
You're not Eulalie. Then who the hell are you?
My name is Springer. I'm kind of a messenger, an envoy.
Who for? DHL?
Springer shook her dreadlocks.
I come from Ashapola, who is the spirit of faultless light and absolute purity.
There was a very long pause. Lincoln didn't know if he ought to snort or laugh or burst into tears.
Were you talking about, like, God?
Ashapola is known to many different people by many different names, but Ashapola is our guardian and our protector. Ashapola is all that stands between the human race and ultimate chaos.
You're not some hospital visitor, are you? Where you from, the Baptist or something? You trying to convert me?
Springer smiled.
I don't need to convert you, Lincoln. You are what you are. You're descended from a long line of people who have the capability of entering the world of dreams and nightmares and fighting on the side of good. We call them night warriors. If you like, you're one of Ashapola's army.
Say what? I wasn't descended from no night warriors. My father was a jazz musician and my grandfather was a cook at the Whitney, and my great-grandfather before him worked as a sweeper-upper in a Polish match factory.
I know. But apart from being a cook, your grandfather Joseph was Zabenjo the Arrow Storm. He was a night warrior who was capable of firing over 200 arrows so fast that you couldn't see them coming.
All right.
Springer squeezed his left knee through the blankets.
Feel anything? Anything at all?
Lincoln shook his head.
That's because of your spinal injury. But that won't affect your ability to become Zabenjo X, the grandson of the great Zabenjo, and fire arrows at the same devastating rate as Zabenjo did.
Oh, of course I will. Forget about the fact that I can't sit up and I've never thrown anything in my life more lethal than a frisbee. Lady, whoever you are, all of this sounds totally insane. It's obvious that I've been hurt real bad. Maybe it happened for real, maybe I was having some kind of trip. Maybe I was having a nightmare. Maybe I'm still having a nightmare right now, and I'm beginning to think that maybe I am. But come on, what's this arrow shooting shit?
Springer stayed where she was, leaning over him so that he could feel her steady breathing on his cheek. In spite of himself, his testiness began to subside. There was something so attractive about her that he wished he had the strength to raise up his head just 2 or 3 inches more and kiss her. Yet the attraction wasn't so much sexual as spiritual. He suddenly felt that here was a woman who really understood him, all of his ambitions, all of his frustrations, all of his impatience, right down to the very core of his soul. She gave him a feeling of deep relief, as if he had been waiting for this moment of revelation all his life, as if she had said to him,
This is you, Lincoln. This is who you really are. No need for posturing, no need for swagger. This is you.
Springer reached across and picked up a hand mirror from the nightstand. She held it up so that Lincoln could see his own face in it.
You can't stand up yet, so I can't show you the way you're going to look when you're a night warrior. Not your whole armor anyhow, head to toe, and all of your weapons. But this will be the face that you wear when you enter other people's dreams. This is the face that the enemies of Ashapala will see and learn to fear.
Lincoln looked up into the mirror, but all he could see was his usual face, with a crimson bruise over his left eyebrow and a split in his upper lip.
So,
he asked Springer,
what am I supposed to be looking at?
Zabenjo X, grandson of the great Zabenjo, the Arrow Storm.
Oh, of course, I can distinctly see the resemblance.
Wait,
Springer chided him.
Have patience.
I need to see a doctor, lady. I need to see a doctor right now.
You're not hurting, are you?
No, I'm not hurting at all. I almost wish that I was. At least that'd mean I could feel something.
He looked up into the hand mirror again, and when he did so, he said, "Shit!" The face looking back at him was no longer his, but a tan leather mask, intricately decorated with scar patterns and diagonal lines of white paint. It was topped with braided knots of dry red hair, and its mouth was fixed in a ferocious scowl, with what looked like a mixed-up collection of human and animal teeth crammed into it. He could see his eyes staring out of the mask, and he knew they were his because they blinked whenever he blinked. But the mask itself was terrifying, like a juju mask. His grandfather Joseph used to have one hanging on his front door, with bulging eyes and a red protruding tongue. He had told Lincoln that he had nailed it up there to scare away any bad spirits. But it had scared Lincoln, too, when he was little, and he had always run past it with his hands covering his eyes.
This is a trick, right?
Lincoln asked Springer.
Some kind of optical illusion?
No trick,
Springer assured him.
This is the battle mask that Zabenjo X wears whenever he goes to war. And you should see his amazing armor and the weapons he carries. In fact, you will.
She reached down and picked up a small alligator skin purse. She opened it up and took out a folded sheet of paper.
Here,
she said.
This is the invocation that night warriors always have to say before they go to sleep at night. Once you have spoken these words, the spirit of Ashapala will visit you in your dreams and invest you with all of the equipment and protection that you require.
Lady, said Lincoln, do you really expect me to believe any of this?
Do you believe what happened to you at the Griffin House Hotel?
I believe I saw it for sure, but I don't necessarily believe that it really happened for real. You can go to the desert, can't you, and see lakes, but there's no lakes there at all, only sand. You wouldn't get your feet wet.
So how did you fall out of a ground-level window and break your spine?
I don't know. Maybe I just fell awkward. I don't even want to think about it.
But you have to think about it, Lincoln, because we need you, desperately, and we need you now.
Lincoln turned his head away and stared at the yellow seabirds on the curtains.
I'm going crazy, he said. I've lost it. I got nuts. Admit it. Tell me that this is a nut house.
You're not crazy, Lincoln, and tonight you'll find that out for yourself. But you have to promise me that you'll repeat the invocation. Look, I'm tucking it under the pillow right here.
What's it say?
Springer unfolded it.
Now, when the face of the world is hidden in darkness, let us be conveyed to the place of our meeting, armed and armored. And let us be nourished by the power that is dedicated to the cleaving of darkness, the settling of all black matters, and the dissipation of all evil. So be it.
Read it again,
Lincoln asked her. Springer read the words again. After she had finished, Lincoln said,
These night warriors, what exactly are they?
They were created by Ashapala to protect us in our dreams. Their original Sanskrit name means Army of Dreams, although the Greeks and the Romans called them the Legions of Sleep.
Go on.
Ashapala created the first human so that she could dream how the world of humans was eventually going to turn out, and he could copy her dreams and make them come alive. Some of her dreams were beautiful beyond any description, but others were violent and chaotic. So the second human that Ashapala created was capable of becoming a night warrior, to make sure that the first human came to no harm when she was asleep. And that was how the night warrior's bloodline began.
Come on. You're telling me that Adam wasn't Adam at all, but some woman?
Eve. That's right. Why do you think she was called Eve? In Hebrew, her name means life or breathing. But she was created to imagine the world in her sleep, every night when evening fell.
A woman? I can't believe it. No wonder the world is in such a goddamn mess.
At that moment, the curtain around the bed was sharply drawn back and a doctor and a nurse appeared. The doctor was Indian, with a long face and huge black-rimmed spectacles and a tiny black mustache, while the nurse was plump and red-haired and kept smiling and raising her eyebrows, as if she'd just been told a hilarious off-colored joke and was bursting to share it with them. "I'm very sorry to be interrupting your visit," the doctor told Springer. "Please, if you can come back in maybe 10 minutes.
I have to go now anyhow,
said Springer. She leaned over again and kissed Lincoln on the cheek.
Tonight,
she said.
You won't forget, will you? We really need you. The others will be waiting for you. So will I.
Others?
At least 6 more, maybe 7.
I don't know. I don't think I can handle any more nightmares.
Springer kissed him again.
Please,
she breathed.
Just be there. Please.
When she had left the room, the doctor came up to Lincoln's bedside and leafed through his notes. "I am Dr. Dawan, and this is Nurse Fairbrother.
How do you do, Mr. Walker? It was I who first treated you when you were admitted.
Aye, said Lincoln.
Did I hear you say to your friend that you have been suffering from nightmares?
Right now, everything's a nightmare. Am I gonna stay paralyzed like this for the rest of my life?
Of course, that is the very first thing you will be wanting to know, sir. What has happened is that you have fallen with considerable impact, fracturing your T10 thoracic vertebra in the middle of your back. I will be able to show you your injury very clearly on your MRI and CT scans.
Lincoln waited while Dr. Dewan frowned at his notes again and tugged at his mustache. Eventually, he said,
What has happened is that a broken fragment of bone is pressing on your spinal cord. You must remember that the spinal cord is very soft, with a consistency like toothpaste, and so it is very susceptible to pressure of this nature. At the moment, although you may not be able to feel it, your back is held immobile by a brace. I have also put you on steroids to prevent as much swelling of the spinal column as possible. I will be doing more tests in the coming days, but from what I have seen of your injury so far, I should be able to perform a surgical operation which we call decompression, and this will be removing the offending fragment of bone.
Then I'll be able to sit up and walk?
Eventually, sir, we are very much hoping so. It will take some time and much therapy, but I believe the prognosis is good.
Relieved, Lincoln lowered his head back onto his pillow. Nurse Fairbrother wheeled up a blood pressure monitor, picked up his right arm, and wrapped the sleeve around it.
You're that record promoter, aren't you? She said. The Jive Machine, Scooter and the Gang. Oh, I really love that music.
Lincoln gave her half a smile. He was preoccupied by what Dr. Dewan had told him about his chances of recovery, but also by the feeling that Springer had given him that his life was on the verge of changing forever.
Millie D, too,
Nurse Fairbrother was saying as she checked his heart rate.
I'm gonna dream about you, lover, even when I'm wide awake. I really love that song.
Yeah, cool, said Lincoln. Next time Millie D's in town, I make sure you get some front row tickets.
You know what you are,
said Nurse Fairbrother.
You're an angel.
An angel, thought Lincoln. Not just yet, thanks, if it's all the same to you. 20 minutes after Nurse Fairbrother had set him up with a new steroid drip and left him alone, he began to feel sleepy. Grace hadn't arrived at the hospital yet. According to the local news, severe electric storms over Lake Erie had delayed flights into Hopkins International by up to an hour. He watched Everybody Hates Chris for a while, but his eyes kept closing. He was right on the edge of dropping off when his left hand slid under the pillow, and he found the piece of paper that Springer had given him. He took it out and unfolded it. He didn't really know why, but he began to read the handwritten words on it out loud. Now, when the face of the world is hidden in darkness, let us be conveyed to the place of our meeting, armed and armored. And let us be nourished by the power that is dedicated to the cleaving of darkness, the settling of all black matters, and the dissipation of all evil. So be it. He folded it up again and pushed it back under his pillow. Night warriors, he thought. That Eulalie must have been playing some kind of sick joke on him. She had probably been visiting Cleveland on business or seeing some relatives or some such, and heard that he was here in the hospital. He was a celebrity, after all, and they had probably run a bulletin about it on WBNX. But night warriors, for Christ's sake. She and her friends were probably wetting themselves with laughter right this minute. The coolest record producer in the country, cooler than Puff Daddy even, and he falls out of a first-story hotel window and winds up with a broken back.
Never mind. I fooled him into thinking that he was going to be some kind of superhero. And who was he supposed to be? The Arrow Storm? You got to believe it.
Lincoln closed his eyes. He wasn't asleep yet, but his mind was crowded with jerky, nightmarish pictures. He kept seeing the gray-faced man with the grinning green lips stepping out of the shower stall with his handsaw. Then he saw the Hispanic woman with the wavy black hair pleading with him not to leave her.
El prestidigitador, she whispered. You don't know what he's done to me.
Then he saw her bed exploding into flames. This time, however, she didn't lie there motionless, as she had before, like a dead woman on a funeral pyre. This time, she sat bolt upright and stared at him, and her hair was a crown of orange fire. This time, she stretched her mouth wide open and let out an ululating howl of agony that went on and on.
"Stop," Lincoln begged her. "I can't save you. I can't even move. Please stop screaming."
But the woman continued to scream, even though flames were licking out of her blankets and her nightdress was curling up into blackened rags.
"Stop!"
Lincoln shouted at her.
"For Christ's sake, stop!"
Her screaming became fainter and fainter, until all that Lincoln could hear was the crackling of the flames. Gradually, the woman herself began to fade, like a sepia photograph that had been exposed to the sun for too many years. He thought he could smell smoke, but then that faded too. He lay with his hand on his chest, panting.
"What's happening to you, bro?" he whispered. "You losing your sanity or what?"
He thought of his batty old grandmother, always hooking her hand around between her shoulder blades and complaining that cats were jumping on her back. He thought of old Mr. Jeffries, who used to sit on a sack of dog food in the corner of the Clay Market on Clay Street, shouting about the Polacks, and how the Polacks were the enemy of the black folks.
"Never used to be so much goddamn sausage around, not till the Polacks took over."
Exhausted, bruised, his mind fogged by pain suppressants, Lincoln fell asleep. Chapter 9. Called to Arms. In his previous life, John Dauphin had been a restaurant inspector down in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, which was a job that probably would have killed him before he was 50. Unlike many of his fellow inspectors, he judged restaurants not only on their ambiance and their standards of hygiene and the quality of their cooking, but on how generously they could pile up his plate. Of course, he always expected his pepper jack shrimp at Boutin's to be crisp and crunchy and spicy on the outside and firm and white and sweet on the inside. But he also expected to be given more than a measly 5 shrimp per portion. As far as John was concerned, a chef might cook equally as well as Paul Prudhomme or Emeril Lagasse, but that didn't entitle him to be a tight ass. John had lost his restaurant inspecting job after some political jiggery-pokery in the East Baton Rouge catering community, apart from reaching the point where he tipped the bathroom scales at 289 pounds and his BMI was only 2 more cheeseburgers away from 50. Last year, with little else to do, he had driven over 2,700 miles northeast to attend the funeral of his old Army buddy Dean Brunswick III in Presque Isle, Maine. But on the way back, his beloved 71 Mercury Marquis had given up on him, dropping its engine on the highway like a cow giving birth, and ever since then he'd been trying to earn enough money to limp home to Baton Rouge. He had chosen taxi driving as a means of making a living because it meant that he could sit down all day and eat and drink whenever he felt like it. And he also got to meet a never-ending variety of people. Most of his passengers were quirky and interesting, although some of them were dull beyond all human endurance, especially the business types he picked up at the airport, who sat in the back texting the whole time or talking on their cell phones. John always thought, "Can't you stop communicating for 20 minutes of your life and just look around and breathe the exhaust fumes? Okay, Cleveland is a world-class dump, but it does have some redeeming features, like the Cleveland Grays Armory building, which predates the Civil War, and the West Side Market, and the Lakeview Cemetery where John D. Rockefeller was planted, and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame." The job he detested the most was cleaning out his cab at the end of his shift. Apart from the usual contributions of chewing gum and used Trojans and folded paper napkins filled with spat-out chicken skin, he had also found an expensive red alligator purse filled with lumpy beige vomit, an upper set of false teeth, a long dead turtle in a Burger King box, and a white Angora scarf that its owner had obviously used to wipe his rear end. It never surprised him how disgusting people could be. Before he had taken up taxi driving, he'd already known that people were disgusting because he had worked in the restaurant trade. What did surprise him, endlessly, was how they never seemed to think straight. Instead of saying, "Pardon me, driver, I really need a leak, would you mind pulling over?" they'd rather pee into their open briefcase and walk into the airport with it dripping behind them. Another reason he detested cleaning out his cab was because the space was so confined and he was so generously built. He had to force his way in through the rear doors and bend down to look under the seats in case anybody had dropped anything valuable or revolting, and this always made him feel as if he were freediving in 90 fathoms underwater, and he was just about to run out of oxygen. Today, the back of his taxi was reasonably clean, except for a gristly piece of half-chewed sausage that somebody had forced into the ashtray in the armrest. He switched on his vac and go and gave the seats a quick once-over, and he was about to do the same for the carpets when he saw something sparkling underneath the front passenger seat. He rolled up his left sleeve and pushed his arm into the space beneath the seat, and after 2 minutes of grunting and scrabbling, he managed to hook out whatever it was. He gripped the door handle and hauled himself, panting, onto his feet. It was a gloomy morning here on Gooding Avenue in Glenville, so gloomy that he could hardly make out what the sparkly thing was. He squinted at it more closely, and then he realized it was an earring, one of the hoopy-loopy earrings that Rhoda Jane Berry had been wearing. It was made up of 3 overlapping gold crescents, each of them studded with zircons. The long curved wire that went through her pierced earlobe had bent askew, and that was probably why it had fallen off. He turned the earring over and over. It was a sign. He was sure of it. He even sniffed it, and it still smelled of Boss Intense. John believed in signs. He didn't believe that you could see Jesus in the scorch patterns in a slice of burned toast, or that 3 knocks on the door meant that somebody had died. But he did believe that some things were meant to be, and that if people couldn't find a way to get together, or didn't realize that they ought to be together, the natural world would conspire to make sure that they did, like the rabbits and bluebirds in a Disney picture. He looked around. Gooding Avenue was a short, flat suburban street with small brick and clapboard houses set well back from the road. The clouds hung over it like dark gray quilts. There was no other living being in sight apart from a brindled dog trotting from one house to the next, sniffing at the trash cans. If John hadn't been able to hear the traffic from East 105th Street and Lakeview Road, he would have thought that the world had come to an end. "If this isn't a sign," he told himself, "then I'm due for a hefty tax rebate." He went into the pale green painted house where he rented an upstairs room at the back. His landlady, Mrs. Gizmo, had gone shopping, or to one of her bridge mornings. Her real name was Ada Weiss, but John had called her Mrs. Gizmo right from the start. Ada Weiss, Ada Weiss, Gizmo. His room was small and brown and plain, with a sloping ceiling on the right-hand side. He had only one poster on the wall, a hand-colored picture of the ferry landing at Baton Rouge, sometime in the 1890s. He had carried it around with him for so long that it was falling apart at the folds. His bed covers were all scrumpled up, and his trash basket was crammed with empty takeout boxes. He always had to have a late-night sub from Quiznos, usually honey bourbon chicken, so that he didn't wake up at 3 a.m. feeling ravenous. He pulled off his brown leather windbreaker and wrestled his way out of his raspberry-colored polo shirt. In his closet, he found a pale blue button-down shirt that didn't look too creased and his tan linen coat. There was a 3-inch split in the back of his coat, but if he made sure that he always kept his face toward whoever he was talking to, then nobody would notice. He washed his teeth and brushed up his thinning dyed black pompadour and splashed his cheeks with American Crew aftershave. Then he grimaced at his face in the mirror over the wash basin and said, "Mr. Irresistible, that's you." He knocked on the door of room 309 and waited. There was no reply at first, but he was sure that he could hear voices inside, and they didn't sound like some daytime television show. He knocked again, and then cleared his throat loudly. Still no reply. Eventually, he pressed his ear against the door. He could hear a woman talking, and he was pretty certain it was Rhoda Jane. He would recognize the drawn-out vowels of that Brunstucky accent anywhere. The other voice was so soft and growly that it was impossible for John to make out what he was saying, but it was definitely a man. Oh, well, he thought, maybe the sign wasn't telling me what I thought it was telling me. Or maybe I just got my timing wrong. I should go eat and come back later. He had just started walking back along the corridor, however, when the door opened and he heard Rhoda Jane whistle and call out, "Taxi!" He stopped as abruptly as if he'd been hit in the back of the head by a flying baseball and slowly turned around. He hoped that she hadn't seen the split in the back of his coat. She was standing in the open doorway with her arms folded so that her breasts were pressed so tightly together that he couldn't have slipped a credit card between them. She was wearing a purple silk headscarf, a very tight purple velour top, and narrow-legged jeans, and another pair of her impossible shoes, in silver this time, with buckles. Her pose was jaunty, and she was smiling. Even if it was one of those smiles that said, "Here we go, I was expecting this." "Dead on time, J.D.," she told him. He waddled back toward her with his arms held up in surrender. "Hey, it's not what you think, believe me." "How do you know what I think?" "Sorry, but it's pretty obvious. You think I'm hitting on you. You think I'm some kind of stalker, whereas that is absolutely not the case." "That is absolutely not the case, huh?" "Absolutely 113%. Rhoda Jane thought for a moment with her lips pursed. Then she said, "You want to know what I'm really thinking?" "Okay. What are you really thinking?" "I'm thinking that you found my earring in the back of your taxi, and you came here to return it to me. You're hoping that I'm going to be so grateful that I'll agree to have dinner with you, and maybe one thing will lead to another. Or that at the very least I'll give you a sawsky by way of a tip." John held out the earring in the palm of his hand. "Here, look. Take it. I'm not looking for a tip, and I'm not expecting you to come out to dinner with me, and I'm not expecting one thing to lead to another, although I acknowledge that it can sometimes happen, you know, one thing leading to another, especially after the cream cheese pierogies at Sokolowski's. They're almost worth learning Polish for." He paused and frowned, and then he said, "Wait up a goddamn minute. How the hell did you know I came here to return your earring?" Rhoda Jane kept smiling. "Your friend told me. He said that you'd show up in exactly 21 minutes, and sure enough, here you are." John leaned sideways, trying to see over her shoulder into room 309. "Excuse me? Who? What? Which friend is that exactly?" "Come on in and meet him," said Rhoda Jane. "He's been telling some real interesting stuff. Weird, I'll grant you, but interesting." She stepped aside so that John could enter the room, but he didn't want to go in first because of the split in his coat. He took hold of her elbow and gently pushed her ahead of him and closed the door behind him. "I could sew that for you," she said. "You wouldn't think it, but I'm pretty good with a needle and twist." John was about to ask her how the hell she knew about that, too. But then he saw the figure standing in the bay window with his back to him. He was silhouetted against the gray, subdued daylight, his hands deep in his pockets, his coat collar turned up, his shoulders slightly hunched. But John recognized him immediately. He felt as if he'd forgotten how to breathe.
"Dino?" he said. "Dino, is that you?"
The man turned around. The hotel room was so dark that it was difficult for John to see his face, but there was no question that he was smiling.
"Hello, John. How's it hanging?" "Dino? Well, I know you're not Dino, so don't try to give me that how's it hanging bullshit."
Rhoda Jane went over and switched on the bedside lamps. Now John could see that Dino was very much younger than the last time he had seen him. He had died of chronic alcoholism at the age of 42, with blotchy skin and rheumy red eyes and a mass of white tangled curls, like a half-starved Santa Claus. But here, today, in room 309 at the Griffin House Hotel, he looked as young as he was when John first met him at Fort Polk, over 21 years ago, when they had joined the army together. Handsome in a rakish way, with a broken nose like Owen Wilson, and piercing blue eyes and short-cropped blonde hair. He held out his hand, but John ignored it. This wasn't Dino. Dino had been cremated on a gray day up in Presque Isle, Maine, with only 4 people to sing Amazing Grace, and one of them had throat cancer.
"Your friend's been spinning me all kinds of fancy stories,"
said Rhoda Jane.
"Like how I'm descended from some kind of family who can walk around in other folks' nightmares and hunt down demons. Hey, would you care for a drink?"
"Best not," said John guardedly, without taking his eyes off Dino. "The cops have been keeping a pretty close eye on me lately. They even pulled me over for taking a bite of my muffaletta sandwich at a traffic signal. It's that fat guy, what's his name, Detective Winsocki. He really has it in for me."
"Well, I'm going to have a drink,"
Rhoda Jane declared. She went across to the minibar and bent down in front of it so that her purple thong appeared over the waistband of her jeans.
"Champagne, I think. How about you, Dino?"
"Dino doesn't drink," said John.
"Oh, really? What, are you in AA or something?"
"Dino doesn't drink because Dino isn't Dino. The real Dino is dead, and his ashes scattered at the Fairmount Cemetery in Presque Isle, Maine. This is a messenger from the great power that is, who recruits poor suckers like us to fight the eternal war between good and evil."
Rhoda Jane stood up with a half bottle of Cuvée Napa in one hand and a champagne flute in the other. She blinked her eyelashes furiously, as if she were trying to create 2 miniature hurricanes.
"You mean what he's been telling me is true? It isn't just a lie?"
Dino kept looking at John and smiling, although he didn't say a word. John said,
"It's true, all right, Rhoda Jane, and I can prove it to you. I never would have had you down as one of us unlucky few, but there you are. Most of us look pretty unlikely in our everyday bodies. One of the last guys who fought with us, he was kind of a retard in real life, but inside of those dreams and nightmares he was a regular genius. I mean, it was like eat your heart out Stephen Hawking."
Rhoda Jane turned to Dino and said,
"So, who did you say I was supposed to be?"
"Zyrina, the passion warrior, the woman who can inflame the sexual desires of everyone and everything she meets, man or woman, demon or beast."
"There,"
said Rhoda Jane.
"That's some line, isn't it? Man or woman, demon or beast? But you're trying to tell me it's for real? If you're not this guy's old army buddy, then who the hell are you?"
"So far as I know, his name is Springer," said John. "Well, I say his name, but he can pop up in pretty much any kind of guise he wants to, male or female. He gets sent here by the man upstairs, God or Gitche Manitou or Allah. Springer always calls him a Shapala. A Shapala is who or what protects the human race from the forces of evil, and believe me, there are plenty of forces of evil out there. That's why he created the Night Warriors, which is us, you and me and hundreds more like us. It's our dubious distinction to save the world from corruption, chaos, and ultimate destruction. Well, let me put it this way, ma'am. If there had never been any Night Warriors, the human race would never have survived so long as it has. We would have gone to hell in a handcart centuries ago.
So you're a night warrior, too?
Said Rhoda Jane. She handed him the half bottle of sparkling wine and said,
Here, can you open this for me? I don't mean to be rude or nothing, but how did you get past the physical?
John gently eased the cork out of the bottle so that the gas came out with the faintest pff.
Angel's fart, he told her. That's the correct way to do it.
Then he said,
Like I told you, none of us look specially prepossessing, present company excepted. You don't have to be Steven Seagal in your waking life to be a tough guy in your dreams.
So, who are you?
asked Rhoda Jane.
You know, like I really believe all of this. Not.
Springer came over and laid a hand on John's shoulder.
This is Dom Magator, the armorer. He carries most of the weapons that the Night Warriors need when they do battle in the world of dreams. For instance, he has over 200 different kinds of knives, like a retinal stiletto, which, when you throw it, will exactly follow your line of sight and unerringly hit who or what you were looking at. Or a spiral flensing knife, which will peel whoever you cut with it like an apple in one long spiral, skin, subcutaneous fat and all. He also carries over a dozen guns, like the density rifle, which compresses its target down to its ultimate possible density. A 250-pound man can be instantly reduced to the size of a smoking walnut. Or an absence gun, which uses quantum physics to negate the existence of whoever it hits. If you get shot by an absence gun, you don't get killed. You were never born in the first place. There never was any you. I have to tell you that it makes a most thrilling sound when it hits its victims, like a thunderclap, echoing back for years.
Rhoda Jane poured herself a glass of sparkling wine and drank almost all of it in 3 gulps. She burped and said,
Excusez-moi. I have to tell you two mooks that I am finding it very difficult to get my head around all of this. Either this is some kind of ridiculous setup for Candid Camera, or it's a joke in very bad taste, or you're both out to lunch.
It's none of the above, said John. It's for real.
She prodded her finger into John's chest.
Okay, if it's for real, prove it. You said that you could, so go ahead.
John looked at Springer and said,
What are you doing here, man? Is something going down?
Springer nodded.
Yes, there is, and it's serious. And it's happening right here in this hotel. But before I tell you what it is, I think it would be a good idea if we convince Irina here that we're not spinning her a line.
John took a deep breath.
When you say serious, I mean serious to the point of the whole world falling victim to the same nightmare. All night, every night. I mean serious to the point of the human race losing all of its morals, all of its scruples, all of its kindness, all of its humanity. I mean what John Milton meant in Paradise Lost when he wrote about chaos and old night. A hell on earth, John, where nobody respects anybody else's authority, or their dignity, or their freedom, or even their right to life. A mirror image of the U.S. Constitution, if you like, in which it is almost mandatory to do harm to others.
That does sound serious,
Rhoda Jane agreed.
I think that sounds very, very, very serious.
And she nodded her head emphatically with every very.
Then let us prove it to you, said Springer.
He went across to the closet and opened it up, adjusting the door so that John could see himself in the mirror on the back of the door. Springer beckoned to him, and John slowly walked over to join him.
This is how Dom Magator appears in the world of dreams, Springer announced.
John stared at his reflection in the mirror. He thought his face was looking baggy and lived in, and he hadn't realized that his pompadour was now so thin that his scalp was gleaming through. However, Springer rested his hand on his shoulder again, and after a few seconds, he began to see the ghostly image of a helmet materializing around his head, big and black and cube-like, with only the narrowest visor for him to see through, and even that was tinted dark green like the vizier in a welder's face mask. The helmet was encrusted with knobs and switches and locking springs and other small metal attachments.
Jesus,
said Rhoda Jane.
Talk about Transformers.
Now Dom Magator's battle dress began to appear, a heavy cloak made of some soft gray metallic material, and underneath it a suit of black leathery armor, jointed like the thorax of a stag beetle. He wore a wide metal belt, from which 7 or 8 handguns were suspended, all with decorative handles and elaborate cocking mechanisms and illuminated sights. Some laser, some infrared, some ultraviolet. Across his back was fastened a curved, chrome-plated frame, in which all of his various knives were fitted, as well as his armory of rifles and bazookas. His outfit was finished off by heavy-duty knee boots, to which even more knives were clipped. There was scarcely an inch on his body which had no weapon attached to it. Rhoda Jane came up to Dom Magator and cautiously touched his helmet with her fingertips.
There's nothing there,
she said in bewilderment.
I can only feel your hair.
She paused, and then she added,
What there is of it.
Get out of here,
John snapped at her.
Springer said, You cannot feel his helmet because this is nothing more than a holographic vision of Dom Magator's battle dress. This is the waking world, Rhoda Jane, and your Night Warrior's uniforms only take on physical reality in the dream world. Likewise, Dom Magator's weapons. We couldn't have anybody running around the waking world with an absence gun or a successive detonation carbine. Think what a terrorist could do with a weapon like that.
Rhoda Jane stepped back, and Dom Magator's armor gradually began to fade until he was back in his crumpled blue button-down shirt and his tan sport coat with the split in the back.
Now do you believe us?
John asked her, primping up his hair.
It isn't easy, I'll admit. I didn't believe it myself at first. Not until our first mission.
Rhoda Jane looked at her champagne glass.
Okay, I guess I have to believe you. That's unless you've slipped me a roofie.
So what's happening? Asked John with a sniff. Chaos and old night. That sounds like Satan's involved. A child of Satan, if you like, said Springer. At least that's what he likes to call himself. His name is Brother Albrecht, and he used to be a Cistercian monk. For a very long time, though, he has called himself der ursprüngliche Sohn des Teufels, the original son of the devil. When you say a very long time, said John, easing his backside down on the corner of the bed with his feet planted wide apart, how long a very long time would that actually be, roughly?
Springer looked at him with a faraway expression. It was unnerving enough, seeing Dino recreated exactly as he had looked on that humid morning in 1991, when he and John had both showed up at Fort Polk, Texas, as gangling young recruits. But it was even more unnerving to think that Springer might be able to remember what he and Dino had done together.
I'm sorry, said Springer. Brother Albrecht has described himself as the son of the devil ever since he was dismissed from his monastery in southern Germany for blasphemy and other transgressions against God. That was more than 800 years ago.
800 years?
Asked Rhoda Jane. He exists in the world of dreams, Springer explained. Nobody grows old in the world of dreams, not unless they want to, or unless some malevolent spirit makes them wither away. Brother Albrecht runs a carnival, a traveling freak show, a circus of pain and torture and human atrocities. It's already infecting the nighttime consciousness of thousands of people, this circus. You only have to look at what's happening in our society. But now we're beginning to suspect that Brother Albrecht is trying to bring it back to life in the waking world, too.
Can he do that? I mean, like, it's only a dream, or a nightmare by the sound of it.
We don't yet know, but we're doing everything we can to find out. We strongly suspect, though, that this hotel is a critical part of whatever Brother Albrecht is planning, and we think that he's being helped out by a one-time mass murderer called Gordon Veitch. If not Veitch himself, then a copycat. Veitch used to mutilate or murder his victims in some of the poorest parts of Cleveland, like Kingsbury Run and the Roaring Third. He used to paint his face like a clown so that nobody would recognize him. He was never caught, even though some of the finest law enforcement officers in the country were hunting for him for months. One of them was Elliot Ness, who was Cleveland's safety director in those days. The main reason Veitch eluded capture was because he dreamed about every attack that he committed. And then he came here to this hotel and dreamed it into the walls. All of the evidence that could have convicted him is right here, in the plaster. He left none of it behind, at any of the actual crime scenes. I think I might have seen him here in this room, John told him.
You're kidding me, said Rhoda Jane. You mean I've been sleeping all night in a bedroom with somebody's murder inside of the walls?
I don't know, said John, but when I fetched your bags up yesterday and switched on the TV, I saw the TV reflected in the mirror, and in the mirror it was showing a different picture altogether.
Hey, you're giving me the creeps now, J.D.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to, but it was what I saw. There was a woman lying on a bed, and a guy was standing over her with his back to me. Could you see what he was doing? Springer asked him. Not too clearly, but his elbow was going back and forward like he was sawing. I'll tell you what it reminded me of. One of those stage magic acts where the magician saws a woman in half.
Oh, my God,
said Rhoda Jane. Springer said, That was him. I'd lay money on it. That was Gordon Veitch, or his copycat. You didn't have any nightmares last night, did you, Rhoda Jane?
Well, if I did, I can't remember them. I was so bushed I slept like 10 babies. 2 bottles of Chardonnay didn't exactly help to keep me awake either.
Springer said, Maybe the dream image in this room isn't as powerful as some of the others. Maybe Gordon Veitch didn't actually kill the woman you saw in the mirror, only mutilated her. Pain, of course, is a very efficient conductor of spiritual images, but nothing like as graphic as the passing of a human spirit. It could very well be that the woman he attacked here could still be alive someplace, either in the waking world or the world of dreams.
What? Like sawn in half?
It's amazing what the human body can withstand. You remember when we went to Fort Hood, John, and saw that young corporal crushed under a tank track? He was talking and laughing like nothing had happened. He even smoked a cigarette while he was lying there. Oh, sure, said John. Well, he was fit as a fiddle until they moved the tank off of him. Springer said, Anyhow, we need to go looking for Gordon Veitch as a matter of extreme urgency. The music from Brother Albrecht's circus is growing louder and nearer every night. The chaos is coming closer, and you have no idea what this world is going to be like when it arrives.
Yeah, the January sales at Dillard's.
You will be ready to go tonight, won't you, Dom Magator? Springer asked him. Tonight? Well, hey, I'm not so sure about that. I have a late shift tonight, finishing at 1. In the case, you'll have to cancel it. Zyrina? Rhoda Jane swiveled around to see who he was talking to before she realized that she was Zyrina.
Me? Tonight? You're kidding. I have my grandma's funeral this afternoon, and then a reception afterward.
Zyrina, it's critical. You have to join us.
Rhoda Jane pulled a face.
Well, they're holding the reception right here in the Griffin room. I guess I could find an excuse to sneak off a little early. To tell you the truth, it would be a relief. My family make the Munsters look normal.
Springer said, I need you asleep by 1 a.m. at the latest, and please, try to keep your drinking within reasonable limits. Too much alcohol can affect your dream body as well as your waking perceptions, and the chances are that you're going to have to make plenty of split-second judgments.
Talking of my dream body, Mr. Old Army Buddy who ain't really, I still have no idea what my dream body is going to look like. If I can turn on man or woman, demon or beast, I must look pretty damned hot.
Springer raised his eyebrows.
You do. You will, I promise you.
Then show me. You showed me what he's going to look like, Dom Magator. Let me see me.
Springer hesitated and looked across at John, but John pulled a face that meant, why not? She's going to find out anyhow, and sooner rather than later.
Very well, then, said Springer. Step over here and face the mirror. Try to empty your mind as much as you can. Think of nothing at all but the surface of a lake.
Rhoda Jane stood in front of the mirror, still with her arms folded.
Springer said, Relax now. Arms by your sides. Breathe very gently, as if you're floating on the water.
Old Army Buddy or not,
Rhoda Jane said to John out of the side of her mouth,
your friend here is some character, isn't he?
Please, Irina, relax.
Rhoda Jane stared at her reflection, and to begin with, it was obvious that she was trying very hard not to laugh. After a few seconds, however, the air around her head began to glitter and sparkle, as if it were filled with scores of tiny fireflies, and a high, curved crown began to appear on top of her head, made up of the finest filaments of light. 2 curving epaulettes appeared on her shoulders, as high as the epaulettes of a Japanese gala costume, and then, with a soft rumble, a huge cloak of rich golden fabric billowed out from her shoulders, rising and falling, and curling in a dream wind that none of them could feel. Around Rhoda Jane's neck, 7 gleaming gold neck rings materialized, so that it looked as if her neck were elongated. At the same time, the diamond-shaped heads of 2 golden snakes peeped out from between the toes of each foot. They slid out and formed themselves into an elaborate pair of very high heels, first of all coiling themselves into the shape of shoes, and then pouring relentlessly up her calves and around her knees, around and around her thighs, until they finished up as a pair of high golden boots. But it was the gradual appearance of her breastplate that made Rhoda Jane's mouth slowly drop open. It was a perfect replica of her naked torso, in highly polished gold. Her big, full breasts, complete with dimpled nipples, her slightly rounded stomach, and her navel, like a tiny, shining mollusk. Below that shone a golden facsimile of her plump, bare vulva, complete with a peeping clitoris.
Oh, my God, she said. I cannot walk around like this, flaunting my pussy, not even in somebody's dream.
I did tell you, said Springer. Zyrina arouses man or woman, demon or beast.
But I'm showing everything I've got. Well, I'm not really, but as good as.
Zyrina is the ultimate paradox, Springer told her. She attracts, she arouses, she fascinates. Did you know that the word fascinates comes from fascinum, which was a penis-shaped object worn around the neck in ancient Rome, and often used in medieval witchcraft? If a woman fascinates a man, she gives him an erection, and that's just what Zyrina does. But even though it looks so revealing, nothing can penetrate Zyrina's armor. And believe me, Zyrina herself is deadly.
Rhoda Jane pouted at herself in the mirror. She struck an exaggerated pose to the left and then to the right, and then she slowly tottered around in a circle. Underneath her voluminous gilded cloak, her back was armored in the same polished gold, with her shoulder blades and her dimpled buttocks as perfectly replicated as her breastplate.
Well, I don't know, she said thoughtfully. Maybe I could get used to this. I do have a pretty good figure, though I say it myself.
But what's the point? John asked Springer. Okay, fine, she turns people on. As a matter of fact, she's making me feel distinctly twitchy in the BVD department right now. But why does she do it?
Hold out your hands, Irina, Springer instructed her. That's right. Spread out your hands so that your fingers are totally rigid. Rhoda Jane did as she was told, and almost immediately 8 long, fine needles slid out, one from the tip of each finger. The needles were at least 3 inches long and slightly curved inward.
Zyrina arouses her intended prey until they're blinded with lust, Springer explained. Then she takes them into her arms and embraces them, whether it's a he or a her or an it. All she has to do then is run these needles into their back. They're forged out of an alloy of titanium and ultrasound, way beyond the range of human hearing, and they can pierce through anything. Skin, leather, chitin, armor. Absolutely nothing can bend them or deflect them. So she gives her prey a few little pricks, said John. Then what?
Rhoda Jane turned around to face him and struck another pose, her hands on her hips, her crowned head slightly tilted to one side.
I'm really turning you on, aren't I, John?
Let's just get this over with, shall we? John protested. I have to eat before I can think about sleeping.
Springer said, The needles enter the victim's veins, and his blood literally boils. It usually takes less than 20 seconds for his entire blood supply to evaporate, and that's between 5 and 6 liters. Then, of course, he's dead. It's a very effective way of killing somebody at very close quarters.
Do you have anybody in particular in mind? John asked him. This clown guy, for instance?
Springer didn't answer, but closed the closet door so that Rhoda Jane's night warrior costume instantly vanished. Rhoda Jane said,
Oh, no. Not the clown guy. I feel like every guy I ever went to bed with in the whole of my life was some kind of clown.
Chapter 10. A Night to Dismember. Walter wedged himself into his usual corner booth and rallies, smacking his hands together in anticipation of his triple cheeseburger. Outside, the sky had grown even darker, and raindrops began to patter against the windows as if somebody were throwing handfuls of raisins at them. Netta, their waitress, came over to take their order. She was 4'10" and as squat as a munchkin, with fraying gingery hair and a swiveling cast in her right eye, which always made Walter feel seasick.
Hi, big fella,
she greeted him, taking her notepad out of her red checkered apron.
Guess you want your usual?
You got it, sweet cheeks, but maybe today I'll go for the loaded fries.
The loaded fries? With the cheddar cheese sauce and the ranch dressing and the bacon bits?
Those are the very babies I had in mind.
You do know that a single regular-sized serving of loaded fries contains 908 calories, which is almost half your recommended daily intake?
Netta's right eye was fixed on the clock on the wall, as if she were timing how much longer he had to live.
Is that all? Sheesh. In that case, you better fetch me the jumbo-sized serving.
Charlie ordered a plain hot dog, no bun, mustard only, no ketchup, and a Diet Coke.
I don't know how the fuck you can live on that, Charlie, said Walter. You need calories. Calories are very much maligned. They make your brain work, among other parts of your body. And do you know what they put in hot dogs? Chicken's feet.
Charlie looked across at him with total seriousness.
Believe me, Walter, if I thought that eating a triple cheeseburger would help me to understand how Maria Fortalis got out of her bedroom, I'd order one, same as you, and the loaded fries.
We need to ask Mossad, said Walter.
Mossad?
You know, the Israeli Secret Service people. They whacked that Hamas dude in his hotel room in Dubai, didn't they? But they left his door locked from the inside with the chain fastened even. Now, how'd they do that? I don't have a clue. But it must be possible because they did it.
Netta brought their drinks over. As she set down Walter's Gatorade, she accidentally knocked his glass and spilled it. Walter grabbed 2 handfuls of napkins from the dispenser and frantically dabbed at the spreading soda to stop it from pouring across the tabletop and onto his pants. He didn't want to spend the rest of the day looking like he'd peed himself.
Netta, for Christ's sake,
he blurted out, but he managed to bite his tongue before he said,
why don't you watch what you're doing?
He didn't want to hurt her feelings.
I'm real sorry, Walt, said Netta. I've been as clumsy as an ox all morning. I haven't been sleeping good.
Walter wiped up the last of the Gatorade.
You need a man to share that lonely bed of yours, Netta. That's what you need.
A man? What good would a man do me? I need to stop having them nightmares more like.
What nightmares?
Them circus nightmares. I've been having 'em every single night for weeks and weeks, and they always wake me up and I'm shaking and sweating like nobody's business.
Circus nightmares?
Asked Walter. He felt a crawling sensation down his back, as if a cockroach had dropped into his shirt collar.
What kind of circus nightmares?
Oh, shoot, you don't want to know about them. Probably some psychomological thing from out of my childhood. I'll bring you another soda.
No, wait up, said Charlie.
Tell us what they're like, these nightmares.
Netta shrugged.
I always have 'em around about the same time of night, about 2 a.m. I'm walking up this grassy hill, and it's raining cats and dogs, and I can hear this music playing like all off-key. Kind of music you used to hear when a carnival came to town, only that all the notes are wrong.
Go on, Charlie encouraged her.
Right at the top of the hill, I see all of these tents, and they're all black, with red lights hanging off them like shining drops of blood. And I walk between the tents, and there's trailers and animal cages all covered over with black tarps, and the music's still playing, but I can't work out who's playing it or where it's coming from. In the good old summertime, that's what it sounds like, only like I say, it's all off-key and none of the notes are right.
Is there anybody else there in your nightmare apart from you? Netta shook her head so that her jowls wobbled.
Not to begin with. But when I carry on walking between the tents, I see shadows running hither and thither, and I can hear people muttering and coughing, and some people whining, too. Then I always turn this corner, and there's a row of trailers, and I see this small critter go scuttling across the grass from one trailer to another, and he goes scampering up the steps more like a rat or a groundhog than a person. But he's wearing a coat like a person and this weird kind of hat. Well, I try to call out, "Hey, where am I? I'm lost." But somehow the words won't come out, like somebody's got their hand pressed over my mouth. And this small critter stops at the back of the trailer and starts jabbering at me like 5 different languages all at once.
Can you remember what he says? Asked Charlie. Netta frowned.
Only a couple of words. Some that I guess sounds Frenchish, like prenez garde. Then some stuff that's all mixed up and don't make no sense at all. Coupe sign pianos, and may go wordy, and gang up you start. That's what it sounds like anyhow. And he says it over and over and over. That's how I remember it so good. He says it over and over and over.
Okay, so he spouts all this gibberish, Walter prompted her. Then what?
He opens the door and disappears inside the trailer, and I'm left out there all on my lonesome, and it's still raining cats and dogs, and the music's still playing. I'm about to turn around and go back the way I come, but then I hear a woman sobbing her heart out. I follow the sound of her sobbing, and it's coming from inside of this little black tent. I push my way into the tent, but there's no woman inside it. Only a man in a black suit, and he's standing with his back to me. I say, "Excuse me, sir," but at first he don't answer. I say, "Excuse me," again, and then he turns around and he has his clown face, and he's grinning this grease paint smile at me, even though his real mouth ain't grinning at all. He says something to me, but I don't understand what it is, and I'm so darn scared that I have to fight my way back out of that tent, and I run in between the tents and the trailers and down the hill, and that's when I usually wake up.
Charlie said, "That's some nightmare, Netta."
Every night, too. Every night the same. For weeks and weeks. And I don't know how to stop having it. And I don't know why I'm having it, or what it's supposed to mean. Like, dreams are supposed to have meanings, aren't they? Like you dream about a pigeon pooping on your head and that means you're gonna win the lotto?
This clown you see, what color is his makeup?
His face is like gray, but his lips are shiny green.
And he has long gray hair? Netta fixed him with her good left eye.
How do you know that?
Because I know a whole lot about clowns, and I think that this particular clown is called Mago Verde, the Green Magician. Part clown, part conjurer. And you heard that rat person say Mago Verde, right? Mago Verde, that could be Mago Verde.
Hey,
said Netta. She was impressed.
That's exactly what it sounded like, Mago Verde.
Charlie said, "Prenez garde? You're right, that's French. Prenez garde. And that means beware. Sounds like this rat creature was telling you to watch out for Mago Verde."
How about coupe sign pianos? What does that mean? And gang up you start?
I don't have a clue, Charlie admitted. But give me some time and I'll work on it.
Netta said, "Guess you think I'm losing my reason. It's the stress, probably. My brother Kyle lost his job at the Brook Park engine factory last September, and he and me been struggling to make ends meet ever since."
Walter took hold of Netta's piggy little hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze.
"You're probably right. Maybe you should talk to your pharmacist. Ask him for something to help you sleep more heavy."
When Netta went off to refill Walter's soda glass, Walter leaned across the table and said,
"How about that? Netta's been having the same goddamn nightmares as Maria Fortalis. The same, in every detail. How in hell's name can that happen?"
Charlie pulled a face.
"It's not totally unknown for strangers to share the same dream. Some psychologists think that dreams are like an alternate state of reality, rather than an alternate state of consciousness."
"Meaning exactly what exactly?"
You know, like that Second Life thing you can do on the internet. Turning yourself into a sexy-looking avatar and leading a double life in some tropical fantasy world. And Carl Jung believed that the entire human race shares a collective unconsciousness.
"Oh, yeah? Carl Jung must have gone to see that last Mel Gibson movie. The whole audience was collectively unconscious, including me."
Netta brought them their food. Walter immediately picked up his triple cheeseburger in both hands and took a large bite. But Charlie said,
"Were you ever scared of clowns, Netta, when you were a kid?"
Netta shook her head.
Clowns? No, never. I loved clowns. They used to make me laugh.
You never had a scary experience at a circus or a carnival?
I was sick as a dog once on the Tivoli spin-out ride at the Ohio State Fair, but then so was most everybody else. But I don't know. Maybe something bad happened to me when I was a kid, and I got some kind of horrible memory that's just coming out only now.
Walter flapped his hand at Charlie and said with his mouth full,
"Eat."
At that moment, however, his cell phone rang. He picked it up and said,
"What? I'm on my lunch break."
But he listened, and then he said,
"Where?"
And at the same time, he slowly lowered his triple cheeseburger back onto his plate.
"Something wrong?" asked Charlie.
Walter nodded.
"That was Skrolnick. He had a call from the School of Law where Maria Fortalis was studying. There was blood dripping out from the bottom of her locker."
"Jesus. Did they open it?
Of course. They thought that she might be locked up inside of it and still alive.
But she's not. Walter turned to Netta and said,
Hey, sweet cheeks, the Call of Duty calls. Could you put this burger into a box for me so that I can take it out?
He waited until she had taken his plate back to the kitchen before he turned to Charlie and said,
They found her arms. That's all.
Only her arms? Charlie looked down at his hot dog and pushed his plate away.
Maybe that was a sawing noise that old man Yarber said he could hear.
But there was no blood. How do you saw off a girl's arms without spraying a whole lot of blood around?
Search me, Charlie. Let's go take a look for ourselves.
It was raining even harder by the time they turned into the parking lot outside the George Gund building, where the School of Law was housed. An ambulance was parked there already, its red lights flashing, as well as 2 squad cars and a black Grand Voyager from the Cuyahoga County Coroner's Office. Officer Skrolnick was waiting for them underneath the slabby concrete entrance.
"Sorry about your lunch, detectives,"
he said, although he didn't look sorry at all, only tired.
When'd you get the call?
Asked Walter.
"Only about 45 minutes ago. One of Maria's friends was trying to slip a note into her locker when she noticed that there was blood seeping out of the bottom of the door. She went to find the co-director. The co-director called 911, and then she had the janitor cut off the padlock."
Okay. Lead on, McSkrolnick.
Officer Skrolnick ushered them into the shiny marble lobby area, which was arranged with pale turned oak sculptures that looked like gigantic doorknobs and chess pieces. Then he led them along the corridor where the students' gray steel lockers were lined up. One of the locker doors was wide open and bent almost double, and 3 police officers and 2 CSIs were gathered around it, as well as a paramedic and a bored-looking deputy coroner. Walter and Charlie joined them, with a few desultory highs and how's-it-goings. One of the CSIs was taking pictures, so that whenever his camera flashed, everybody appeared to jump 2 inches in the air. Walter went up to the locker and looked inside.
Ah, shit, he said. I had a feeling this was going to turn out bad.
In the locker's top compartment, 2 human arms were folded over each other, almost as if they had been patiently waiting for somebody to open the locker door and find them. Above the elbows, both arms were heavily smeared and spattered with congealing blood. Below the elbows, they were dusky-skinned, with sprinkles of tiny moles on them.
"Would you look at that," said Charlie. "He didn't even bother to take off her jewelry."
Twisted around the left wrist was a silver Mexican bracelet with red and green flowers enameled on it. And on the 3rd finger of the left hand there was a latticework silver ring. On the 3rd finger of the right hand there was a ring with a single topaz in it. The nails of the right index finger and the right middle finger were both bitten right down, almost to the quick.
Look here,
Walter told him.
More clowns.
Scotch taped to the back of the bent locker door, there were dozens of photographs of Pierrots and Augustes and Saltimbanques, including 3 nearly identical pictures of Mago Verde. There were a few other pictures, too. Emilio Zapata and Carlos Santana and Our Lady of Guadalupe, the patron saint of Mexico. But most of the pictures were of clowns. One of the CSIs came rustling up to them in her blue Tyvek suit, a 40-ish woman with a sallow face and unplucked eyebrows and very pale blue eyes, as if all the death and mutilation that she had seen during the course of her career had leached most of the color out of them.
"Both arms were sawn off approximately 8 centimeters below the shoulder," she told him. "We'll have to take them back to the lab, of course, but I'd say that the perpetrator used a regular garden variety handsaw."
Any way of telling if she was still alive when he took her arms off?
"From the copious bloodstains on the upper part of the arms, I'd say yes, but with any luck she may have been sedated."
Walter looked around.
Find any blood trails?
Not a drop outside of this locker.
Are we sure that this is Maria Fortalis?
"We'll be taking prints, of course, and DNA, but Ms. Lipschitz ID'd her jewelry."
Miss Lipschitz?
The CSI nodded her head toward the opposite side of the corridor. Officer Skrolnick was talking to a stocky woman with cropped gray hair and circular spectacles and a thick plaid skirt. When he saw Walter and Charlie looking their way, he beckoned them over.
"This is the co-director, Naomi Lipschitz," he said. "Ms. Lipschitz, this is Detective Wazaki, and this is Detective Hudson."
"We're very sorry about what happened here, ma'am," said Walter. "It must have come as one heck of a shock."
Who could have done such a thing?
Asked Ms. Lipschitz. Tears were crowding her eyes and dribbling down her cheeks like the rain that was dribbling down the window.
Maria. She was such a vivacious young girl and such a hard-working student. Everybody liked her.
"You're absolutely sure that it's her?"
Ms. Lipschitz nodded.
The bracelet and the rings. I don't have any doubt. And I was always scolding her about biting her nails.
"You say that everybody liked her. Maybe you can think of somebody who didn't like her quite as much as all the rest."
No, nobody that I can think of. Our students are all very competitive, believe you me, but they're far too busy to waste their time on personal feuds and petty animosities. All of the ground floor here, this is the Milton A. Kramer Law Clinic Center, the students here get involved in real-life court cases so that they can gain practical experience, and their workload is highly demanding.
"Was Maria Fortalis involved in any real-life court cases?"
Of course. Every student is given a caseload of several court actions at once. Maria Fortalis was currently involved in 3 so far as I know. One was an action for disability benefit, the second was a DUI, and the third was a case of domestic violence.
"Okay," said Walter. "We're gonna need details of all of those, and every other case she's ever been involved in going right back to when she first enrolled. You never know. One of her clients may bear a grudge against her for some reason."
I can't imagine why any of them should, but very well, Detective, yes, I'll make sure you get them.
She started to turn her head to look behind her, but Walter laid a hand on her shoulder and restrained her.
"Give it a couple of minutes, okay? You don't want to see this."
The CSIs had wrapped up Maria Fortalis's arms in clear polyethylene and were stowing them into a black zip-up body parts bag, the type they usually used for torsos and severed heads. The arms looked to Walter as if they'd been detached from a storefront mannequin.
Do you think she's dead?
Ms. Lipschitz asked him. Walter shrugged.
"We can't tell for sure, ma'am, but I think I hope so."
How could anybody do anything so cruel? How could they?
"I don't know the answer to that. I wish I did. But then again, maybe I'm glad that I don't."
He turned to Charlie and said,
"Okay, what we need to do now is talk to all of Maria's fellow students and all of her professors, and most of all, we need to find out who was the last person in persons to see her alive. We also need to discover if she had any boyfriends that nobody knew about."
"I think we should be running some background checks on Mago Verde," said Charlie.
"Huh? What the hell for?"
"I still have this very strong intuition that Mago Verde is the key to all of this."
Walter tried his best to sound patient.
"Charlie," he
said,
"listen to me. You're not supposed to have intuitions."
"But you do. You have them all the time."
"I know I do, but that's because I have a very short span of attention. You're not supposed to have intuitions. You're supposed to be procedural. Get it? You're supposed to collect all of the available evidence and carefully analyze it and then come to logical conclusions that will stand up in court. It's not your style jumping at conclusions and then screaming at people until they're prepared to admit that they're guilty even if they're not. That's my job."
"I understand that, Walter. But Maria Fortalis disappeared from a locked room. And that was just like some kind of conjuring trick, right? And she's had her arm sawn off, which is just like another kind of conjuring trick. If anybody could pull this off, it's a conjurer, which is exactly what Mago Verde is."
Walter took a deep breath.
"Okay, then. What exactly do you propose to do, O intuitive one?"
First off, I think I ought to find out if any local clowns have been making themselves up as Mago Verde recently. I should check out any circuses or carnivals within a 50-mile radius at least, and any children's entertainment agencies. The yellow pages, too. If none of that gives me anything, I'll need to check if Mago Verde appeared in any circuses or carnivals in Cleveland in the past 30 years at least. And if anybody ever got arrested for any kind of felony while wearing Mago Verde grease paint, and what that felony was.
Walter stared at him for a long time with heavy-lidded eyes. He looked like a lizard basking on a rock. Eventually, however, he tugged at the end of his nose and said,
"Okay, you win. I guess what you're saying makes some kind of sense, although I don't exactly know what. I'll call a captain and have Burroughs and Geisen come out to do the routine questioning."
Charlie said, "Trust me, Walter. I know it sounds wacky, but I genuinely think I'm onto something here. After I've checked out Mago Verde, I'm going to do like you said and read all the way through Maria Fortalis's diary. I don't believe that it was any kind of coincidence, Netta having the same nightmare that she did. I'm also going to try and work out what that rat character was supposed to be saying."
He took out his notebook and flipped it open.
"Coop signed pianos and gang up you start. I'm sure it means something."
"Sure it does," said Walter. "A bird in the hand makes it really difficult to blow your nose."
Walter returned to his apartment well after 11 p.m. that evening, and he was exhausted. He hung